The neon vacancy sign flickered like a dying firefly, casting an eerie red glow across the cracked asphalt of the parking lot. I should have kept driving, should have trusted that gnawing feeling in my gut. But fatigue clouded my judgment, and the thought of another hour on the road with two cranky kids in the backseat made the rundown Desert Palms motel seem like an oasis. I pulled our SUV into a space near the office, the headlights illuminating peeling paint and boarded-up windows. "We're just staying for the night," I reassured my wife, Sarah, as much as myself. She nodded, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. The bell above the door jangled discordantly as I stepped into the office. The air inside was thick and musty, like old books left in a damp basement. Behind the counter stood a man who looked as worn as the motel itself, sunken cheeks, yellowed teeth, and eyes that didn't quite focus on me. "Need a room?" I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The clerk's gaze drifted over my shoulder, as if looking at something, or someone, behind me. I turned, but there was only the empty parking lot visible through the grimy window. "Just you?" he asked, his voice a dry rasp. "No, my wife and two kids are in the car." A smile crept across his face, slow and unsettling. "Family vacation, eh? How nice." He reached for a key on the pegboard behind him, his movements jerky and unnatural. "Room 13, end of the row, nice and quiet." As I paid in cash, the credit card machine was conveniently broken. I couldn't shake the feeling that the clerk was studying me, memorizing every detail. His eyes never left me as I backed out of the office, the key clutched tightly in my hand. Sarah was already unloading bags when I returned to the car. "Everything okay?" she asked, noticing my expression. I forced a smile. "Yeah, just tired. Let's get settled." We woke the kids, their drowsy complaints adding to the symphony of crickets and distant highway noise. As we trudged to our room, I couldn't help but notice how empty the parking lot was. In the flickering neon light, I counted only two other cars. Room 13 smelled of stale cigarettes and cheap air freshener. The wallpaper, a faded floral pattern, peeled at the corners. Two queen beds dominated the space, their worn comforters a relic from another decade. "It's just for one night," Sarah said, echoing my earlier reassurance. She began unpacking what we'd need for the morning while I got the kids settled. It was nearly midnight by the time we crawled into bed. Sarah fell asleep almost instantly, her soft breathing a counterpoint to the rattling air conditioner. I lay awake, staring at the water stains on the ceiling, unable to shake the unease that had settled over me like a heavy blanket. A sound outside caught my attention, footsteps on gravel, slow and deliberate. I slipped out of bed and moved to the window, careful not to wake Sarah. Peering through a gap in the dusty curtains, I scanned the parking lot. At first, I saw nothing. Then, a movement caught my eye. A figure stood in the shadows near the ice machine, barely visible in the dim light. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing dark clothing that seemed to melt into the night. He was staring directly at our room. I blinked, sure I was imagining things. But when I looked again, he was still there, motionless as a statue. A chill ran down my spine. I wanted to believe it was just another guest, maybe stepping out for a late-night smoke. But something about his stance, the way he seemed to be watching our room with such intensity, set off every alarm bell in my head. I debated waking Sarah but decided against it. No need to scare her if it was nothing. Instead, I kept watch, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would wake the kids. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the figure moved. He took a step forward, then another, emerging from the shadows into the sickly glow of the parking lot lights. I could see him more clearly now. A face partially obscured by a baseball cap, hands shoved deep in the pockets of a dark jacket. He walked with purpose, heading straight for our room. My mouth went dry, and I felt the icy fingers of panic grip my chest. This wasn't normal, this wasn't right. I rushed to wake Sarah, shaking her gently but urgently. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice tight with fear. "Sarah, wake up. We need to go." She stirred, confusion clouding her face. What's wrong?" "There's someone outside," I said, already moving to gather our things. "Someone watching our room. We need to leave. Now." To her credit, Sarah didn't question me. She saw the fear in my eyes and sprang into action, waking the kids while I threw our belongings haphazardly into bags. A knock at the door froze us in our tracks. Heavy, insistent, not the polite tap of hotel staff. "Who is it?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. Just another knock, louder this time. Sarah huddled with the kids, their eyes wide with fear. I motioned for them to be quiet and stay back. Heart pounding, I approached the door. Through the peephole, I could see the man from the parking lot. He was looking down, his face still obscured by the cap. "What do you want?" I demanded, my hand on the door chain. He looked up then, straight into the peephole. His eyes were dark, intense, filled with an emotion I couldn't quite place. Not anger, not exactly. Something else. Something hungry. "Open the door," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "We need to talk." "About what?" I asked, buying time as Sarah continued to gather our things as quietly as possible. "You shouldn't be here," he replied. "This isn't a safe place for families." A chill ran through me. Was this a threat or a warning? "We're leaving," I said. "Just give us a few minutes to pack up." "No," he said, urgency creeping into his voice. "You need to leave now, right now." The door handle jiggled. Sarah stifled a gasp, clutching the kids closer. I made a split-second decision. "Okay," I called out. "We're coming out. Just give us space, all right?" I turned to Sarah and mouthed, "Back door." She nodded, understanding immediately. Thankfully, like many old motels, this room had a rear exit. As I kept talking to the man through the door, Sarah ushered the kids towards the back, our bags in hand. "We're just getting dressed," I said loudly, masking the sound of the back door opening. "We'll be right out." As soon as Sarah gave me the nod that they were clear, I made my move. I yanked the door open, startling the man on the other side. Without hesitation, I shoved past him, sprinting towards the back of the motel. I could hear him shouting behind me, his heavy footsteps giving chase. But fear lent speed to my legs, and I quickly caught up with Sarah and the kids. "The car," I gasped, fumbling for the keys. We piled in, the engine roaring to life just as the man rounded the corner of the building. In the rearview mirror, I could see others emerging from the shadows. The clerk, guests I hadn't seen before, all moving with that same purposeful, predatory gait. I floored it, tires screeching as we peeled out of the parking lot. In the rearview mirror, I watched as the figures grew smaller, standing in the road behind us like silent sentinels. We drove for hours, putting as much distance between us and the Desert Palms Motel as possible. When the sun finally rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, we pulled into a busy truck stop. Over steaming cups of coffee, Sarah and I tried to make sense of what had happened. Were they criminals, a cult, or just some sick game played on unsuspecting travelers? We never found out. A quick internet search revealed nothing about the Desert Palms Motel. No reviews, no listings, not even an address. It was as if it had never existed. As we pulled back onto the highway, continuing our journey, I couldn't shake the image of those figures standing in the road, watching us drive away. I'd always thought of horror as something supernatural, ghosts, monsters, things that go bump in the night. But now I knew better. True horror wore a human face. It lurked in rundown motels on lonely highways, waiting for unsuspecting families to stumble into its web. We drove on, the desert stretching endlessly before us. But every time I saw a neon vacancy sign flickering in the distance, I pressed the accelerator a little harder, the memory of that night urging me to keep moving, to stay in the light, to never again trust the false promise of refuge in the darkness. The dusty tome fell open with a sickening crack, releasing a cloud of ancient particles that danced in the dim light of the library's hidden alcove. As the dust settled, my eyes locked onto a page of cramped, spidery writing. The words seemed to writhe on the yellowed paper, and a chill ran down my spine as I read the first line. On this day, a darkness will descend upon our town, born from the depths of man's own wickedness. The date scrawled at the top of the page was tomorrow's date, 150 years in the future from when the book was written. I'm Evelyn Marsh, and I've been the head librarian at Millbrook Public Library for over a decade. I thought I knew every nook and cranny of this old building, every book on its shelves. But I was wrong. So very wrong. It started on a Tuesday, one of those dreary autumn days when the sky hangs low and heavy, threatening rain that never quite falls. I was reorganizing the local history section, a task I'd been putting off for months. The library was quiet, just the occasional rustle of pages or muffled cough from the few patrons scattered about. As I shifted a particularly heavy shelf, my hand brushed against something behind it. Curious, I peered into the gap and saw the edge of what looked like a curtain. My heart quickened as I pulled the shelf further out, revealing a hidden alcove I'd never known existed. The space was small, barely big enough for a person to stand in. But it was the contents that made my breath catch in my throat. Shelves lined the walls, packed with books unlike any I'd seen before. Their spines were unmarked, bound in cracked leather that seemed to absorb the light. I reached for the nearest one, my fingers trembling slightly as I pulled it from the shelf. That's when I found the first prediction, the one about darkness descending on our town. I told myself it was just a coincidence, a vague prophecy that could apply to anything. But as I flipped through more pages, my disbelief turned to horror. The book detailed events in Millbrook's history with uncanny accuracy, fires, floods, scandals that had rocked our small community. But it didn't stop at the present. It continued on, describing future events with the same matter-of-fact tone. I spent hours in that alcove, poring over the books, my mind reeling with each new revelation. By the time I emerged, the library was closed, darkness pressing against the windows. I locked up mechanically, my thoughts still trapped in that hidden room. That night, I barely slept. The words from the books swirled in my head, prophecies of doom mingling with mundane predictions about weather and local elections. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was all an elaborate hoax. But deep down, a part of me knew these books held power, knowledge that no one should possess. The next morning, I arrived at the library early, determined to make sense of what I'd discovered. As I unlocked the front door, a gust of wind nearly knocked me off my feet. Dark clouds roiled overhead just as the book had predicted. A chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran through me. Throughout the day, I found myself checking the news obsessively, waiting for the darkness the book had mentioned. But nothing out of the ordinary happened. People came and went from the library, oblivious to the turmoil in my mind. It wasn't until I was closing up that night that it happened. As I was ushering the last few patrons out, a commotion erupted outside. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder by the second. Through the library's large front windows, I saw people running down the street, panic etched on their faces. My heart pounding, I stepped outside. The air was thick with smoke, and in the distance, I could see an orange glow lighting up the sky. Fire, a big one, by the looks of it. "It's the old mill," someone shouted as they ran past. "The whole thing's gone up." The old mill. My blood ran cold as I remembered another passage from the book. The forgotten bones of our town's industry shall be cleansed by fire, revealing secrets long buried. I stood there, frozen, as chaos erupted around me. People were evacuating nearby buildings, fire trucks screamed past, and all I could think about were those books, hidden away in the library. Books that had known this was coming. In the days that followed, The fire at the mill was all anyone could talk about. As the book had predicted, the blaze revealed things long hidden, evidence of toxic waste dumping that had occurred decades ago. The scandal rocked our small town, leading to arrests and a flurry of legal action. I kept silent about the books, watching in growing horror as prediction after prediction came true. Small things at first, a surprise win in the mayoral race, an unusually harsh winter. But as time went on, the events grew more significant, more ominous. I became obsessed, spending every free moment in that hidden alcove, trying to decipher the cryptic writings. I started keeping a journal, documenting each fulfilled prophecy. My friends noticed the change in me, the dark circles under my eyes, the way I jumped at every unexpected noise. But how could I explain? Who would believe me? Months passed, and the weight of knowledge pressed down on me like a physical thing. I found myself looking at my neighbors differently, wondering if they were mentioned in the book's dark future. Would they be victims? Perpetrators? The lines began to blur. Then came the day I read about my own death. It was hidden in a passage about a guardian of knowledge and who would now pay the ultimate price for her curiosity. The date listed was just 2 weeks away. I felt the world tilt around me, the words swimming on the page as panic clawed at my throat. That night, as I lay awake in bed, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if the books weren't just predicting the future? What if they were shaping it? The idea took root, growing like a poisonous vine in my mind. I thought of all the tragedies I'd read about, all the suffering to come, and I knew what I had to do. The next night, I broke into the library. The hidden alcove seemed to be waiting for me, the air inside thick and expectant. I pulled the books from the shelves, piling them in the center of the room. My hands shook as I poured accelerant over them, the fumes making my eyes water. I hesitated, lighter in hand. Was I really going to do this? Destroy centuries of knowledge? But then I thought of the fire at the mill, of all the other predictions yet to come true, of my own impending doom. With a flick of my thumb, I lit the lighter and tossed it onto the pile. The flames caught quickly, hungrily devouring the ancient pages. I watched, mesmerized, as the books curled and blackened. Smoke filled the small space, acrid and thick. I knew I should leave, but I couldn't tear myself away. These books had consumed my life for months. It felt fitting that I should see their end. As the fire grew, I began to feel lightheaded. The smoke was too thick, the heat too intense. I turned to leave, but found myself disoriented. Which way was the exit? The flames were everywhere now, dancing at the edges of my vision. I stumbled, coughing, my lungs burning. In that moment, as consciousness began to slip away, a terrible clarity came over me. The books had predicted this too, the guardian of knowledge, paying the ultimate price. In trying to change the future, I had fulfilled it. As darkness closed in, my last thought was of the library, of all the stories held within its walls, stories of hope, of love, of human perseverance. And I realized too late that in my fear of the dark predictions, I had forgotten about all the light that existed alongside them. They found my body the next morning, amidst the charred remains of the hidden alcove. The fire had been contained, thanks to the library's sprinkler system, but the books and their terrible secrets were gone. In the aftermath, as the town mourned and speculated, no one knew the full truth of what had happened that night. No one knew about the books that had predicted it all, and perhaps that was for the best. Some knowledge, I learned too late, is too dangerous to possess. But sometimes, in the quiet corners of the rebuilt library, patrons swear they can smell smoke, can hear the whisper of pages turning when no one's there. And in those moments, I wonder, did I really destroy all the books? Or are there more out there waiting to be discovered, waiting to reveal the dark futures yet to come? The first scream pierced the wilderness like a knife, echoing off the ancient trees and sending a flock of startled birds into the darkening sky. I froze mid-step, my hiking boot hovering above a gnarled root, as the sound faded into an eerie silence. For a moment, I convinced myself it was just an animal, a fox or a mountain lion, but deep down, I knew. That scream was human, and it was filled with terror. I'm Alex, and I've been hiking solo through national parks for years. It's my escape, my way of reconnecting with nature and disconnecting from the chaos of everyday life. This trip to Redwood National Park was supposed to be no different. Just me, my backpack, and miles of towering trees. But as I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, I realized this journey was about to take a dark turn. The smart thing would have been to turn around, to head back to the main trail and alert the park rangers. But curiosity, or maybe something darker, propelled me forward. I veered off the marked path, pushing through dense underbrush, drawn by an urge I couldn't explain. As I pressed deeper into the forest, the light dimmed. The massive redwoods blocked out the setting sun, creating a twilight world of shadows and whispers. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and unfamiliar. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to warp in the depths of the forest. But suddenly, I emerged into a small clearing and stopped dead in my tracks. In the center stood a crude altar, fashioned from twisted branches and adorned with objects that made my stomach churn: bones, feathers, and things I couldn't or didn't want to identify. Around the altar, a group of figures moved in a slow, rhythmic dance. They wore dark robes that seemed to absorb the little light that filtered through the canopy. Their faces were obscured by hoods, but I could hear their low, guttural chanting. I dropped to my knees behind a fallen log, my heart hammering so loudly I was sure they would hear it. This was wrong. This was so wrong. I fumbled for my phone, desperate to call for help, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. I was miles from civilization, witnessing something that shouldn't exist outside of horror movies. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I noticed a figure lying on the altar. My blood ran cold as I realized it was a person, alive, but bound and struggling weakly against their restraints. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied, and one of the robed figures stepped forward, raising a curved blade that glinted dully in the fading light. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just watch this happen. But what could one hiker do against a group of knife-wielding cultists? As I wrestled with my conscience, a twig snapped under my foot. The sound was like a gunshot in the unnatural quiet of the clearing. The chanting stopped abruptly, as the robed figures turned towards my hiding place. I held my breath, pressing myself into the damp earth, praying they hadn't seen me. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then a voice, raspy and cold, broke the silence. "We have an uninvited guest. Brothers and sisters, how fortunate. The old ones always provide." A thrill of terror shot through me. I scrambled to my feet, all thoughts of stealth forgotten, and plunged back into the forest. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the crashing of undergrowth as the cultists gave chase. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. The forest that had seemed so peaceful just hours ago was now a maze of shadows and hidden dangers. Every tree looked the same, every path leading deeper into darkness. The voices behind me grew closer. They knew these woods. I realized with growing dread. This was their territory, and I was just a lost, stumbling intruder. A branch caught my backpack, yanking me off balance. I shrugged out of the straps, abandoning my supplies. Better to lose my gear than my life. As I ran, my mind raced through options. Did I have a chance of outrunning them until I reached the main trail? Could I find a hiding spot and wait them out? Or was I just delaying the inevitable? A flicker of light through the trees caught my eye. Fire. For a moment, hope surged through me. Campers, maybe, or even park rangers. But as I changed course towards the light, a horrible realization dawned. I had somehow run in a circle. ending up back near the clearing with the altar. I skidded to a stop at the edge of the firelight. The cultists had returned to their ceremony, but now they moved with an urgency that sent chills down my spine. The figure on the altar was thrashing wildly, their muffled screams barely audible over the frenzied chanting. I knew I should run, should use this chance to put as much distance between myself and this nightmare as possible, but the thought of leaving that person to die gnawed at me. I had to do something, even if it was stupid and reckless. Looking around desperately, I spotted a hefty branch lying nearby. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was better than nothing. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the branch and charged into the clearing, screaming at the top of my lungs. The element of surprise worked in my favor. The cultists scattered, momentarily stunned by my sudden appearance. I raced to the altar, my makeshift club swinging wildly. I managed to connect with one robed figure, sending them sprawling. I reached the altar and began tugging at the ropes binding the victim. Up close, I could see it was a young woman, her eyes wide with terror and confusion. "I'm going to get you out of here," I gasped, my fingers fumbling with the knots. But my advantage was short-lived. A hand grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. I found myself face to face with one of the cultists, his hood thrown back to reveal a face contorted with rage. "Fool," he snarled. "You cannot stop what has been set in motion." I swung my branch, but he caught it easily, wrenching it from my grasp. As he raised it to strike, a piercing whistle cut through the air. The cultist froze, his head snapping towards the sound. "This is the park service. Everyone stay where you are." Relief flooded through me as flashlight beams cut through the darkness. Park rangers poured into the clearing, their shouts filling the air. The cultists broke ranks, fleeing into the woods, but the rangers were prepared. I watched in a daze as several were tackled and handcuffed. A ranger approached me, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right, sir? Are you injured?" I shook my head, still struggling to process what had happened. "I'm okay, but she needs help," I said, gesturing to the woman on the altar. As the ranger moved to free her, I sank to the ground, my legs finally giving out. The next few hours passed in a blur. I gave my statement to the rangers and local police, trying to describe what I'd seen without sounding completely insane. They assured me that they'd been tracking this cult for weeks, following reports of missing hikers and strange sightings in the park. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the clearing, I sat wrapped in a shock blanket, watching as forensics teams combed the area. The altar and other evidence were photographed and carefully removed. It all seemed surreal, like a dream I couldn't quite shake off. The young woman I'd tried to save was taken to a hospital. Before leaving, she gripped my hand tightly. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "If you hadn't come..." She trailed off, her eyes filling with tears. I nodded, unable to find words. In the days and weeks that followed, I gave more statements, attended identification comparison lineups, and tried to piece my life back together. The story made national news. Hiker uncovers deadly cult in national park. But the headlines couldn't capture the terror of that night, the primal fear that still jolted me awake in the dead of night. I've been asked if I'll ever go hiking again, if I've sworn off solo trips into the wilderness. The truth is, I don't know. The forest that once felt like a sanctuary now holds shadows I can't unsee. But there's a part of me that refuses to let them win, to let them taint the natural world with their darkness. Sometimes, when the memories threaten to overwhelm me, I think of that young woman. I think of how close she came to becoming another missing hiker, another unsolved mystery. And I realize that as much as I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, I was also exactly where I needed to be. The cult members who were caught are facing trial. Some are cooperating with authorities, revealing the extent of their activities, but others remain silent, their eyes holding secrets that make me shudder. I know there are more out there, more hidden altars, more dark ceremonies taking place in the shadows of our wilderness. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I'll ever truly escape that night in the forest. If a part of me will always be there, running through the endless trees, pursued by hooded figures and the echoes of inhuman chants. But then I look out my window, at the trees swaying in the breeze, at the birds soaring overhead, and I remember why I fell in love with nature in the first place. It's vast and wild and, yes, sometimes dangerous. But it's also beautiful and vital and worth protecting. So maybe, just maybe, I'll lace up my hiking boots again someday. But next time, I think I'll stick to the marked trails. Some parts of the wilderness, I've learned, are better left unexplored. The scream of the ambulance siren faded into the howling wind as I navigated the icy roads, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The address glowing on my GPS was unfamiliar, a lonely dot on the outskirts of town. As the snow swirled in my headlights, obscuring the world beyond, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the sub-zero temperature. Something about this call felt different. Wrong. I'm Jake Holloway, paramedic for Millbrook Emergency Services. 10 years on the job, and I thought I'd seen it all. But nothing could have prepared me for what awaited me on that frigid winter night. The storm had been raging for hours, turning our small town into a ghostly landscape of white. Most people were hunkered down at home, waiting out the blizzard. But duty called, and when the emergency alert came through about a possible heart attack at a remote address, my partner Charlie and I loaded up the ambulance and headed out into the maelstrom. As we left the familiar streets behind, the world seemed to close in around us. The headlights barely penetrated the wall of white, and the wind buffeted the ambulance, threatening to push us off the narrow road. Charlie, usually a chatterbox, had fallen silent, his eyes fixed on the GPS as if willing it to guide us safely to our destination. "And this can't be right," I muttered as we turned onto what was little more than a dirt track, now buried under inches of snow. "Who lives all the way out here?" Charlie shrugged, his face pale in the glow of the dashboard lights. "Dispatcher said it was an old man, probably some hermit who likes his privacy." I nodded, but the uneasy feeling in my gut only intensified. We were miles from the nearest neighbor, from any help if things went south. But there was no turning back now. Someone needed us, and it was our job to be there. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, a structure loomed out of the darkness. It was a house, if you could call it that, more like a ramshackle cabin that looked like it might collapse under the weight of the snow on its roof. A single light flickered in a downstairs window, the only sign of life in this desolate place. I parked as close to the front door as I dared, not wanting to get stuck in the deep snow. As we grabbed our gear and stepped out into the howling wind, the cold hit me like a physical blow, stealing my breath away. The snow was nearly up to my knees, and each step was a struggle as we made our way to the porch. The wood creaked ominously under our weight as I raised my hand to knock. Before my knuckles could make contact, the door swung open with a groan that seemed to echo in the stillness. An old man stood there, hunched and frail-looking, his rheumy eyes peering up at us from a face etched with deep lines. "Took you long enough," he grumbled, his voice barely audible over the wind. Come in, come in. He's upstairs." Charlie and I exchanged a glance. "Sir," I said, raising my voice to be heard, "we received a call about a possible heart attack. Are you all right?" The old man waved a gnarled hand dismissively. "Not me, you fool. My brother. He's the one who needs help. Hurry up now. He doesn't have much time." Alarm bells were ringing in my head, but I pushed them aside. We had a job to do. I nodded to Charlie, and we followed the old man into the house, dragging our equipment behind us. The interior was dimly lit and cluttered, every surface covered with stacks of newspapers, old books, and items I couldn't identify in the gloom. The air was thick with the musty smell of neglect and something else, something metallic and unsettling. "Up here," the old man called, already halfway up a narrow staircase. We followed, our boots leaving wet prints on the worn steps. The upper floor was even darker than the first, the only light coming from a single bare bulb swinging gently from the ceiling. The old man led us to a closed door at the end of the hallway. "In there," he said, gesturing with a trembling hand. "Please, help him." I reached for the doorknob, but Charlie's hand on my arm stopped me. His face was pale, his eyes wide. "Jake," he whispered, "something's not right here. We should call for backup." I hesitated. Charlie was right. Every instinct was screaming at me to turn around, to get out of this house and never look back. But I could hear labored breathing coming from behind the door. Someone was in there, someone who might need our help. "We can't leave," I said firmly. "Not if there's a chance we can save a life." Before Charlie could protest further, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The smell hit me first, a coppery tang that made my stomach lurch. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I fumbled for my flashlight. The beam illuminated a scene that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds, maybe thousands of them, overlapping and haphazardly pinned up. But these weren't family snapshots or vacation memories. These were images of death, crime scene photos, autopsy shots, pictures of accidents and murders and things too gruesome to comprehend. In the center of the room, on a bed that looked like it hadn't been changed in years, lay a figure. For a moment, I thought it was another corpse, captured in one of those terrible photographs. But then I saw the chest rise and fall with shallow breaths. "Oh God," Charlie whispered behind me. I heard the thud of our medical bags hitting the floor, followed by the sound of retching. I forced myself to move closer to the bed, my training kicking in despite the horror surrounding me. The man on the bed was ancient, his skin like parchment stretched over bone. His eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Sir?" I said, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. "Can you hear me? We're here to help." There was no response, no indication that he was aware of our presence. I reached for his wrist, feeling for a pulse. It was there, but weak and thready. "Charlie," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need you to pull it together. We have a patient here." But Charlie wasn't listening. He was staring at the walls, his face a mask of terror. "Jake," he said, his voice cracking, "look at the dates on these photos." I glanced at the nearest image, a gruesome shot of a car accident. The date stamp in the corner made my blood run cold. It was tomorrow's date. As the implications of what I was seeing sank in, a low chuckle came from the doorway. The old man who had let us in was standing there, a smile on his face that sent shivers down my spine. "You boys sure took your time getting here," he said, his voice suddenly stronger, more menacing. "But that's all right. You're right on schedule." I opened my mouth to speak, to demand answers, but no words came out. The room seemed to spin around me as I realized the terrible truth. We weren't here to save anyone. We were here to become part of this macabre collection. The old man's smile widened, revealing teeth that were unnaturally sharp. "Don't worry," he said, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. "Your pictures will look lovely on the wall." What happened next is a blur in my memory. There was a struggle, desperate and frantic. I remember the flash of a blade, Charlie's scream cut short, the taste of blood in my mouth. Somehow, through sheer adrenaline and blind luck, I managed to fight my way past the old man and down the stairs. I burst out of the house into the raging storm, not daring to look back. The wind tore at me as I stumbled through the deep snow, my only thought to get as far away from that house of horrors as possible. I don't know how long I ran, or how I managed to find my way back to civilization. The next clear memory I have is of sitting in the back of a police cruiser, a blanket around my shoulders, trying to explain to skeptical officers what I had seen. They found the house, eventually, but it was empty. No old men, no room full of photographs, no sign of Charlie, just an abandoned cabin slowly being reclaimed by the forest. The official report chalked it up to hallucinations brought on by stress and the extreme weather conditions. Charlie was listed as missing, presumed dead in the blizzard, but I know what I saw. I know what was in that room. Sometimes, Late at night when the wind howls outside my window, I think I can hear Charlie's voice calling for help. And I wonder, with a dread that chills me to my core, if somewhere out there, in a room full of death, there's a photograph of me with tomorrow's date. I don't work as a paramedic anymore. I can't bring myself to answer those late night calls, to drive down dark and lonely roads. But I keep a scanner in my room, always listening. And every time I hear about a call to a remote address, and every time the storm winds pick up, I say a silent prayer for those brave souls heading out into the night, because I know what's waiting for them in the darkness. And I know that sometimes the real monsters aren't the ones in the stories. They're the ones waiting behind closed doors, with smiles like knives and rooms full of stolen souls. The first message appeared on my phone at 2:17 a.m., jolting me from a fitful sleep. "We know what you did last summer." I blinked at the screen, confusion giving way to a creeping sense of dread. It wasn't the words themselves that chilled me to the bone, but the fact that they were followed by a detailed itinerary of my business trip from the previous year, information that should have been known only to me and my company's travel department. I'm Sarah Chen, a senior account executive for a multinational tech firm. My job involves frequent travel, staying in upscale hotels, and maintaining a polished, professional image. But in that moment, staring at my phone in the dark of my hotel room, I felt exposed, vulnerable, and utterly alone. The Grandview Hotel had seemed like any other high-end establishment when I checked in earlier that evening. Marble floors, crystal chandeliers, staff with plastered-on smiles, the usual trappings of luxury that had long since lost their luster for me. I had barely paid attention during check-in, my mind already on the big presentation I had scheduled for the next day. Now, as I sat up in bed, the opulence of the room felt oppressive. The heavy curtains, drawn against the city lights outside, seemed to press in on me. I fumbled for the bedside lamp, needing to dispel the shadows that suddenly seemed full of lurking threats. With shaking hands, I tried to trace the number that had sent the message, but it came up as unknown. I considered calling hotel security but hesitated. What would I say? That I'd received a creepy text? They'd probably dismiss it as a prank. As I debated what to do, another message flashed across my screen. "Look outside your window." My heart leaped into my throat. I wanted to ignore it, to convince myself it was just a coincidence, a sick joke. But my body moved of its own accord, drawn to the window like a moth to flame. With trembling fingers, I parted the curtains just enough to peer out. At first, I saw nothing but the glittering cityscape, 15 floors below. Then, movement caught my eye. In the building across the street, a figure stood at a window, directly facing my room. Even from this distance, I could see they were holding up a phone, its screen glowing in the darkness. I let the curtain fall back into place, my mind reeling. This wasn't just a digital breach. Someone was physically watching me. The reality of the situation crashed over me like a wave, leaving me gasping for air. I grabbed my laptop, desperate to find out how much of my personal information had been compromised. As soon as I opened it, I knew something was wrong. Files I didn't recognize cluttered the desktop, and my browser history showed searches I had never made. A notification popped up, an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line read, "Your secrets are ours now." With a sense of impending doom, I opened the email. Attached were dozens of files, copies of my emails, photos from my phone, even scans of personal documents I kept in a locked drawer at home. The message itself was brief. "We own you, Sarah. Do exactly as we say, or everyone will know everything." Panic clawed at my throat. How had they gotten all this? My mind raced through possibilities. A hacked Wi-Fi network, a compromised company server, spyware on my devices. But the level of access they had went beyond simple digital theft. This felt personal, targeted. I needed help. But who could I trust? Calling the police seemed futile. By the time they arrived, any evidence could be erased. My company's IT department, they'd probably just lock me out of the system, seeing me as a security risk. I felt paralyzed, trapped in a nightmare of ones and zeros. A soft knock at the door made me jump, a small scream escaping my lips. "Miss Chen?" A voice called. "This is hotel security. We've received some concerns about activity in your room. May we come in?" For a moment, relief flooded through me. Someone had noticed something was wrong. Help was here. But as I moved towards the door, my phone buzzed again. "Don't let them in. They're not who they say they are." I froze, my hand halfway to the door handle. How did they know someone was at my door? Were they watching me right now? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. "Ms. Chen," the voice called again, more insistent this time. "We need you to open the door." I pressed my eye to the peephole. Two men in hotel security uniforms stood outside, their faces impassive. Everything looked normal, but the warning on my phone made me hesitate. "I'm fine," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "There's no problem here." "Ma'am, we have reports of unauthorized access to the hotel's systems originating from your room. We need to investigate immediately." My blood ran cold. They knew about the hacking, but were they really here to help? Or were they part of whatever sick game was being played? I backed away from the door, my mind racing. "I'm calling my company's security team," I said, loud enough for them to hear. "They'll coordinate with you directly." There was a pause, then the sound of a key card being swiped. The lock disengaged with a click. Panic surged through me as I realized they were coming in whether I wanted them to or not. I grabbed my phone and laptop, ducking into the bathroom and locking the door just as I heard the room's main door open. Heart pounding, I turned on the shower to mask any noise and frantically typed a message to my company's emergency contact. "Help, Grandview Hotel, room 1506, security breach. Don't trust hotel staff." I hit send, praying it would reach someone who could help. Outside, I could hear the men moving around the room, their voices low and urgent. "She's not here. Check the balcony. I'll take the bathroom." A heavy knock on the bathroom door made me jump. "Miss Chen, we know you're in there. Please come out. We're here to help." I stayed silent, my eyes darting around the small space, looking for any means of escape. The tiny window was barely big enough to fit my arm through, let alone my whole body. I was trapped. The knocking became more insistent. "Ms. Chen, we're coming in. Stand back from the door." I heard the sound of a key card again, and realized with horror that even the bathroom lock wouldn't keep them out. In desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I turned off the lights and climbed into the bathtub, pulling the shower curtain closed. The door opened with a bang. Footsteps entered, pausing just inside. I held my breath, trying to make myself as small as possible. "Damn it," a voice muttered. Where the hell did she go? More footsteps, coming closer to the tub. I could see a shadow through the curtain, looming larger. A hand grasped the edge of the curtain, and I knew I was out of options. Just then, a commotion erupted from the main room. New voices, shouting orders. The man in the bathroom swore under his breath and rushed out. I stayed frozen in place, unsure what was happening. Had my message gotten through? Or was this just another part of the nightmare? "Ms. Chen," a new voice called out. "This is Agent Reeves with the FBI. You're safe now. You can come out." Cautiously, I peeked around the shower curtain. A woman in a dark suit stood in the doorway, her badge clearly visible. Behind her, I could see more agents securing the room. As I stepped out of the tub on shaky legs, the full impact of what had happened hit me. I had been targeted, my privacy invaded, my sense of security shattered. And for what? What did they want from me? Over the next few hours, as I answered questions and gave statements, the pieces began to fall into place. The hotel's systems had indeed been breached, but not by me. A sophisticated hacking group had been using the Grandview as a base of operations, targeting high-level executives and government officials who stayed there. I had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. My own devices compromised as soon as I connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi. The security guards were part of the hacking team, sent to eliminate the evidence and me when they realized their operation had been discovered. As dawn broke over the city, I sat in a secure room at the local FBI office, clutching a cup of coffee that had long since gone cold. Agent Reeves sat across from me, her face sympathetic but professional. "Ms. Chen, I know this has been a traumatic experience," she said, "but I need you to understand this isn't over. The people behind this are still out there, and they have your information. We'll do everything we can to protect you, but your life is going to change." I nodded numbly, the reality of the situation sinking in. My sense of privacy, of control over my own life, had been shattered. How could I ever feel safe again, knowing that strangers had access to my most personal information? As I left the FBI office, stepping into a world that suddenly seemed full of hidden threats, I realized that the real horror wasn't the physical danger I had faced. It was the knowledge that in our hyper-connected world, our lives are more exposed than we ever realize. And sometimes, the monsters aren't hiding under the bed or in dark alleys. They're hiding in the shadows of the digital world, waiting to turn our own information against us. I checked into a new hotel that night, under an assumed name, but as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, someone was watching, waiting for the right moment to strike again. In the digital age, true privacy might just be an illusion, and none of us are as safe as we think we are. The mud squelched beneath our tires, a sound that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. As our car sank deeper into the mire, I could feel Lisa's eyes on me, silently asking the question we were both too afraid to voice aloud. What have we gotten ourselves into? It was supposed to be a simple shortcut, a way to shave an hour off our drive back to the city after a weekend getaway in the countryside. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in ominous shades of red and purple, I realized that our little detour had become something far more sinister. I'm Jack, and my girlfriend Lisa and I had been dating for about a year. We both worked high-stress jobs in finance, and this weekend trip was meant to be a chance to unwind, to reconnect away from the constant buzz of emails and phone calls. Now, as I stared at the mud-caked wheels of our sedan, I would have given anything to be back in my cramped office cubicle. "Maybe we should try rocking it back and forth," Lisa suggested, her voice tight with barely contained panic. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I put the car in reverse, then drive, then reverse again. The engine whined in protest, but we didn't move an inch. After 10 minutes of futile attempts, I slumped back in my seat, defeat washing over me. We were well and truly stuck. "I'll try calling for a tow truck," Lisa said, pulling out her phone. Her face fell almost immediately. No signal, of course. I peered out the windshield, trying to get my bearings. The dirt road we turned onto stretched out before us, disappearing into a thick forest. Behind us, it curved around a hill, obscuring the way we'd come. We hadn't passed any houses or signs of civilization for at least 20 minutes before getting stuck. "We can't stay here all night," I said, more to fill the silence than anything else. "I guess I'll have to walk back, see if I can find help." Lisa's hand shot out, gripping my arm. "You can't go out there alone. We don't even know where we are." She was right, of course. The thought of wandering those dark woods alone sent a chill down my spine. But what choice did we have? Before I could respond, a flicker of light caught my eye. Headlights, coming around the bend behind us. Relief flooded through me. "See? Someone's coming. We'll be out of here in no time." But as the vehicle drew closer, that relief curdled into unease. It was an old pickup truck, its once white paint now a patchwork of rust and mud. It slowed as it approached, coming to a stop a few yards behind us. Two men got out, both wearing worn overalls and boots caked with mud. The driver, A tall, lanky man with a scraggly beard approached my window. I rolled it down, trying to ignore the warning bells going off in my head. "You folks look like you could use some help," he said, his voice gravelly and thick with a local accent I couldn't quite place. "Yeah, we're stuck pretty good," I replied, forcing a smile. "Don't suppose you have a tow rope?" The man's companion, shorter and stockier but with the same unkempt appearance, let out a wheezing laugh. "Tow rope won't do you no good here, city boy. That there's Dawson's mud, like quicksand it is. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink." I glanced at Lisa, seeing my own uncertainty reflected in her eyes. Something about these men set my teeth on edge, but they were the only help we were likely to find out here. "Is there a garage nearby?" I asked. "Or maybe we could use your phone to call for a tow truck." The tall man shook his head, a slow smile spreading across his face. It didn't reach his eyes. "Ain't no garages round here, and cell phones don't work in these parts. Too many hills, they say." He paused, seeming to consider something. "Tell you what, we can take you back to our place. Got a landline there, and my cousin Jeb's got a tractor. Might be able to pull you out come morning." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to refuse, to lock the doors and take our chances with the mud. But what choice did we have? We couldn't stay here all night, and wandering off into those woods would be suicide. I looked at Lisa, silently asking her opinion. She gave a small, hesitant nod. "That's very kind of you," I said, turning back to the man. "We'd really appreciate the help." His smile widened, revealing teeth stained yellow from tobacco. "Ain't no trouble at all. We take care of our own round here." The way he said it sent a shiver down my spine. We grabbed our phones and wallets, locking the car behind us. As we approached the pickup, I noticed for the first time that it had no license plate, just another detail that made my skin crawl. The inside of the truck smelled of stale cigarettes and something else, something metallic and unpleasant that I couldn't quite identify. Lisa pressed close to me in the cramped back seat, her hand finding mine and squeezing tight. As we bumped along the dark road, the tall man, who introduced himself as Cletus, kept up a steady stream of chatter. He talked about the area, about how folks round here didn't take kindly to outsiders, about how easy it was to get lost in these woods and never be found. "Yep, these parts can be mighty dangerous if you don't know your way around," he said, his eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. "Good thing you ran into us, eh?" I mumbled an agreement, my mouth dry. Every turn of the road took us deeper into the wilderness, further from any hope of rescue. I tried to keep track of our route, but in the darkness, every tree looked the same. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, we turned onto a narrow dirt track. The truck bounced and swayed, branches scraping against the windows. Finally, we emerged into a clearing. The house, if you could call it that, looked like something out of a horror movie. A ramshackle two-story affair, its paint peeling and shutters hanging askew. A few outbuildings lurked in the shadows, their purposes unclear. The whole scene was illuminated by a single bare bulb hanging over the porch, casting everything in a sickly yellow glow. "Home sweet home," Cletus announced, killing the engine. As we got out of the truck, I noticed movement in one of the upstairs windows. A face peered out, pale and gaunt, before quickly disappearing behind a ragged curtain. Cletus must have noticed my gaze. "That's just Ma," he said. "Don't mind her. She ain't been right since Pa passed." He led us up the creaking porch steps, the boards groaning ominously beneath our feet. The front door opened before we reached it, revealing a woman who could have been Cletus's twin, right down to the tobacco-stained teeth. "Well now, what have we here?" she drawled, her eyes raking over us with undisguised curiosity. "City folk got themselves stuck in Dawson's mud," Cletus explained. "Thought we'd lend them a hand." The woman's smile didn't reach her eyes. "How neighborly of you, brother. Come on in then. I'm sure our guests are parched after their ordeal." The interior of the house was no better than the outside. Peeling wallpaper, stained carpets, and an overwhelming smell of mildew and something else, something that made my stomach churn. We were ushered into a cramped living room, the walls adorned with mounted animal heads in various states of decay. Lisa's grip on my hand tightened as we sat on a sagging couch, springs poking through the worn upholstery. "I'll fetch some tea," the woman said, disappearing into what I assumed was the kitchen. Cletus and his companion, who still hadn't spoken a word, remained standing, looming over us like sentinels. The silence stretched on, broken only by the ticking of an ancient clock on the mantelpiece. "So, about that phone," I began, but Cletus cut me off with a wave of his hand. "All in good time, city boy. First, we gotta make sure you're the right kind of folk." A chill ran down my spine. "The right kind of folk?" I echoed. Cletus's smile widened, revealing more of those yellowed teeth. "You see, we don't get many visitors around these parts. And when we do, well, let's just say we like to make sure they're compatible with our way of life." The woman returned, carrying a tray with 4 steaming mugs. The liquid inside was dark, almost black, and gave off an odor that made my eyes water. "Drink up," she said, thrusting mugs into our hands. "It's an old family recipe. Good for what ails you." I glanced at Lisa, seeing my own terror reflected in her eyes. We both knew, without a doubt, that whatever was in those mugs was not tea, and that if we drank it, our fate would be sealed. In that moment, as Cletus and his family watched us with hungry eyes, I realized the true horror of our situation. We weren't just lost in the backwoods. We had stumbled into a nightmare, one that had been carefully cultivated by generations of isolation and depravity. The clock ticked on, each second feeling like an eternity. I knew we had to act, had to find a way out of this. But surrounded by these people, in this house of horrors, any move felt like it could be our last. As I raised the mug to my lips, pretending to take a sip, my mind raced. How far were we from the main road? Could we outrun them in the dark? And even if we escaped this house, how would we ever find our way back to civilization? The tea's pungent aroma filled my nostrils, and I knew that our weekend getaway had turned into a fight for survival. In the depths of these dark woods, far from the comforts and safety of our normal lives, we were about to discover just how far we would go to stay alive. The binoculars felt unnaturally heavy in my hands as I watched the group of bird watchers trudge through the protected meadow, their boots crushing delicate wildflowers with each step. Something about their movements, their furtive glances, set my teeth on edge. In my 10 years as a park ranger at Great Basin National Park, I'd seen my fair share of overzealous nature enthusiasts. But this was different. These people weren't here for the birds. I'm Ranger Mike Hawkins, and what started as a routine patrol would soon plunge me into a nightmare that would shake my faith in humanity and challenge everything I thought I knew about the wilderness I'd sworn to protect. The day had dawned crisp and clear, the kind of autumn morning that reminded me why I'd chosen this life, away from the chaos of the city. I'd set out at first light, my pack filled with supplies for a day of trail maintenance and wildlife observation. The ancient bristlecone pines, some older than civilization itself, stood sentinel as I made my way through the familiar paths. It was mid-morning when I first spotted the group, 6 of them, decked out in expensive outdoor gear, carrying an assortment of cameras and what looked like scientific equipment. Nothing unusual there. We often had researchers and serious bird watchers in the park. But as I observed them from a distance, little details began to nag at me. Their bird watching seemed haphazard at best. They'd stop randomly, huddle together in intense discussion, then move on with a sense of purpose that had nothing to do with following bird calls. And the way they scanned the tree line, it was almost as if they were looking for something specific, something that definitely wasn't avian. Curiosity piqued. I decided to approach them. As I drew closer, their conversation became audible, and what I heard made me pause mid-step. "It has to be here somewhere," A tall man with wild graying hair was saying, "The ancient texts were clear. The nexus point is within this forest." "But we've been searching for days," a younger woman replied, frustration evident in her voice. "What if the texts were wrong? What if—" She cut off abruptly as they noticed my approach. In an instant, their demeanor changed. Forced smiles appeared, and the tall man stepped forward, hand outstretched. "Ah, Ranger, lovely morning, isn't it? We were just discussing the fascinating migratory patterns of the mountain bluebird. Have you seen any around lately?" The lie was smooth, practiced. I played along, making small talk about local wildlife while my mind raced. What were they really looking for? What ancient texts had led them here? As we chatted, I noticed other oddities. Their backpacks seemed unusually heavy for a day trip, and I caught glimpses of strange symbols etched onto their equipment. One woman kept fingering a pendant around her neck, a design I'd never seen before, all angles and swirls that hurt my eyes if I looked at it too long. I left them with a warning about staying on designated trails and protecting the delicate ecosystem. But as I walked away, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was very, very wrong here. Over the next few days, I kept a close eye on the group. They would venture out at dawn, return exhausted at dusk, only to pore over maps and ancient-looking books late into the night. I overheard fragments of conversations that made no sense. Talk of ley lines, cosmic convergences, and something they called the awakening. Other rangers noticed nothing amiss, laughing off my concerns. Just some New Age types communing with nature, they'd say. But I couldn't shake the feeling that these people posed a threat, not just to the park, but to something bigger. On the fourth night, I decided to follow them. I told myself it was to ensure they weren't damaging protected areas, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. I needed to know what they were really up to. I trailed them silently through the darkness, grateful for my years of experience navigating these woods. They moved with purpose, no longer bothering with the pretense of birdwatching. After an hour of hiking, they reached a small clearing I'd never seen before. What happened next would haunt my dreams for years to come. The group formed a circle in the center of the clearing. The tall man, clearly their leader, began to chant in a language I'd never heard before. The others joined in, their voices rising in an eerie harmony that seemed to make the very air vibrate. Suddenly, the ground at the center of their circle began to glow. A pale, sickly light seeped up from the earth, forming tendrils that wrapped around the chanters' legs. They showed no fear. If anything, their voices grew more fervent. I wanted to run, to radio for backup, to do anything but stand there watching. But I was rooted to the spot, my body refusing to obey my panicked mind. The chanting reached a fever pitch, and the light erupted into a pillar that shot into the night sky. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw something in that light. Shapes that didn't obey the laws of physics, eyes that belonged to no earthly creature. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The light vanished, plunging the clearing into darkness. The silence that followed was deafening. As my eyes readjusted, I saw the group sprawled on the ground, apparently unconscious. I should have gone to check on them, to call for medical help. Instead, I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I didn't stop until I reached my cabin, where I collapsed, gasping for breath, my mind reeling from what I'd witnessed. The next morning, I half convinced myself it had all been a nightmare. But when I went to check the clearing, I found evidence I couldn't ignore. The grass in a perfect circle was withered and black, as if burned by some intense heat. And at the center, half buried in the scorched earth, was a small object that made my blood run cold. A carved figurine of some creature that could not possibly exist in our world. I knew I had to report what I'd seen, but who would believe me? How could I explain the inexplicable without sounding like I'd lost my mind? As I stood there, wrestling with my decision, I heard a twig snap behind me. I whirled around to find the group's leader standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me with eyes that suddenly seemed too old, too knowing for a human face. "You saw, didn't you, Ranger?" he said, his voice carrying an undertone I couldn't quite place. "You witnessed the beginning." "The beginning of what?" I managed to ask, my mouth dry. His smile was both beatific and terrifying. "The awakening, of course. This world has slumbered for too long, ignorant of the greater realities that surround it. We are simply opening its eyes." I wanted to argue, to tell him he was insane. But the memory of that otherworldly light, of the shapes I'd glimpsed within it, stopped the words in my throat. "You have a choice to make, Ranger," he continued, taking a step closer. "You can try to stop us, futile as that would be, or you can join us. Help us usher in a new age of enlightenment." In that moment, I realized the true horror of the situation. It wasn't just about protecting the park anymore. These people, this awakening they spoke of, it threatened everything. The world as we knew it was in danger, and I was possibly the only one who knew. "I'll give you time to consider," the man said, turning to leave. "But not too much time. Events have been set in motion that cannot be undone. The choice is yours. Evolve with us, or be left behind in a world that will soon cease to exist as you know it." As he disappeared into the trees, I stood there, the weight of his words crushing down on me. I was just a park ranger, used to dealing with lost hikers and the occasional problem bear. How could I possibly hope to stop whatever madness these people had unleashed? But as I looked around at the ancient forest, at the mountains that had stood watch for millennia, I knew I had to try. This land, this world, was under my protection, and I would defend it, no matter the cost. I pulled out my radio, hesitating for just a moment before making the call that would change everything. "Base, this is Ranger Hawkins. We have a situation. I need to speak with the park superintendent and possibly federal authorities. It's about a threat to national security." As I waited for a response, my eyes were drawn back to the scorched circle. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw that sickly light flickering just beneath the surface of the earth, pulsing like a heartbeat. The forest suddenly felt alien, hostile. The awakening had begun, and I was the only one who knew. The only one who could stop it. God help us all. The first time I heard the voice crackling through the static, I thought I was losing my mind. It was 2:17 a.m., and I was alone in the radio station, queuing up another late-night track when suddenly, the music cut out. In its place, a raspy whisper filled the airwaves. "The bodies are buried beneath the old Carson place." I froze, my hand hovering over the control panel, as the voice continued. "You're the only one who can uncover the truth, Sarah. Don't let them silence you." My name is Sarah Mitchell, and I'm the night DJ at WBRK, a small-town radio station in the heart of Millbrook, population 5,342, or at least, that's what I thought I was. Little did I know that one cryptic message would plunge me into a world of long-buried secrets, turning my quiet life into a nightmare of conspiracy and danger. At first, I convinced myself it was just a prank. Some bored teenagers had probably hijacked our frequency for a laugh. But as the nights wore on, the messages kept coming, each one more detailed and disturbing than the last. They spoke of corrupt officials, of deals made in the shadows, of innocents who had disappeared over the years. I tried to ignore them, to focus on my job of playing music and reading weather reports. But the voice was persistent, and worse, it knew things about me. Personal things I'd never shared on air. It called me by name, mentioned my childhood dog, even described the birthmark on my left shoulder. After a week of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I confided in my boss, station manager Tom Grayson. I expected him to be concerned, to call in tech support or maybe even the police. Instead, his face went pale, and he laughed it off with a forced casualness that set alarm bells ringing in my head. Probably just some interference from a CB radio, he said, not meeting my eyes. I'll have someone look into it. In the meantime, maybe you should take a few days off. You look tired, Sarah. I didn't take the days off. Instead, I started digging. The voice had mentioned the Carson place, an old farmhouse on the outskirts of town that had been abandoned for decades. On my next day off, I drove out there, telling myself I was crazy for following the lead of some disembodied voice. The Carson place was exactly as I remembered it from childhood dares and ghost stories. A dilapidated two-story farmhouse, its paint peeling and windows boarded up. As I stood there, staring at the overgrown yard, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the autumn wind. I was about to leave when I noticed something odd, fresh tire tracks leading around to the back of the house. Someone had been here recently, and they hadn't used the old driveway. Heart pounding, I followed the tracks. They led to a patch of ground behind the barn that looked recently disturbed. Without really thinking about what I was doing, I started to dig with my bare hands. I had barely broken the surface when a voice behind me made me jump out of my skin. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Miss Mitchell. I whirled around to find Sheriff Dawson standing there, his hand resting casually on his holstered gun. I had known Earl Dawson my whole life. He'd been sheriff since before I was born. But in that moment, looking into his cold eyes, I felt like I was seeing him for the first time. Just, looking for my dog, I stammered, knowing how ridiculous it sounded even as the words left my mouth. I thought I saw him run back here. The sheriff's smile didn't reach his eyes. Funny. I didn't know you had a dog. Why don't you come on down to the station with me? We need to have a little chat about trespassing and other things. I knew in that moment that if I got into his car, I might never be seen again. So I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, crashing through the overgrown fields, branches whipping my face. I could hear the sheriff shouting behind me, but I didn't look back. Somehow, I made it to my car and peeled out of there, gravel spraying behind me. In my rearview mirror, I saw the sheriff emerge from the fields, talking urgently into his radio. I drove aimlessly for hours, my mind reeling. What had I stumbled into? What was buried on that farm, and who was trying to tell me about it? When I finally felt safe enough to stop, I pulled into a rest area and tried to think. I couldn't go home. That would be the first place they'd look. I couldn't go to the police if the sheriff was involved. Who knew how deep this went? As if in answer to my silent questions, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Booth 3 at Denny's. 1 hour. Come alone if you want answers. Every instinct told me not to go, that this was how people ended up dead in ditches. But I was in too deep now. I needed to know the truth. An hour later, I sat in a vinyl booth at Denny's, my hands wrapped around a lukewarm cup of coffee, trying not to look as terrified as I felt. The door chimed, and an old man shuffled in. He looked like any other retiree you'd see in a small town, but when his eyes met mine, I knew he was the one I was waiting for. He slid into the booth across from me without a word, his roomy eyes darting around the nearly empty restaurant. "You're the voice on the radio," I said. It wasn't a question. He nodded, a sad smile creasing his weathered face. "Name's Frank. I used to work for the station back in the 70s, before everything changed." Over the next hour, Frank unraveled a tale so outlandish I would have laughed if I hadn't seen the deadly seriousness in his eyes. He spoke of a town built on secrets, of a cabal of powerful men who had been running things from the shadows for decades. The radio station, he said, was at the heart of it all. "WBRK isn't just a radio station," Frank explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's a cover. The real signal, the one that matters, is broadcast on a frequency nobody's supposed to know about. They use it to communicate, to coordinate their activities." "What activities?" I asked, dreading the answer. Frank's eyes grew distant. "Bad things, Sarah. Things that would make your skin crawl. People who asked too many questions, who threatened to expose the truth. They had a way of disappearing. And the Carson place. That's where they ended up. I felt sick. But why tell me? Why now? Because you're different, Frank said, reaching across the table to grasp my hand. You've got the gift. You can hear the real signal, the one they think is secure. That's why I've been reaching out to you. You're our only hope of exposing them, of ending this once and for all. Before I could ask any more questions, Frank stiffened, his eyes focused on something over my shoulder, and his face drained of color. They're here, he hissed. Run. Don't trust anyone. And whatever you do, don't stop broadcasting. With surprising agility for a man his age, Frank slid out of the booth and hurried towards the back of the restaurant. I turned to see what had spooked him and saw Tom Grayson, my boss, entering the Denny's with two men I didn't recognize. Their eyes locked onto me, and I knew with chilling certainty that they weren't here for the Grand Slam breakfast. I slipped out the side door, my mind racing. Frank's words echoed in my head. Don't stop broadcasting. But how? They would be watching the station. Then it hit me, the old pirate radio setup in my garage, a relic from my rebellious teenage years. As I drove home, taking a circuitous route to shake any tails, I formulated a plan. I would use the pirate radio to broadcast everything I knew, to blow this whole conspiracy wide open. It was probably suicide, but I couldn't stay silent. Not anymore. I spent the next 48 hours in a fever of activity, gathering evidence, recording my story, and preparing for the broadcast that would change everything. I slept in short bursts, jumping at every sound, half expecting to see shadowy figures breaking down my door. Finally, as the sun set on the second day, I was ready. With shaking hands, I powered up the old transmitter. Static filled the air, and then my voice crackled through the speakers. This is Sarah Mitchell, and I'm here to tell you the truth about Millbrook. Everything you thought you knew is a lie. I spoke for hours, laying out every detail Frank had told me, every scrap of evidence I'd uncovered. I named names, exposed decades of corruption and violence. As I talked, I could almost feel the town waking up, the truth spreading like wildfire. I was so focused on my broadcast that I almost missed the sound of approaching sirens. They were coming for me. The men behind the conspiracy, their facades of respectability stripped away by my words, but it was too late for them to stop it. The truth was out there now, spreading across the airwaves, impossible to contain. As I heard the screech of tires in my driveway, I allowed myself a small, grim smile. Whatever happened next, Millbrook would never be the same. The dark secrets hidden beneath its quaint small-town exterior had been dragged into the light. And me, I was just the messenger, the unlikely hero who had given voice to the whispers and the static. The door burst open, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. But I kept talking, my voice steady now. Because in that moment, I wasn't just Sarah Mitchell, small-town DJ. I was the voice of truth, the breaker of silence, and no matter what they did to me, that voice would never be silenced again. The flames danced hypnotically, casting long shadows across the beach. We laughed and shared stories, our voices mingling with the crash of waves. It was supposed to be the perfect end to a perfect summer. None of us could have imagined that beyond the circle of firelight, hidden in the dunes, a sinister plot was unfolding, one that would shatter our innocence and plunge us into a nightmare we never saw coming. I'm Jake, and this is the story of how a simple beach bonfire turned into a night of terror that would haunt us for years to come. There were 5 of us gathered around the fire that night. Me, my girlfriend Amber, our best friends Mike and Sarah's younger brother Tim. We'd all grown up together in this sleepy coastal town, and now, on the cusp of leaving for college, we wanted one last hurrah before life scattered us to the winds. The night started innocently enough. We roasted marshmallows, shared beers smuggled from our parents' fridges, and reminisced about childhood adventures. The mood was bittersweet, excitement for the future tinged with nostalgia for the past we were leaving behind. It was around midnight when things took a turn. Tim, always the restless one, decided to go for a walk along the shoreline. We barely noticed him leave, caught up in our own conversations, but when he came running back 15 minutes later, his face pale and eyes wide with fear, we knew something was wrong. "Guys," he gasped, out of breath. "You have to come see this. There are people in the dunes. They're doing something weird." We exchanged glances, unsure whether to take him seriously. Tim had a reputation for pranks and wild stories, but there was something in his voice, a tremor of genuine fear, that made us pause. "What kind of weird?" Mike asked, always the skeptic. Tim shook his head. "I don't know, man. They were all dressed in black, huddled together. I think I saw weapons. It looked like they were planning something." A chill ran down my spine, and it had nothing to do with the ocean breeze. I could see the others felt it too. That sudden shift from carefree summer night to something darker, more dangerous. "We should check it out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "If there's really something going on, we need to know." Amber grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "Are you crazy? What if they're dangerous? We should call the police." I hesitated. She had a point, but something held me back. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe some misguided sense of bravado. "Let's just take a quick look," I suggested. "If it seems serious, we'll call the cops. But it could be nothing. Maybe just some other kids having their own party." Reluctantly, the others agreed. We doused our fire and followed Tim into the dunes, our phone flashlights cutting weak beams through the darkness. The sand shifted treacherously under our feet, and the wind carried whispers that might have been voices, or just our imagination playing tricks on us. We crested a large dune, and Tim motioned for us to get down. Crawling on our stomachs, we peered over the top. What I saw in the hollow below made my blood run cold. There were about a dozen people gathered in a tight circle. They wore dark clothes, their faces obscured by hoods or masks. In the center of the circle, illuminated by a single lantern, was a table covered with maps and what looked like blueprints. "Holy shit," Mike whispered beside me. "Are those guns?" I squinted, my heart pounding. He was right. Several of the figures had holstered weapons at their hips. This wasn't some harmless gathering. Whatever we had stumbled upon, it was deadly serious. One man seemed to be in charge. He was taller than the others, with an air of authority that was palpable even from a distance. As we watched, he pointed to different spots on the map, his voice carrying faintly on the wind. "The shipment arrives at midnight tomorrow. Team A will secure the docks. Team B..." I couldn't make out the rest, but it was enough. This was big. Some kind of organized crime, maybe even terrorism. We needed to get out of there, to call the authorities. But as I turned to signal to the others, my elbow dislodged a small avalanche of sand. The noise wasn't loud, but in the tense silence, it might as well have been a gunshot. The figures below froze. Then, as one turned to look in our direction, "Run!" I hissed, scrambling backwards. We tumbled down the dune, sand filling our shoes and clothes. I could hear shouts behind us, then the unmistakable sound of pursuit. Panic gave us speed, and we sprinted across the beach towards the distant lights of town. But they were faster, more organized. As we reached the edge of the beach, dark figures materialized out of the night, cutting off our escape. We skidded to a stop, gasping for breath, as the group from the dunes caught up. The tall man stepped forward, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood. "Well, well," he said, his voice smooth and controlled. "What do we have here? Some nosy kids out past their bedtime." I stepped in front of the others, trying to shield them. "We didn't see anything," I said, hating the tremor in my voice. "We were just out for a walk. Please, let us go." The man chuckled. a sound devoid of any real humor. I'm afraid it's not that simple. You've wandered into something much bigger than you can imagine. Something that's been in motion for years. He gestured, and two of his men grabbed Tim, who let out a yelp of fear. Amber screamed, and I lunged forward, but strong hands held me back. "Let him go," Sarah cried, tears streaming down her face. "He's just a kid." The leader ignored her, his attention focused solely on me. "You have a choice to make, young man. A choice that will determine not just your fate, but the fate of your friends in this entire town." My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. What are you talking about? Who are you people?" He pulled back his hood, revealing a face I recognized with a jolt of shock. It was Mayor Callahan, the man who had handed me my high school diploma just 2 months ago. "We are the guardians of this town," he said, his voice taking on an almost reverent tone. "For generations, we have protected Sandpoint from the outside world, ensuring our way of life continues undisturbed. What you witnessed tonight is just a small part of what we do to keep this community safe and prosperous." I shook my head, unable to process what I was hearing. "Safe? You're talking about illegal shipments, about weapons. How is that keeping anyone safe?" Mayor Callahan, or whoever he really was, smiled sadly. "The world is a complex place, Jake. Sometimes, to preserve something good, we must do things that might seem questionable to those who don't understand the bigger picture." He stepped closer, his eyes boring into mine. "You're a smart young man. I've watched you grow up. I think you have the potential to be a part of this, to help us protect everything you love." A chill ran through me as I realized what he was offering. "And if I refuse?" His expression hardened. "Then I'm afraid we can't let you leave. Any of you. The safety of our operation, of our entire community, must be preserved at all costs." Time seemed to stand still as the weight of the decision crashed down on me. On one side, the promise of power, of being part of something bigger than myself. On the other, the knowledge that to accept would mean betraying everything I believed in. Everything I thought I knew about right and wrong. I looked at my friends, at Amber's tear-stained face, at Mike's clenched fists, at Sarah holding her terrified brother. I thought of our families, of the town we'd grown up in, now revealed to be built on lies and corruption. In that moment, I knew there was only one choice I could live with. "No," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "Whatever you're involved in, whatever you think you're protecting, it's wrong. We won't be a part of it, and we won't stay silent." Mayor Callahan's face darkened. "I'm disappointed, Jake. I had high hopes for you." He raised his hand, and I tensed, expecting the worst. But before he could give whatever signal he intended, a new sound cut through the night. Police sirens, growing louder by the second. Confusion rippled through the group. "Boss, I thought we had the cops under control," one of the men said, panic edging his voice. Mayor Callahan's composure cracked for the first time. "We do," he snarled. Then his eyes locked onto Tim, who was fumbling with something in his pocket. "The boy, check his phone." But it was too late. As the first police cars came into view, their lights painting the beach in red and blue, I realized what had happened. Tim, in a moment of quick thinking, had managed to call 911 while we were all distracted. What followed was chaos. Mayor Callahan and his men scattered, disappearing into the dunes with a speed that spoke of long practice. We were left standing there, shell-shocked and trembling, as police officers swarmed the beach. The next few hours were a blur of questions, statements, and disbelief. We told our story over and over, to increasingly higher-ranking officials. By dawn, the FBI had arrived, and our sleepy coastal town was the center of a federal investigation. In the days and weeks that followed, the full extent of the conspiracy was revealed. Mayor Callahan and his guardians had been running a sophisticated smuggling operation for decades, using the town's isolated position to their advantage. The roots of corruption ran deep, implicating businessmen, cops, even some of our teachers. As for us, we were hailed as heroes by some, branded as traitors by others. The town was torn apart by the revelations, and nothing would ever be the same. Our plans for college were put on hold as we dealt with the aftermath, the endless interviews and depositions. But through it all, we had each other. That night on the beach had forged a bond between us that nothing could break. We had faced the darkness together and emerged on the other side, forever changed but unbroken. As I sit here now, years later, I often think back to that moment of choice on the beach. I wonder sometimes what would have happened if I had made a different decision, if I had been seduced by the promise of power and secret knowledge. But then I look at my friends, at the life we've built in the wake of that night, and I know I made the right choice. We may have lost our innocence, but we gained something far more valuable, the knowledge that even in the darkest of times, there are those who will stand up for what's right, no matter the cost. The bonfire that was meant to mark the end of our childhood became the crucible in which our true selves were forged, and though the flames have long since gone out, the light of that night continues to guide us, a reminder that sometimes the greatest adventures and the greatest dangers are found not in distant lands, but in the hidden corners of the places we call home. The first words I heard him speak sent a chill down my spine, not because of what he said, but how he said it. His voice seemed to reach into the deepest recesses of my mind, tugging at thoughts and emotions I didn't even know I had. "My children," he intoned, his eyes scanning the gathered crowd. "You have come seeking redemption, but are you prepared for the price it demands?" I hadn't meant to be there that day. I'm Alex, a freelance photographer who'd come to these woods to capture the autumn colors. But as I hiked deeper into the forest, the sound of voices drew me off the trail. Curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself peering through the undergrowth at a scene that would haunt me for years to come. In a small clearing stood a man unlike any I'd ever seen, tall and lean, with long gray hair and a beard that seemed to flow like water. He was dressed in simple robes that somehow made him look both ancient and timeless. Around him, a group of maybe 30 people sat in rapt attention, their eyes never leaving his face. I should have left right then, should have turned around and hiked back to my car, forgetting everything I'd seen. But something held me there, rooted to the spot. Maybe it was the photographer in me, sensing a story. Or maybe it was something else, something I couldn't yet name. The man, the preacher, I assumed, began to speak again, his words weaving a tapestry of sin and salvation, of a world teetering on the brink of destruction, and the chosen few who would survive the coming storm. It should have sounded crazy, the ramblings of yet another doomsday prophet, but there was a power in his voice, a conviction that made even the most outlandish claims seem not just possible, but inevitable. "Each of you carries a darkness within," he said, his eyes seeming to lock with each person in turn. "A sin so deep, so terrible, that you've hidden it even from yourselves. But I see it, and I can free you from it, if you have the courage to face the truth." A woman in the front row began to sob, her whole body shaking. The preacher moved to her, placing a hand on her head. "Tell us, child. Speak your sin and be unburdened." What came next was like watching a dam break. The woman poured out a confession of such raw pain and guilt that I felt like a voyeur just for hearing it. And she wasn't alone. One by one, people began to speak, revealing secrets and shames that should never have seen the light of day. I watched, horrified and fascinated, as the preacher moved among them. With each confession, he would nod solemnly, sometimes offering words of comfort, other times prescribing bizarre penances. "You must fast for 7 days and nights, wine," he told one man. To another, "You will walk barefoot through the forest until your feet bleed and then keep walking." It was madness, dangerous, manipulative madness. I knew I should do something, call the police, try to intervene. But every time I thought about moving, the preacher's eyes would flick in my direction, as if he knew exactly where I was hiding. And each time, that same chill would run through me, freezing me in place. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, the atmosphere in the clearing changed. The confessions were over, but the air thrummed with a palpable energy. The preacher raised his arms, his voice rising to a fever pitch. "You have laid bare your souls," he thundered. "Now, it is time to be reborn in the cleansing fire of truth." From somewhere, he produced a cup. It gleamed dully in the fading light, and even from my hiding spot, I could see an oily liquid inside. My heart began to race. This was no longer just a fringe religious gathering. This was something far more sinister. "Drink," the preacher commanded, "and let the veil be lifted from your eyes. See the world as it truly is, and your place within it." I wanted to shout, to warn them, to do anything to stop what was about to happen. But before I could move, the cup was already making its way through the group. One by one, they drank, their faces contorting in disgust at the taste. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, chaos erupted. Some fell to the ground, writhing and screaming. Others began to laugh hysterically, tears streaming down their faces. A man near the back of the group started clawing at his own skin, as if trying to tear it off. And through it all, the preacher stood, arms outstretched, a look of rapturous joy on his face. "Yes," he cried, "feel the truth burning through you. Let it scour away your lies, your doubts, your very sense of self." I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something. I stood up, ready to charge into the clearing, though I had no idea what I could actually do against this madness. But as I took my first step, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I spun around, heart pounding, to find myself face to face with a woman I hadn't noticed before. She was older, with steel gray hair and eyes that seemed to look right through me. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice low and urgent. "It isn't safe." "We have to help them," I said, gesturing toward the clearing where the chaos continued unabated. "We have to stop this." The woman shook her head sadly. "You can't stop it. Not now. It's already too late for them." She tugged at my arm. "Come. We need to leave before he notices us." I wanted to resist, to argue, but something in her tone brooked no argument. I let her lead me away from the clearing, casting one last glance over my shoulder at the nightmare I was leaving behind. As we hiked through the gathering darkness, the woman introduced herself as Margaret. She had been part of the preacher's group once, she explained, but had managed to break free. "He calls himself Elijah," she said, disgust evident in her voice. "Claims to be a prophet, here to prepare the way for the end times, but he's no holy man. He's a monster." I listened in horror as Margaret detailed Elijah's methods, how he used a combination of manipulation, drugs, and what she could only describe as some kind of hypnosis to break down people's mental defenses. "He finds the cracks in your psyche," she said, "the doubts and fears and secret shames, and then he widens them until your whole sense of self comes crumbling down. Once that happens, he can reshape you into whatever he wants." "But why?" I asked. "What's the point of all this?" Margaret's face darkened. "Power," she said simply. "Control. He truly believes he's building an army for the apocalypse, but really, he just wants to play God." We reached my car just as true night was falling. I offered Margaret a ride, but she declined. "I have my own vehicle hidden nearby," she said. "It's safer if we separate." Before she left, she gripped my arm tightly. "Listen to me," she said, her eyes boring into mine. "You need to be careful. Elijah, he has a way of getting into your head. Even now, you might feel drawn to go back, to hear more of what he has to say. You have to resist that urge. Promise me you'll leave here and never come back." I nodded, though even as I did, I felt a small voice in the back of my mind whispering that maybe, just maybe, I should return to the clearing. Just to check, to make sure everyone was okay. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Margaret seemed to sense my inner conflict. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone. "Here," she said, pressing it into my hand. "When you feel the urge to go back, hold this. It will help ground you, remind you of what's real." I took the stone, feeling slightly foolish but grateful nonetheless. As Margaret disappeared into the darkness, I climbed into my car and started the engine, eager to put as much distance between myself and this forest as possible. But as I drove home that night, I couldn't shake the memory of Elijah's voice, of the power in his words. I found myself turning the stone over and over in my hand, clinging to it like a lifeline. In the days that followed, I tried to convince myself that what I'd seen was some kind of mass hysteria, a shared delusion brought on by suggestibility and group dynamics. I even considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd stumbled upon a cult in the woods, that their leader might have supernatural powers of persuasion. They'd laugh me out of the station. But worse than the memories of what I'd seen were the dreams that began to plague me. Night after night, I found myself back in that clearing, listening to Elijah's sermon. Only in the dreams, I wasn't hiding in the bushes. I was sitting with the others, hanging on his every word, feeling a sense of belonging and purpose I'd never known in my waking life. I'd wake from these dreams in a cold sweat, my hand automatically reaching for the stone Margaret had given me. But each time, the urge to return to the forest grew stronger. A week after my encounter in the woods, I found myself driving back towards the area, the stone clutched tightly in my fist. I told myself I was just going to take some pictures, to prove to myself that it had all been some kind of hallucination. But deep down, I knew the truth. I was answering a call I couldn't ignore, drawn by a force I didn't understand. As I parked my car and stepped out into the crisp autumn air, I realized the true horror of what I'd stumbled upon that day in the forest. It wasn't just the scene I'd witnessed, as terrible as it was. The real nightmare was the seed Elijah had planted in my mind, a seed that was now taking root, threatening to consume everything I thought I knew about myself. I stood at the trailhead, the stone in one hand, my camera in the other, torn between two competing impulses. And as the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faint echo of a familiar voice, I knew that my real trial was only just beginning. The first note was innocuous enough, a yellow post-it stuck to my computer monitor with a simple message: "Your coffee order, large Americano, 2 sugars." I brushed it off as a kind gesture from a coworker, maybe the new intern trying to make a good impression. It wasn't until the third note appeared, listing my home address and the color of my bedroom curtains, that the icy fingers of fear began to creep up my spine. My name is Emily Chen, and I've worked at Grayson Associates for 5 years as a marketing analyst. It's a typical office job. Cubicles, water cooler gossip, the rhythmic hum of photocopiers providing the soundtrack to our 9-to-5 lives. I've always been the quiet one, head down, work hard, go home. I never imagined I'd become the center of a mystery that would turn my mundane life into a waking nightmare. The notes kept coming, appearing on my desk, slipped into my purse, even tucked under my windshield wiper in the parking garage. Each one revealed a piece of information about me that became progressively more personal, more invasive. My favorite book, the name of my first pet, the date of my last gynecologist appointment. I tried to convince myself it was just a prank, albeit a cruel one. But as the weeks wore on and the notes became more frequent, more detailed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I entered the office, I felt eyes on me. Casual conversations with coworkers became minefields. Was that a normal question, or were they fishing for information? I started changing up my routine. I'd take different routes to work, vary the times I went to lunch. I even bought new clothes, as if I could somehow shed the skin of the person being stalked. But still, the notes came. You looked lovely in that blue blouse yesterday. It brings out your eyes. I bet that tuna sandwich from the deli on 4th was delicious. You always did love their secret sauce. It was the little details that terrified me most. Whoever was doing this wasn't just following me or watching me at work. They knew things about my past, about my private life that no casual observer could know. I debated going to HR, but what would I say? I had no proof that this wasn't just some elaborate office joke gone too far, and a part of me feared that drawing attention to it might only encourage my stalker. So I suffered in silence, jumping at every unexpected sound, scrutinizing every casual interaction for hidden meanings. My work began to suffer. Dark circles formed under my eyes from sleepless nights spent wondering who among my coworkers harbored this obsession. Was it Tim from accounting, who always lingered a little too long by my desk? Or maybe Sarah, the receptionist whose smile never quite reached her eyes? Could it be Mr. Grayson himself, the rarely seen CEO who I'd caught staring at me during last year's Christmas party? The paranoia was eating me alive. I started seeing clues everywhere. The way Jerry from IT angled his monitor. Was he watching me through the security cameras? The fact that Melissa always seemed to be in the break room at the same time as me. Coincidence? Or careful planning? Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the game changed. I arrived at work one Monday to find not a note, but a small box on my desk. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside was a single rose and a card that read, "I've waited long enough. Meet me on the roof at midnight if you want answers. Come alone, or everyone will know your darkest secret." My blood ran cold. What secret could they possibly know? My mind raced through every mistake, every embarrassing moment, every hidden shame. Nothing seemed big enough to warrant this level of threat. But the not knowing was almost worse than any revelation could be. I spent the day in a fog, barely able to focus on my work. My coworkers must have noticed something was off, but by this point, I'd become so withdrawn that no one dared to ask. As the hours ticked by, I wrestled with my decision. Should I go to the police, ignore the demand and risk exposure, or face my tormentor and finally put an end to this nightmare? In the end, curiosity and desperation won out. At 11:45 p.m., I found myself climbing the stairs to the roof, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. I clutched my phone in one hand, 911 pre-dialed, and a small canister of pepper spray in the other. The night air was cool on my face as I pushed open the heavy metal door. The roof was dark, lit only by the ambient glow of the city and a waxing moon. For a moment, I thought I was alone. Then, a figure stepped out from behind an air conditioning unit. "Hello, Emily," said a voice I recognized instantly. My breath caught in my throat as Mark from Human Resources stepped into the moonlight. Mark, with his easy smile and helpful demeanor. Mark, who I'd confided in just last year about my struggle with depression. Mark, who had access to all of our personal files. "Why?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. He smiled, but it wasn't the warm grin I was used to. This smile was cold, predatory. "Because I could," he said simply. "Do you have any idea how easy it is to manipulate people when you know everything about them? Their fears, their desires, their weaknesses." As he spoke, he moved closer. I backed away, my grip tightening on the pepper spray. "Stay back," I warned, but my voice shook. Mark laughed. "Or what? You'll spray me? Scream? Go ahead. By the time anyone gets up here, I'll be gone. And tomorrow, everyone in the office will receive an email detailing your history of mental health issues. How long do you think you'll keep your job once people know you're unstable?" I felt like I was going to be sick. "What do you want from me?" His eyes gleamed in the darkness. "I want you to understand your place, Emily. Knowledge is power, and I hold all the knowledge here. You're going to do exactly as I say from now on. And if you don't..." He let the threat hang in the air. In that moment, something inside me snapped. All the fear, all the paranoia of the past weeks crystallized into a white-hot rage. Without thinking, I lunged forward, pepper spray forgotten as my fist connected with Mark's smug face. He stumbled backward, more surprised than hurt. But it was enough. I ran for the door, fumbling with my phone as I fled down the stairs. This time I didn't hesitate to hit dial. The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements and HR interviews. As it turned out, Mark had been running his little game on multiple employees, using the personal information in their files to manipulate and control them. The company's security was woefully inadequate, allowing him to access data he should never have been able to see. In the end, Mark was arrested, charged with stalking, harassment, and a host of cybercrime offenses. The company, desperate to avoid a lawsuit, offered me a generous settlement and a transfer to any branch I wanted. But as I sat in my apartment that night, the adrenaline finally wearing off, I realized that no amount of money could erase the trauma of the past weeks. The feeling of violation, of having my privacy so thoroughly invaded, would stay with me for a long time. I also knew that this wasn't really the end. In our digital age, our personal information is out there, vulnerable to anyone with the skills and lack of ethics to exploit it. Mark was caught. But how many others like him were out there, using our secrets against us? As I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, one thought kept circling in my mind. In a world where our lives are increasingly lived online, where every click and purchase and search query is recorded and stored, is true privacy even possible anymore? Or are we all just one determined stalker away from having our worst fears exposed? I didn't have the answers, but I knew that from now on, I would guard my personal information like the precious resource it is. Because in the end, our secrets are all we truly own, and there will always be someone out there trying to steal them. The floorboard creaked beneath my foot and I froze. In the oppressive silence of the old house, that small sound seemed to echo like a gunshot. I held my breath, straining to hear any sign that the noise had been noticed. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. Nothing but the faint whisper of wind through ancient walls. I exhaled slowly, but the knot of fear in my stomach only tightened, because in that moment of stillness, I realized a chilling truth. I wasn't alone in this house, and whatever was down there in the darkness was listening for me just as intently as I was listening for it. My name is Zoe, and what was supposed to be a romantic getaway in a quaint New Orleans Airbnb had turned into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. It had started innocently enough. My boyfriend, Jacob, and I were celebrating our 2nd anniversary with a week in the Big Easy. We'd splurged on this place, a restored 19th century townhouse in the heart of the French Quarter. The listing had boasted of original features and authentic New Orleans charm. If only we'd known just how authentic that charm would turn out to be. The first couple of days were everything we'd hoped for. We explored the city, ate our weight in beignets, and soaked in the intoxicating atmosphere of jazz and history that seemed to pulse through every cobblestone street. But on the 3rd night, things took a turn. We'd come back late from a ghost tour, our heads filled with tales of voodoo queens and restless spirits. Maybe that's why, when I first heard the scratching sound coming from behind the living room bookcase, I brushed it off as an overactive imagination. But Jake heard it too. "Probably just rats," he said with a nervous laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. "This place is old after all." I nodded, trying to ignore the chill that ran down my spine. We went to bed, but sleep eluded me. Every creak and groan of the old house seemed amplified in the darkness. It was around 3 a.m. when I heard it, a thump so distinct, so deliberate, that there was no writing it off as old pipes or settling foundations. It came from downstairs, and it sounded for all the world like a door closing. I shook Jake awake, my heart pounding. "There's someone in the house," I whispered. He sat up, instantly alert. "Stay here," he said, reaching for his phone. "I'll go check it out." "No." I grabbed his arm. "We should call the police." But Jake, ever the rational one, insisted on investigating first. "It's probably nothing," he said. "No need to bother the cops if it's just our imaginations running wild." I watched him leave the bedroom, my every nerve on edge. The minutes ticked by, each one an eternity. When he didn't return after 10 minutes, I knew something was wrong. Summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I crept out of bed and toward the stairs. The house was eerily silent now, not even the usual creaks and groans of old wood to keep me company. "Jake?" I called softly. No response. I made my way down the stairs, wincing at every small noise. The living room was empty, bathed in the sickly glow of a streetlight filtering through lace curtains. Nothing seemed out of place, but the air felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. That's when I noticed the bookcase. It stood slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible behind it. With trembling hands, I pulled it open further, revealing a hidden door. It hung open, leading into inky blackness. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the house and call for help. But Jake was down there. I couldn't leave him. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through the doorway. The air grew cooler, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and unsettling. My phone's flashlight barely penetrated the gloom, casting monstrous shadows on rough stone walls. I found myself in a narrow corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. Pipes ran along the ceiling, dripping occasionally with a sound that made me jump every time. This was no basement. It was some kind of tunnel system. "Jake?" I called again, my voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. I don't know how long I walked, time seeming to warp in the windowless passageway. Just as I was about to turn back, convinced I'd made a horrible mistake, I saw a light ahead. The tunnel opened into a large chamber, dimly lit by flickering candles. What I saw there stopped me dead in my tracks, my blood turning to ice in my veins. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds of them, overlapping and haphazardly pinned up. But these weren't family snapshots or vacation memories. These were surveillance photos, people caught unaware on the streets of the French Quarter, in restaurants, entering and leaving buildings. And with a jolt of horror, I recognized Jake and myself in several of them. Photos taken over the past 3 days, documenting our every move. In the center of the room stood a table, covered in maps and documents. I approached cautiously, my morbid curiosity overriding my fear for a moment. The papers were covered in strange symbols and diagrams, annotated in a spidery handwriting that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Magnificent, isn't it? The voice behind me nearly stopped my heart. I whirled around to see an old man standing in the tunnel entrance. He was tall and rail-thin, with wild white hair and eyes that seemed to glow in the candlelight. "Where's Jake?" I demanded, my voice surprisingly steady despite the terror coursing through me. The old man smiled, revealing teeth that were just slightly too sharp to be natural. "Your friend is fine, my dear. He's simply indisposed at the moment. But don't worry, you'll be joining him soon enough." He took a step forward, and I backed away, bumping into the table. "What is this place? Who are you?" "This," he said, gesturing grandly around the room, "is the true heart of New Orleans. The beating pulse of magic and mystery that's kept this city alive for centuries, and I am its caretaker." He moved closer, and I noticed for the first time that he was holding something, a small, ornate box that seemed to vibrate slightly in his grasp. "Every city has its secrets," he continued, his voice taking on a hypnotic quality. "But New Orleans, our secrets have secrets, layers upon layers of history and power, all pulsing just beneath the surface. And every now and then that power needs refreshing, My back hit the wall, photographs crinkling behind me. There was nowhere left to run. "What do you want from us?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. The old man's smile widened. "Nothing much, my dear. Just a small contribution. A drop of life force to keep the wheels turning, to ensure the magic never fades. Your boyfriend has already made his donation. Now it's your turn." He opened the box and a sickly green light spilled out, illuminating his face in a way that made him look more corpse than man. I felt a pull, an urge to reach out and touch whatever was inside. With horror, I realized my hand was moving of its own accord. In that moment of terror, my fingers brushed against something cold and metal pinned to the wall behind me. A key. Without thinking, I grabbed it and swung blindly at the old man's face. He reeled back with a howl of pain and rage. The box clattered to the floor, its lid slamming shut. Whatever spell had been working on me broke, and I ran. I tore through the tunnels, no longer caring about silence, my only thought to get back to the surface, to find Jake, to escape this nightmare. Behind me, I could hear the old man's shrieks echoing off the stone walls. I burst out of the hidden door, into the relative normalcy of the Airbnb's living room. Jake was there, slumped on the couch, pale but breathing. I shook him awake, dragging him to his feet. "We have to go," I gasped. "Now." We fled into the night, not stopping until we were several blocks away. Only then, under the harsh glare of a streetlight, did I allow myself to really look at Jake. He seemed dazed, confused, with no memory of what had happened after he went downstairs. We went straight to the police but of course, they found nothing. The hidden door was gone, the bookcase just a bookcase. There was no trace of the tunnels, the photographs, or the old man. We cut our trip short and flew home the next day, both of us too shaken to enjoy another moment in New Orleans. In the weeks and months that followed, I tried to convince myself it had all been some kind of shared hallucination, a bad trip caused by tainted alcohol, or the power of suggestion from that ghost tour. But deep down, I knew the truth. I still have nightmares about that green light, about the pull I felt toward that box. And sometimes, when I look at Jake, I catch a glimpse of something in his eyes, a vacancy, a flicker of something missing. In those moments, I wonder just what kind of donation he made in those tunnels, and what part of him was left behind in the dark heart of New Orleans. We never talked about that night again, but its shadow looms over us. We learned the hard way that some Airbnbs offer more than just a quaint place to stay. Some offer a glimpse into the hidden worlds that exist just beyond the veil of normalcy. Worlds that, once seen, can never be unseen. The bass pulsed through my body, a relentless rhythm that matched the pounding of my heart. Neon lights flashed across a sea of writhing bodies, but my eyes were fixed on a group of people at the edge of the crowd. They weren't dancing, they weren't smiling. And the way they scanned the festival grounds made my skin crawl. I'd come to Starlight Music Festival for 3 days of carefree fun. Instead, I found myself in the middle of a nightmare that would change everything I thought I knew about the world of music and festivals forever. My name is Alex, and I'm a die-hard music fan. I'd been counting down the days to Starlight for months, saving every penny from my barista job to afford the tickets. My best friends, Jess and Mike, were just as excited. We arrived on Friday afternoon, pitching our tent in the sprawling campground and joining the throngs of festival goers streaming towards the main stage. The first day was everything we'd hoped for. We danced until our feet ached, sang along to our favorite bands until our voices were hoarse, and reveled in the electric atmosphere that only a music festival can create. As night fell and the headliners took the stage, I felt that familiar rush of euphoria, of being part of something bigger than myself. It was during a set change on Saturday afternoon that I first noticed them. A group of about 10 people, dressed in dark clothes that stood out among the sea of colorful festival wear. They moved with purpose, weaving through the crowd with an intensity that seemed at odds with the laid-back vibe of the festival. "Check out the Narc Squad," Mike joked, nodding towards them. "Guess someone's not here for the music." I laughed it off, but something about the group nagged at me. They didn't look like any security or police I'd ever seen at a festival, and the way they communicated, quick hand signals, hushed conversations into concealed earpieces, spoke of a level of organization that went beyond simple crowd control. As the day wore on, I kept spotting members of the group in different areas of the festival grounds. They seemed to be everywhere, by the food vendors, near the VIP areas, even backstage from what I could see, and always watching, always on high alert. "You're being paranoid," Jess told me when I pointed them out again. "It's probably just extra security because of what happened at Glastonbury last year." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the way they occasionally approached certain festival goers, leading them away for brief, intense conversations, or how they seemed to be particularly interested in the area around the medical tents. By Sunday morning, my curiosity had gotten the better of me. While Jess and Mike slept off the previous night's excesses, I decided to do some investigating of my own. I grabbed my camera, figuring I could use the excuse of taking festival photos if anyone questioned me. I started by following one of the group members I'd recognized from the day before. He led me on a winding path through the campgrounds, stopping occasionally to speak into his earpiece. Finally, he ducked behind a row of porta potties, disappearing from view. Heart racing, I crept closer, camera at the ready. As I peered around the corner, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The man was kneeling beside an unmarked van, its back doors open to reveal a high-tech interior filled with monitors and communications equipment. But it was what he was loading into the van that truly horrified me. A large, clear container filled with what looked like hundreds of small, glowing capsules. I raised my camera on instinct, the shutter clicking before I could think better of it. The sound, barely audible over the distant music, was enough to alert the man. His head snapped up, eyes locking onto mine with a look of cold fury. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, weaving through tents and dodging confused campers. I could hear footsteps behind me, gaining ground with every second. Panic clouded my thoughts as I realized I had no idea where I was going. The festival grounds had become a maze, and I was the rat being hunted. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me sideways. I opened my mouth to scream, but another hand clamped over it, muffling the sound. I found myself pressed against the side of a food truck, hidden from view by a stack of empty boxes. "Quiet," a voice hissed in my ear. "They'll hear you." I turned to see a girl about my age, her festival wristbands marking her as another attendee. She held a finger to her lips, then pointed. I followed her gaze to see two of the dark-clothed figures run past our hiding spot, clearly searching for me. When they were gone, the girl released me. "Are you okay?" she asked, her eyes scanning me for injuries. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. "Who are you? What's going on?" She introduced herself as Maya. "I'm with a group called Festival Watch," she explained. "We've been tracking these guys for months. They show up at festivals all over the country, always with the same MO. "What are they doing?" I asked, thinking of the glowing capsules I'd seen. Maya's face darkened. "They're using the festivals as cover for a massive drug operation, but not just any drugs. The stuff they're peddling, it's not from this world, Alex." I started at the use of my name, but Maya waved off my surprise. "And we've been watching you too, ever since you started noticing them. We needed to be sure you weren't one of them." My head was spinning. "Not from this world? What does that mean?" "It means exactly what it sounds like," Maya said grimly. "Those capsules you saw, they contain a substance that originated elsewhere, something that can alter human consciousness in ways we're only beginning to understand." She went on to explain that the group, which called itself Starfire, had been using music festivals as distribution points for years. The chaos and altered states already present at these events made them perfect cover for introducing an otherworldly substance into the population. "But why?" I asked. "What's their endgame?" Maya shook her head. We're not sure. But based on what we've seen, we think they're preparing for something big. Some kind of mass event that requires a significant portion of the population to be changed. The implications were staggering. I thought of all the people I'd seen at the festival, dancing and laughing without a care in the world. How many of them had unknowingly ingested this alien substance? How many were even now being altered in ways they couldn't comprehend? "We need your help, Alex," Maya said, her voice urgent. "You've got an in that we don't, your camera. We need evidence, something concrete we can take to the authorities." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to run, to grab Jess and Mike and get as far away from this insanity as possible, but a larger part knew I couldn't walk away, not now that I knew what was at stake. "What do you need me to do?" I asked. The next few hours were a blur of covert movements and heart-stopping close calls. Maya and I worked our way through the festival, documenting Starfire's activities as best we could without being detected. We saw them make drops at designated points, watched as unsuspecting festival-goers were approached and given free samples of a new party drug. But it was what we discovered in the medical tent that truly drove home the horror of the situation. Under the guise of treating dehydration and heat stroke, Starfire operatives were administering the alien substance to incapacitated patients. I managed to get several clear photos of the process, my hands shaking as I realized the scale of what we were up against. As the festival's final night reached its peak, Maya and I made our way to the rendezvous point she'd arranged with her festival watch colleagues. We were so close to getting out, to blowing this whole thing wide open. But Starfire had other plans. We were less than 50 yards from safety when the first explosion rocked the grounds. Screams filled the air as panic spread through the crowd. In the chaos that followed, I lost sight of Maya. I searched desperately, calling her name, but it was useless. The sea of terrified people swept me along, away from the exits and deeper into the heart of the festival. As smoke filled the air and more explosions sounded in the distance, I realized with horror that this was it. The mass event Maya had warned about. Starfire was making its move, using the panic and confusion to blanket the entire festival in their alien substance. I fought my way through the crowd, my camera clutched tightly to my chest. I had to get out, had to get this evidence to someone who could help. But as I neared the perimeter, I saw them, Starfire operatives forming a barrier, preventing anyone from leaving. In that moment, as the world descended into chaos around me, I understood that the Starlight Music Festival had been just the beginning. Whatever Starfire had planned, it was bigger than this one event, bigger than anything we could have imagined. I looked down at my camera, at the evidence it contained, and made a decision. I might not be able to stop what was happening here, but I could make sure the world knew the truth. With shaking hands, I found a hiding spot and began uploading the photos to every social media platform I could access. As I hit send on the final upload, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I turned to see one of the Starfire operatives, his eyes cold behind his dark glasses. "I'm afraid you'll have to come with us," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. As he led me away, I caught a glimpse of the main stage. The headlining act was still playing, oblivious or indifferent to the chaos. Their music, once a source of joy, now felt like a funeral dirge for the world as we knew it. The Starlight Music Festival had become ground zero for an invasion none of us saw coming. And as I was marched towards an uncertain fate, I couldn't help but wonder, how many other festivals, how many other unsuspecting crowds were even now falling under Starfire's influence? The music played on, but the song remained the same, a haunting melody of a world on the brink of an unimaginable change. The coffee pot gurgled its last, filling the diner with the rich aroma of fresh brew. I glanced at the clock. 2:17 a.m., the witching hour at Joe's all-night diner, when the fluorescent lights buzzed a little louder and the shadows in the corners seemed to deepen. That's when they walked in, right on schedule. 4 men and 2 women, each wearing expressions that didn't quite fit their faces, like masks that had slipped ever so slightly. I'd been watching them for weeks now, and I knew one thing for certain. These weren't your typical late-night patrons looking for greasy comfort food. No, these people were up to something. Something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up every time they walked through that door. My name's Sarah, and I've been working the graveyard shift at Joe's for almost a year now. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills and gives me plenty of time to work on my novel during the quiet hours. Or at least, it used to be quiet before they started showing up. It began about a month ago. Just another night of serving truckers and insomniacs when this group walked in. At first, I didn't think much of it. Late-night business meetings aren't unheard of, especially in a city that never sleeps. But as I refilled their coffee cups and caught snippets of their conversation, I realized this was no ordinary meeting. They spoke in hushed tones, using words and phrases that made no sense. "The convergence is approaching," one man would say. "Have the vessels been prepared?" Another would reply. They'd pass folders across the table, their eyes darting around the diner as if checking for eavesdroppers. I did my best to act natural, to be the invisible waitress they clearly wanted me to be. But curiosity got the better of me. I started paying closer attention, noting the times they'd arrive, the booth they always chose, the strange symbols I sometimes glimpsed on the papers they studied. Tonight was no different. They filed into their usual booth, ordered their usual coffees, black, no sugar, and immediately huddled over a map one of them spread across the table. I approached, coffee pot in hand, straining to hear their whispered conversation. "The alignment is perfect," the oldest man was saying, his finger tracing a line on the map. "If we act now, we can..." He cut off abruptly as I reached the table, his eyes snapping up to meet mine. For a moment, just the briefest instant, I could have sworn his pupils were not round, but vertical slits, like a cat's. I blinked, and they were normal again. "More coffee?" I asked, proud of how steady I kept my voice. They nodded, pushing their cups towards me without a word. As I poured, I tried to get a better look at the map, but one of the women smoothly covered it with her arm. "Anything else I can get you?" I asked, stalling for time. "No, thank you," the oldest man replied, his voice carrying an accent I couldn't quite place. "We're fine." I nodded and retreated, but not before catching one last whispered phrase. "The gate will open at dawn." Back behind the counter, I pretended to wipe down the already spotless surface while watching them from the corner of my eye. They had resumed their intense discussion, heads bowed low over the table. Over the next hour, I caught fragments of their conversation, each one more bizarre than the last. They spoke of energy nodes and dimensional rifts, of elder signs and cosmic alignments. It was like listening to a group of cult members planning some sort of ritual, except these people didn't look like any cult members I'd ever seen. They were well-dressed, well-spoken, and carried themselves with an air of authority that spoke of power and influence. As the night wore on, their discussion grew more heated. The oldest man seemed to be giving instructions to the others, his finger jabbing at various points on the map. The others nodded, occasionally making notes in small, leather-bound notebooks. At one point, the youngest woman in the group stood up abruptly, her chair scraping loudly against the linoleum floor. "This is madness," she hissed, loud enough for me to hear clearly. "You're going to get us all killed, or worse." The oldest man fixed her with a stare that made even me shiver from across the room. "Sit down, Eliza," he said, his voice low but carrying an undercurrent of menace. "You knew the risks when you joined us. It's far too late to back out now." Eliza hesitated for a moment, then slowly sank back into her chair. The tension at the table was palpable, and I found myself gripping the edge of the counter so hard my knuckles turned white. Just then, the bell above the door jingled, making me jump. A couple of drunk college kids stumbled in, laughing loudly. I welcomed the distraction, moving to take their order and trying to push the strange group out of my mind. But as I turned back towards their booth, notepad in hand, I froze. The table was empty. In the few seconds my back had been turned, they had vanished. Not just left the diner, vanished. There was no way they could have made it to the door without me noticing. I rushed over to the booth, my heart pounding. The table was cleared, not a single cup or scrap of paper left behind. It was as if they had never been there at all. The rest of my shift passed in a daze. I kept replaying the night's events in my mind, trying to make sense of what I'd seen and heard. By the time my relief showed up at 6 a.m., I was convinced of two things. One, that group was up to something big and potentially dangerous. And two, they weren't entirely human. As I stepped out of the diner into the pale light of dawn, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. The oldest man's words echoed in my head, "The gate will open at dawn." I looked around, half expecting to see some sort of otherworldly portal materializing in the middle of the street, but everything looked normal. Cars were starting to fill the roads as the city woke up, oblivious to the strange events of the night. I began my walk home, my mind racing. Should I go to the police? But what would I tell them? That I'd overheard a group of possibly non-human entities planning to open some kind of interdimensional gate. They'd think I was crazy. I was so lost in thought that I almost missed it. A flicker of movement in an alley I was passing. I turned, and for a split second, I saw them. The group from the diner, standing in a circle around a glowing symbol etched onto the ground. In the center of the circle was what looked like a tear in the very fabric of reality, a swirling vortex of colors that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Then, as quickly as I'd seen it, it was gone. The alley was empty, the pavement unmarked. I stood there, frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. Had I really seen what I thought I'd seen? Or was my imagination, fueled by lack of sleep and too much coffee, playing tricks on me? I don't know how long I stood there, staring into the empty alley. Eventually, the honk of a car horn jolted me back to reality. I turned and hurried home, locking the door behind me and drawing all the curtains. As I lay in bed, exhaustion finally overtaking me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. The world outside my window was the same one I'd always known, but now I knew it was just a thin veneer, a fragile shell hiding truths too vast and terrifying for most to comprehend. I knew I'd go back to the diner for my next shift. I knew I'd keep watching, keep listening, trying to piece together the puzzle of what that group was up to. But I also knew that my life would never be the same. I had glimpsed behind the curtain, seen the strings that puppet our reality, and now that I'd seen them, I couldn't unsee them. As I drifted off to sleep, one last thought floated through my mind. Next time they came into the diner, would I have the courage to confront them, to demand answers? Or would I continue to play the role of the unassuming waitress, silent witness to events beyond my understanding? I didn't know. But I did know one thing for certain. The next time that group walked through the door of Joe's all-night diner, I'd be ready. Because whatever they were planning, whatever gate they had opened, I had a feeling it was just the beginning. And someone needed to be there to watch, to remember, to warn others if necessary. That someone, for better or worse, was me, Sarah, the graveyard shift waitress, unwitting guardian of the threshold between our world and whatever lay beyond. God help me. The first night in our new home, I woke to the sound of my daughter's scream. By the time I reached her room, heart pounding, she was sitting up in bed, eyes wide with terror. The man in the wall was watching me. "Mommy," she whispered. I checked every corner, looked behind every curtain, but found nothing. I chalked it up to a nightmare, a child's fear of a new place. I was wrong. So terribly, horribly wrong. My name is Claire, and this is the story of how our dream home became a nightmare. When my husband, Tom, got a promotion that required us to relocate, We saw it as an opportunity for a fresh start. Our realtor showed us dozens of houses, but the moment we stepped into 42 Willow Lane, we knew it was the one. A beautiful Victorian, lovingly restored, with plenty of space for our family of 4. The price was surprisingly reasonable for such a gem, but we didn't question our good fortune. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of unpacking and settling in. Our son, Jack, took to the new house immediately, claiming the attic as his fortress of solitude. Our daughter, Emma, was more hesitant, but we assumed she just needed time to adjust. Then came that first night, and Emma's scream. In the light of day, I convinced myself it was nothing more than an overactive imagination. But as the days passed, Emma's fear only grew. She refused to sleep in her room, insisting on curling up on our bedroom floor. Dark circles formed under her eyes, and her normally bubbly personality became subdued. "The man in the wall doesn't like us being here," she told me one morning over breakfast, her voice barely above a whisper. "He says we need to leave before it's too late." I shared my concerns with Tom, but he brushed them off. "Kids have imaginary friends all the time," he said. "She'll grow out of it." But it wasn't just Emma. Strange things began happening around the house. Items would disappear, only to turn up in odd places days later. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, leaving us shivering even in the middle of summer. And sometimes, late at night, I could swear I heard footsteps in the hallway, even though I knew everyone was asleep. One afternoon, while Tom was at work and the kids were at school, I decided to do some digging into the house's history. The local library had archives of old newspapers, and I spent hours poring over microfiche. What I found chilled me to the bone. In 1923, the house had belonged to a reclusive inventor named Jeremiah Blackwood. He'd become obsessed with the idea of interdimensional travel, convinced he could create a portal to other worlds. The last article I found described how neighbors had called the police after hearing strange noises coming from the house. When officers arrived, they found Blackwood dead in the basement, his body contorted in ways that defied explanation. The official cause of death was listed as a heart attack, but the reporter noted that the responding officers refused to discuss what they'd seen. I left the library feeling shaken, my mind racing with possibilities I didn't want to consider. As I pulled into our driveway, I noticed a figure in the upstairs window, a man's silhouette, watching me. But it vanished the moment I blinked. That night, I confronted Tom with what I'd learned. He listened, his face growing more serious with each word. "Claire," he said finally, "I think there's something I need to show you." He led me to the basement, to a corner we'd used for storage. Moving aside some boxes, he revealed a section of wall that looked wrong somehow. The bricks didn't quite line up, and there was a faint line running around the edges, as if it were a door. "I found this a few days ago," Tom admitted. "I didn't want to worry you, but I've been hearing things, whispers, coming from behind here." Together, we pushed against the wall. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a grinding noise that set my teeth on edge, the hidden door swung open. The space beyond was pitch black, the air heavy with the scent of dust and decay. Tom's flashlight beam revealed a small room, its walls covered in strange symbols and diagrams. In the center stood a metal contraption that looked like a cross between a Tesla coil and a medieval torture device. "Oh my God," I breathed. "Blackwood's lab. It's been here all along." As we stepped into the room, the temperature plummeted. Our breath came out in visible puffs, and I felt a presence pressing in around us, watchful and malevolent. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us. Tom spun around, yanking at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The flashlight flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. And then we heard it, a voice, raspy and filled with a hunger that made my skin crawl. "At last," it said, "new subjects for my experiments." The air in front of us shimmered, and a figure began to take shape. It was vaguely human, but wrong in ways I couldn't quite define. Its edges seemed to blur, as if it wasn't fully in our reality. "Who? What are you?" Tom demanded, his voice shaking. The figure's mouth stretched into something approximating a smile. "I am Jeremiah Blackwood, of course. Or what's left of him. My experiment was a success, you see. I opened a door to another world, but I didn't account for what might come through from the other side." As he spoke, more shapes began to materialize around us. Twisted, impossible forms that hurt to look at directly. I felt my sanity beginning to fray at the edges. "For decades, I've been trapped between worlds," Blackwood continued, "unable to fully manifest but unable to move on. I've waited so long for a family like yours to move in. Your fear, your belief, it gives me strength. And now, with your help, I can finally complete my work." The other entities moved closer, their non-Euclidean geometries making me dizzy. I clutched Tom's hand, my mind racing for a way out of this nightmare. That's when I heard Emma's voice, muffled but clear, coming from the other side of the door. "Mommy, Daddy, are you down there?" "Emma, run!" I shouted. "Get out of the house!" Blackwood's form flickered, his attention divided. In that moment of distraction, Tom lunged for the contraption in the center of the room. He grabbed it, straining to lift the heavy metal. "No!" Blackwood shrieked, lunging towards us. But he was too late. With a yell of effort, Tom hurled the device against the wall. It shattered in a shower of sparks and twisted metal. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The air itself seemed to tear, a howling vortex opening where the machine had stood. Blackwood and the other entities were drawn towards it, their forms stretching and distorting as they were pulled into the rift. "You fools," Blackwood's voice echoed as he disappeared into the void. "You've doomed us all." The vortex grew, the edges of the room beginning to warp and bend. I could feel it pulling at me, an irresistible force threatening to drag us into whatever hellish dimension lay beyond. Just when I thought all was lost, the door burst open. Emma stood there, her small face set in determination. In her hands, she held a crumpled piece of paper. I drew the symbols to close the door. She shouted over the roar of the vortex, like the man in the wall showed me. Before I could stop her, Emma threw the paper into the rift. There was a blinding flash of light, a sound like reality itself tearing, and then silence. We found ourselves lying on the basement floor, the hidden room gone as if it had never existed. The wall was whole, unbroken. No trace remained of Blackwood's lab or the horrors we'd witnessed. In the days that followed, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Emma told us about the nice man in the wall, not Blackwood, but another spirit who had been trying to warn us, to protect us from what lurked in the house. We put the house up for sale immediately, unable to stay another night under that roof. As we drove away for the last time, I caught a glimpse of a figure in the upstairs window, a man, nodding solemnly. A protector, standing guard against the darkness that had nearly claimed us. We never spoke publicly about what happened at 42 Willow Lane. Who would believe us? But sometimes, late at night, I still hear phantom footsteps in the hallway, and I wonder about that rift, that tear in reality. Did we truly close it, or is it still there, waiting for someone else to stumble upon its secrets? One thing I know for certain, our experience changed us forever. We learned that the world is stranger and more dangerous than we ever imagined. That sometimes, the things we dismiss as children's fears or overactive imaginations are all too real, and that the boundary between our world and others is far more fragile than we'd like to believe. So if you're ever house hunting, and you come across a beautiful old Victorian at a price that seems too good to be true, remember our story. Because sometimes, a dream home can hide a nightmare, and the walls, well, they might just be watching. The moment I saw the hooded figures gathered around the glowing symbol etched into the snow, I knew I'd stumbled onto something I was never meant to see. The cheerful sounds of the winter carnival faded away, replaced by an eerie chanting that seemed to vibrate in my bones. I should have turned and run, should have lost myself in the crowd of oblivious revelers. Instead, my curiosity got the better of me. That decision would plunge me into a nightmare that blurred the lines between reality and madness, and showed me the terrifying secrets lurking beneath the surface of our world. My name is Jamie, and I came to Quebec City's Winter Carnival looking for a fun escape from my mundane life. As a freelance writer struggling to make ends meet, I jumped at the chance when my friend Mark invited me to stay with him for the festival. The first couple of days were everything I'd hoped for. Ice sculptures glittering in the sun, the intoxicating scent of mulled wine and maple taffy, streets filled with laughter and music. It was on the third night that everything changed. Mark had gone off with some local friends, leaving me to explore on my own. I wandered through the fairgrounds, taking in the sights and sounds of the carnival in full swing. Families crowded around game booths, couples snuggled close on carnival rides, and the air was filled with a cacophony of languages as tourists from around the world enjoyed the festivities. I was making my way towards the famous Ice Palace when I noticed a gap in the crowd. It was subtle, just a small area where people seemed to unconsciously veer away, their eyes sliding past as if there was nothing to see. Intrigued, I moved closer. That's when I saw them. A group of about a dozen people, their faces obscured by heavy winter hoods, standing in a tight circle. They were chanting softly, words I couldn't quite make out. At their feet, carved into the packed snow, was a complex symbol that seemed to glow with a faint blue light. I blinked, sure I was seeing things, but the glow remained, pulsing gently in time with the chanting. As I watched, transfixed, one of the figures raised their arms. The chanting grew louder, and the symbol's light intensified. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I spun around, heart pounding, to find myself face to face with an elderly man. His eyes were sharp beneath bushy white brows, and he wore the uniform of a carnival worker. "You shouldn't be here, boy," he said, his voice gravelly but kind. "This ain't for your eyes." Before I could respond, he was steering me away from the scene, his grip surprisingly strong. As we moved back into the crowd, I glanced over my shoulder. The hooded figures were gone, the symbol erased as if it had never existed. "What was that?" I asked, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "Who were those people?" The old man sighed, releasing my arm. "Listen carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. What you saw was the Société de l'Hiver, the Winter Society. They've been a part of this carnival since its beginnings, though most folks don't know it." He paused, his eyes scanning the crowd as if checking for eavesdroppers. "They say the society keeps the winter at bay, performs rituals to ensure the carnival's success. But that's just the surface. The truth. Well, the truth is far stranger and more dangerous than most could handle." I opened my mouth to ask more questions, but he held up a hand to stop me. "I've already said too much. For your own safety, forget what you saw. Enjoy the carnival, then go home and never look back. Some mysteries are best left unsolved." With that, he melted into the crowd, leaving me standing alone with my thoughts whirling. I should have listened to him. Should have chalked it up to an odd experience and gone back to my carefree vacation. But the writer in me, the part always hungry for a good story, couldn't let it go. Over the next day, I found myself watching the carnival with new eyes. I noticed things I'd overlooked before. Carnival workers with strange symbols stitched into their uniforms, whispered conversations that stopped abruptly when I approached, areas of the fairgrounds that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at them. I tried to talk to Mark about it, but he laughed it off. "You've been drinking too much caribou," he said, referring to the potent mix of whiskey and wine popular at the carnival. "Next, you'll be telling me you've seen the Bonhomme Carnival come to life." But I knew what I'd seen, and I was determined to find out more. That night, I slipped out of Mark's apartment and made my way back to the fairgrounds. The carnival was in full swing, but I ignored the attractions. focusing instead on the shadows between the tents and booths. For hours, I wandered, growing increasingly frustrated. Just as I was about to give up, I saw it, a hooded figure slipping behind a maintenance shed. Heart pounding, I followed. Behind the shed was a door I hadn't noticed before, carved with the same symbol I'd seen in the snow. The figure touched it, murmured something I couldn't catch, and the door swung open. Without thinking, I darted forward, slipping inside just before it closed. I found myself in a long, dark corridor that seemed to slope gently downward. The walls were made of packed snow and ice, glowing faintly with that same otherworldly blue light. I could hear chanting in the distance, growing louder as I crept forward. The corridor opened into a vast chamber, and I had to stifle a gasp. Dozens of hooded figures stood in concentric circles around a central dais. On the dais stood an imposing figure in ornate robes, their face hidden behind an intricate mask that looked like it was carved from ice. "Brothers and sisters of the winter," the masked figure intoned, their voice echoing unnaturally in the chamber. "The time of the great frost approaches. Soon, we will open the way for the Ice Queen to return to our world." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the frigid air. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. "For centuries, we have kept the balance," the leader continued. "We have held back the eternal winter, allowing the world its seasons. But the time of mankind's dominion is ending. The Ice Queen calls, and we must answer." The chanting grew louder, and the blue glow intensified. To my horror, I saw the air in the center of the chamber begin to ripple and tear. Through the growing rift, I caught glimpses of a world of endless ice and snow, of crystalline spires that stretched into a starless sky. A figure began to emerge from the portal, tall, inhumanly beautiful, with skin like fresh snow and eyes that gleamed like glaciers. The Ice Queen, I realized with a jolt of terror. In that moment, my foot slipped on the icy floor. I stumbled, catching myself against the wall with a soft thud. It wasn't much, but in the charged atmosphere of the chamber, it might as well have been a gunshot. Every head turned in my direction. I saw eyes glowing with a cold, alien intelligence beneath those hoods, and I ran. I burst out of the hidden door, sprinting through the carnival. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the pounding of feet. The cheerful lights and sounds of the festival became a nightmarish blur as I dodged through crowds and leapt over barriers. I don't know how long I ran, or how I managed to lose my pursuers. By the time I felt safe enough to stop, I was in a quiet residential area far from the fairgrounds, my lungs burning from the frigid air. I made my way back to Mark's apartment in a daze, my mind reeling from what I'd witnessed. I knew I couldn't stay. The Winter Society would be looking for me. I packed my bags and left a note for Mark, making up an excuse about a family emergency. As I waited for a taxi to the airport, snow began to fall. But these weren't the light, cheerful flakes of the past few days. These were heavy and relentless, driven by a wind that howled with an almost human voice. I thought of the rift I'd seen, of the Ice Queen stepping into our world. What had I set in motion by interrupting their ritual? Would anyone believe me if I tried to warn them? The taxi arrived, and as we drove through streets already white with fresh snow, I made a decision. I would write it all down, everything I'd seen and heard. Maybe someone would believe it. Maybe it would help when the eternal winter came. Because I knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that it was coming. The carnival's cheerful facade had cracked, revealing the ancient and terrible forces that had always lurked beneath. And as the snow fell harder, blanketing the world in white, I couldn't shake the feeling that this might be the last winter that ended, and the first of an endless, frozen future. The moment our sailboat rounded the craggy cliffs of the uncharted island, I knew we had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Pristine white beaches stretched as far as the eye could see, framed by lush jungle that seemed to pulse with life. Paradise found, we thought. But as we dropped anchor and waded ashore, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something about this place felt off. If only we had listened to that instinct. If only we had sailed away. But we didn't. And that decision would plunge us into a nightmare beyond anything we could have imagined. My name is Alex, and I was part of a crew of 6 friends who had decided to take a year off from our lives to sail around the world. We were 5 months into our journey when we spotted the island. It wasn't on any of our charts, which should have been our first warning sign. But we were young, adventurous, and more than a little reckless. As we made our way up the beach, marveling at the untouched beauty around us, we spotted something that made us stop in our tracks. Nestled at the edge of the tree line was a small village. The structures were unlike anything I'd ever seen, a bizarre blend of modern and primitive, with sleek metal frameworks wrapped in vines and leaves. "Hello?" I called out, but there was no response. The village seemed deserted. "Maybe they're shy," suggested Sarah, our resident anthropology buff. Some isolated cultures can be wary of outsiders. We decided to explore further, our curiosity overriding any sense of caution. As we moved through the village, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Eyes seemed to peer at us from every shadow, every darkened doorway. It was Mark who found the first body. He had wandered into one of the structures and let out a strangled cry. We rushed to his side and immediately wished we hadn't. The corpse was human, mostly, but there were things about it that defied explanation. The elongated limbs, the translucent skin that seemed to pulse with an inner light, the eyes, God, the eyes, milky white and far too large for the face. "What the hell is this?" whispered Jake, our usually unflappable captain. Before anyone could respond, we heard it, a low, rhythmic chanting coming from deeper in the jungle. Without discussion, we moved towards the sound, drawn by a compulsion none of us could explain. We emerged into a clearing and froze. Dozens of figures stood in concentric circles around a stone altar. They looked human at first glance, but upon closer inspection, we saw that they all shared the same otherworldly features as the corpse. On the altar lay a woman, a normal, human woman. She was alive but seemed to be in some kind of trance. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied. One of the creatures stepped forward, raising a crystalline dagger that glowed with an inner light. "We have to do something," Sarah hissed. But before we could move, the creature plunged the dagger into the woman's chest. There was no blood. Instead, a blinding light erupted from the wound. The woman's body began to contort and change, her features morphing to match those of her captors. The shock of what we had witnessed broke whatever spell had been holding us in place. We turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, desperate to get back to our boat and away from this insanity. But we didn't make it far. Strong hands grabbed us from behind, dragging us back towards the village. I fought with every ounce of strength I had, but it was like trying to wrestle with living stone. We were brought before what I can only describe as their leader. He was taller than the others, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl, and eyes that seemed to hold galaxies. "Welcome," he said, his voice resonating in a way that made my teeth ache. "We've been expecting you." Jake, always the brave one, spoke up. What do you want with us?" The leader smiled, revealing teeth that looked more like polished crystals than bone. "We are the future of humanity, the next step in evolution. And you, my friends, are going to help us bring that future to the rest of the world." Over the next few hours, we learned the horrifying truth. This island was home to a cult that had discovered a way to transcend humanity. Through a combination of genetic manipulation and what they called cosmic energy, they had transformed themselves into something they believed was superior to normal humans. But there was a catch. The process required a constant influx of new human DNA. They had been luring ships to the island for years, using the crew members as raw material for their twisted experiments. "You should be honored," the leader told us. You're going to be part of something greater than yourselves. You'll shed your limited human forms and become like us. Immortal, powerful, divine. We were separated and locked in individual cells. Through the bars, I could see others. Failed experiments. I realized with growing horror. Humans in various stages of transformation, some begging for death, others too far gone to even recognize their own humanity anymore. Days blurred together. They fed us strange, glowing fruits that made our minds fuzzy and our bodies feel like they were on fire. I could feel myself changing, my senses becoming sharper even as my grip on reality began to slip. They took Sarah first. We heard her screams echoing through the village. Then nothing. When I next saw her, she was different. Her eyes had that same galactic depth as the others, and her skin had a faint luminescence. But worst of all was her smile, vacant, beatific, and utterly devoid of the warmth and intelligence that had made her Sarah. One by one, they took the others. I was the last. As they dragged me towards the altar, I realized with a jolt of clarity that I was the only one left who remembered what it meant to be human. If I succumbed, there would be no one left to tell our story, no one to warn the world about what was happening on this island. With a strength born of desperation, I broke free from my captors. I ran, not towards the beach where I knew they would expect me to go, but deeper into the jungle. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, finally collapsing in a small cave hidden behind a waterfall. For days, I hid there, subsisting on whatever I could forage, constantly on guard. My body continued to change, but my mind, through sheer force of will, remained my own. I knew I couldn't stay on the island forever. Sooner or later, they would find me. I needed to escape, to warn others. My chance came during a violent storm. The cult members retreated to their structures, giving me the opportunity to make it to the beach. Our sailboat was gone, likely dashed against the rocks, but there was a smaller motorboat pulled up on the shore, an emergency vessel they kept for supply runs to other islands, I later learned. I don't remember much of the journey that followed. Days of drifting, hallucinating from dehydration and exposure, my body continuing its horrifying transformation. Finally, delirious and barely clinging to life, I was picked up by a fishing trawler. The doctors call it a rare genetic disorder. They've never seen anything like it. They poke and prod, take endless samples, but they're no closer to understanding what's happened to me. They don't believe my story about the island. How could they? It sounds insane even to my own ears. But I know the truth. And as I sit here in this hospital bed, watching my skin grow more translucent by the day, feeling the cosmic energy pulse through my veins, I'm filled with a terrible certainty. The cult leader's words echo in my mind. We are the future of humanity. They're still out there, on that uncharted island, waiting, watching, evolving. And sooner or later, they'll come for the rest of us. Because that's the thing about evolution. It doesn't ask permission. It simply moves forward, relentless and unstoppable. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to hold on to my humanity. Already, I can feel it slipping away, replaced by something vast and alien. But I'll fight it for as long as I can. I'll tell my story to anyone who will listen, because someone needs to be ready. Someone needs to stand against the tide of change that's coming. The future is approaching, whether we want it or not, and it's more terrifying than anything we could have imagined. The headlights of the truck ahead of me winked out as it turned off the lonely highway and into a dense forest. I hesitated for a moment, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. This wasn't part of my usual route, but curiosity got the better of me. I'd been driving these roads for 15 years, and I'd never seen another trucker take this turn. As I followed the fading taillights into the darkness, I had no idea I was about to stumble into a world of secrets, rituals, and danger that would change my life forever. My name's Mike, and I've been a long-haul trucker since I was old enough to get my commercial license. It's a solitary life, just me and the endless ribbon of asphalt stretching out before me. But that night, as I guided my rig down that unmarked forest road, I felt a prickle of unease that I couldn't shake. The trees pressed in close on either side, their branches scraping against the sides of my truck. I was about to give up and turn around when suddenly the forest opened up into a large clearing. What I saw there made me slam on the brakes, my jaw dropping in disbelief. Dozens of big rigs were parked in a rough circle, their headlights illuminating a scene that looked like something out of a bizarre dream. In the center of the circle stood a group of people, truckers, by the look of their clothes, gathered around a roaring bonfire. They were chanting, their voices rising and falling in a rhythm that sent chills down my spine. I killed my engine and sat there for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Part of me wanted to throw the truck in reverse and get the hell out of there. But another part, the part that had always hungered for something more than the monotony of the road, urged me to investigate. Slowly, I climbed down from the cab. As soon as my boots hit the ground, every head in the clearing turned to look at me. The chanting stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the crackling of the fire. A man stepped forward from the group. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with a salt and pepper beard and eyes that seemed to glow in the firelight. "Welcome, brother," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "We've been expecting you." I blinked in surprise. Expecting me? But I just stumbled upon this place by accident. The man, clearly the leader of this strange gathering, smiled. "There are no accidents on the road, my friend. The highway brought you here for a reason." He introduced himself as Garth and began to explain. This group called themselves the Brotherhood of the Endless Road. They were an ancient order of truckers, dating back to the very first traders who carried goods across vast distances. They believed that the act of driving, of moving constantly between places, gave them a unique connection to the fabric of reality itself. "We're more than just drivers, Mike," Garth said, his eyes boring into mine. "We're the circulatory system of the world. We keep things moving, keep the lifeblood of commerce flowing. And that gives us power. Power most people can't even begin to comprehend." As he spoke, the other truckers moved closer, forming a circle around us. I noticed that many of them wore strange amulets, miniature steering wheels or tiny model trucks cast in what looked like silver. "But with great power comes great responsibility," Garth continued. "There are forces out there that would use the roads for evil, dark energies that feed on accidents, on the pain and suffering of travelers. It's our job to keep those forces at bay, to protect the highways and everyone who uses them." It sounded crazy. Part of me was sure I had fallen asleep at the wheel and was dreaming all of this. But there was an undeniable energy in the air, a sense of something ancient and powerful stirring just beneath the surface of reality. "So what do you want from me?" I asked, my mouth dry. Garth's smile widened. "We want you to join us, Mike. Become part of the Brotherhood. Help us in our sacred duty." Before I could respond, one of the other truckers stepped forward. "Hold on, Garth," he said, his voice gruff. "We can't just let anyone join. He has to prove himself first." Garth nodded solemnly. "You're right, of course. Mike, are you willing to undergo the trials, to prove your worth to the Brotherhood?" I hesitated. Every instinct told me to run, to get back in my truck and drive until this weird night was nothing but a distant memory. But something held me there, a mix of curiosity and a strange sense of destiny. "What kind of trials?" I asked. The next few hours were a blur of bizarre rituals and tests. They blindfolded me and had me navigate an obstacle course using only the sound of a diesel engine as a guide. They quizzed me on obscure trucking regulations and the history of the American highway system. At one point, I found myself arm wrestling a man twice my size while reciting the names of every major interchange from coast to coast. But the final trial was the most intense. They led me to an old, beat-up semi that looked like it had been through a war. "This is the ghost rig," Garth explained. "Legend has it that it's possessed by the spirit of a driver who died on the road. Your task is to drive it to the next truck stop and back, without letting it veer off course. I climbed into the cab, my hands shaking slightly as I gripped the wheel. The moment I turned the key, I knew this was no ordinary truck. The engine roared to life with a sound that was almost animal, and I could feel vibrations through the seat that had nothing to do with the motor. As I pulled onto the highway, the wheel began to fight me. It was subtle at first, a slight pull to the left or right. But as the miles ticked by, it got stronger. The truck seemed determined to veer off into the oncoming lane or run itself off the road entirely. Sweat poured down my face as I wrestled with the steering wheel. The speedometer crept higher and higher, even though my foot was nowhere near the accelerator. Dark shapes flitted at the edges of my vision, and I could have sworn I heard whispers coming from the CB radio, even though it wasn't turned on. Just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, I saw the lights of the truck stop ahead. With a final surge of strength, I muscled the ghost rig into the parking lot. As soon as I cut the engine, the oppressive atmosphere vanished. I sat there for a moment, my shirt soaked with sweat, my arms trembling from the effort. The drive back was almost eerily calm in comparison. When I pulled back into the clearing, the Brotherhood erupted in cheers. I stumbled out of the cab on shaky legs, only to be engulfed in a sea of backslaps and handshakes. "You did it, brother," Garth said, beaming with pride, "and you've proven yourself worthy of joining our ranks." The initiation ceremony that followed was solemn and strange. I swore oaths to protect the roads and those who travel them, to uphold the ancient traditions of the Brotherhood, and to keep our existence a secret from the outside world. They gave me one of those silver amulets, a tiny truck that seemed to hum with energy when I touched it. As dawn broke over the clearing, I climbed back into my own familiar rig, my head spinning with everything that had happened. Garth approached my window one last time. "Remember, Mike," he said, his voice low and serious. "You're one of us now. The road will call on you when it needs you. Be ready to answer." In the weeks and months that followed, I tried to convince myself it had all been some kind of shared hallucination. Maybe someone had spiked the coffee at that last truck stop, but every time I felt the weight of that silver amulet against my chest, I knew it had been real. And Garth was right. The road did call. I found myself instinctively avoiding stretches of highway just before major pileups occurred. I'd pick up hitchhikers who turned out to be lost souls, trapped between this world and the next, needing someone to drive them to their final rest. Once, I even faced off against a phantom truck that was trying to run a school bus off the road. The life of a long-haul trucker was never easy, but now it had taken on a whole new dimension of weirdness and danger. Yet strangely, I wouldn't have it any other way, because now I know the truth, that the highways and byways of this country are more than just stretches of asphalt. They're alive in a way most people will never understand. And as long as I'm behind the wheel, as long as I'm part of the Brotherhood of the Endless Road, I'll be there to protect them. Because out here, in the dark of night with nothing but 18 wheels and a full tank of diesel, someone has to keep the real nightmares at bay. So if you're ever driving late at night and you see a truck pull off onto a road that wasn't there a moment before, just keep on driving. Some secrets of the highway are best left undiscovered, but rest easy knowing that we're out here, the Brotherhood, keeping watch over the endless road. Stay safe and keep on trucking. The first time I saw them, I thought they were just fellow skiers enjoying the pristine slopes of Lake Louise. But as the sun dipped below the jagged peaks, casting long shadows across the snow, I realized something was terribly wrong. They moved in perfect unison, their dark forms stark against the white landscape, and their eyes, God, their eyes seemed to glow with an inner light that had nothing to do with the fading daylight. That's when I knew this wasn't a ski trip anymore. This was a hunt, and I was the prey. My name is Emma, and what started as a solo cross-country skiing adventure in the Canadian Rockies turned into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. I'd always been an avid skier, but this was my first time tackling the backcountry trails of Banff National Park alone. The first 2 days were exhilarating. pristine powder, breathtaking views, and the profound silence that only comes when you're truly alone in the wilderness. On the third day, I decided to push myself, venturing further into the park than I'd originally planned. The weather was perfect, crisp and clear, and I felt invincible as I glided through the snow-laden forest. It was late afternoon when I first noticed them. Just a glimpse at first. Dark figures moving between the trees, almost too fast to track. I paused, squinting against the glare of the sun on snow. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined it. Then I saw them again, closer this time. There were 5 of them, dressed in black ski gear that seemed to absorb the light around them. They moved with an unsettling grace, more like they were gliding over the snow than skiing through it, and they were heading straight for me. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature ran down my spine. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I knew that was foolish. They were clearly better skiers than me, and in this terrain, running would only lead to exhaustion or injury. I raised a hand in greeting, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hello there. Beautiful day for skiing, isn't it?" They didn't respond. They didn't even slow down. As they drew closer, I could see their faces, or rather, the lack of them. Where features should have been, there was only smooth, featureless black, like their ski masks had melded with their skin. Panic surged through me. Without conscious thought, I turned and began skiing as fast as I dared, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know who or what these beings were, but I knew with bone-deep certainty that I didn't want them to catch me. I crashed through the underbrush, no longer caring about stealth or grace. Behind me, I could hear them pursuing, their skis making an unnatural hissing sound against the snow. They were gaining on me, moving with a speed and agility that seemed impossible. As the light faded, the forest became a maze of shadows and half-glimpsed movements. Every tree looked the same, every clearing a potential dead end. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to keep moving. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time seemed to warp in the face of my terror. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed with fatigue, but still I pushed on. Whenever I thought I'd lost them, I'd catch a glimpse of those dark forms moving through the trees, always just at the edge of my vision. Night fell, plunging the forest into near total darkness. I fumbled for my headlamp, almost dropping it in my haste. As the beam cut through the gloom, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Tracks in the snow, my tracks, forming a circle. I'd been going in circles. A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, the headlamp beam dancing wildly across the trees. For a split second, I caught sight of one of my pursuers. It was so close I could have reached out and touched it. Its face, if you could call it that, seemed to ripple and shift, as if it couldn't quite decide what form to take. I screamed then, a sound of pure terror that echoed through the silent forest. I turned to flee, but my ski caught on a hidden root. I fell hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. As I struggled to my feet, I realized with horror that one of my skis had snapped. Desperation lent me strength. I unclipped the broken ski and began to half run, half shuffle through the deep snow. It was slow going, and I knew with grim certainty that I couldn't keep this up for long. Just as I was about to give up hope, I saw a light in the distance, a cabin. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the burning in my lungs and the ache in my legs. Behind me, I could hear them getting closer, their strange hissing breath cutting through the night air. I burst into the small clearing where the cabin stood, almost sobbing with relief. But as I reached for the door, my heart sank. It was locked, the windows dark and shuttered. This wasn't salvation. It was just another dead end. I turned to face my pursuers, my back pressed against the cabin door. They emerged from the tree line one by one, their dark forms seeming to absorb what little light there was. They moved slowly now, almost leisurely, as if they knew they had me trapped. As they drew closer, I could feel a strange energy emanating from them, a cold that went beyond physical sensation. It was like standing at the edge of a void, feeling reality itself start to unravel. The leader, at least, I assumed it was the leader, stepped forward. Its face rippled and shifted, settling into a grotesque approximation of human features. When it spoke, its voice was like ice cracking, sending shivers down my spine. "Emma," it said, my name sounding wrong in its mouth. "We've been waiting for you." "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want from me?" The thing's mouth stretched into what might have been a smile on a human face. On it, the expression was terrifying. "We are the Winterkin," it said. "As for what we want you to join us, of course, to become one with the winter, as we have." It reached out a hand, and I saw that its fingers ended in sharp and icy points. "The process is uncomfortable," it continued. "But afterwards, you'll understand. You'll be free from the limitations of your fragile human form. You'll never feel cold or fear or pain again." I pressed myself harder against the door, trying to put even an inch more distance between us. "And if I refuse?" The thing's smile widened, revealing teeth like icicles. "Oh, Emma, what makes you think you have a choice?" Just as its hand was about to touch me, a bright light flooded the clearing. The Winterkin recoiled, hissing in pain or anger. I heard the roar of an engine, and suddenly a snowmobile burst into view, its headlight cutting through the darkness like a knife. "Get on!" a voice shouted. I didn't hesitate. I leapt onto the back of the snowmobile, clinging to the driver as we shot off into the night. Behind us, I could hear the Winterkin's shrieks of fury fading into the distance. My rescuer, I learned, was a park ranger named Jack. He'd been out on a routine patrol when he'd seen my headlamp and decided to investigate. As we sped towards safety, I tried to explain what had happened, but the words sounded insane even to my own ears. To his credit, Jack didn't outright dismiss my story. "There are strange things in these mountains," he said, his voice grim. "Things that most people never see and wouldn't believe if they did. You're lucky to have escaped with your life." We made it back to the ranger station just as dawn was breaking. As the first rays of sunlight touched the snow-capped peaks, I felt the terror of the night begin to recede. But I knew I would never forget what I'd seen, what I'd almost become. I gave my statement to the authorities, but as I expected, they didn't believe me. They chalked it up to hypothermia and exhaustion. A cautionary tale about the dangers of solo backcountry skiing. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was all just a hallucination brought on by fear and fatigue. But sometimes, on cold winter nights when the wind howls outside my window, I swear I can hear them calling to me. The Winterkin, waiting in the snowy wilderness, patient and eternal as the mountains themselves. And I know that a part of me will always be running, skiing through an endless night, trying to escape their icy embrace. So if you ever find yourself alone in the backcountry, and you see dark figures moving too smoothly across the snow, don't stop. Don't look back. Just ski as fast as you can towards the light and warmth of civilization, because the winter is vast and deep, and there are things lurking in its depths that hunger for more than just your body heat. They want your humanity, your very essence. And once they catch you, there's no turning back. The Winterkin are out there, waiting, and winter, as they say, is coming. The first call came at exactly 2:17 a.m. I remember because I just glanced at the clock, wondering if I should give up on sleep altogether. The shrill ring pierced the silence of the cabin, making me jump. Who could be calling at this hour? As I reached for the phone, a chill ran down my spine. I didn't recognize the number, but something told me this wasn't a wrong number or a drunken friend. When I answered, the voice on the other end confirmed my worst fears. "I can see you," it whispered, low and menacing, "and I'm coming for you. My name is Alex. and what was supposed to be a relaxing week alone in a remote cabin turned into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. I'd rented the place on a whim, needing to escape the chaos of city life and finally finish the novel I'd been working on for years. It seemed perfect. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just me and the great outdoors. The rental agent had given me a strange look when I said I wanted to stay there alone, but I brushed it off. I was a city kid after all. What did I know about the quirks of small-town folk? The first couple of days were blissful. I'd wake up to the sound of birds chirping, spend my mornings writing on the porch, and my afternoons hiking the nearby trails. By night, I'd curl up by the fireplace with a good book, relishing the silence that was so hard to find back home. But on the third night, things changed. I'd gone to bed early, hoping to get an early start on writing the next day. I tossed and turned for hours, unable to shake the feeling that something was off. That's when the phone rang. After that first chilling call, I tried to convince myself it was just a prank. The cabin had a landline for emergencies, but surely no one knew I was here. I unplugged the phone and tried to go back to sleep. But every creak of the old wooden structure, every rustle of leaves outside set my nerves on edge. Morning came, and with it, a semblance of normalcy. In the light of day, my fears seemed foolish. I plugged the phone back in, chiding myself for being so jumpy. I was halfway through my morning coffee when it rang again. This time, the voice was different. A woman, her tone urgent and terrified. "You need to leave," she said. "It's not safe there. They're coming." Before I could ask who they were, the line went dead. My hands shook as I put down the receiver. This was no prank. Something was very, very wrong. I started packing my things, my mind racing. Who was calling? Who was coming for me? And why? I was shoving clothes into my bag when I heard it. A car engine, growing louder as it approached the cabin. Relief flooded through me. Maybe it was the rental agent, coming to check on me. Or even the local police, responding to the strange calls. But as I looked out the window, my blood ran cold. It wasn't a car at all, but an old pickup truck, its paint faded and rust eating away at the edges. 3 men got out, each carrying what looked like hunting rifles. They didn't look like any police I'd ever seen. I ducked down, praying they hadn't seen me. Through a crack in the curtains, I watched as they spread out, circling the cabin with practiced efficiency. They moved silently, communicating with hand signals I didn't understand. My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. The back door. If I could just make it to the woods, maybe I could lose them. I grabbed my bag and crept towards the kitchen, wincing at every creak of the floorboards. I had just reached for the door handle when a voice called out, "We know you're in there, city boy. Come on out and make this easy on yourself." Panic surged through me. How did they know who I was? What did they want? I remained frozen, unsure what to do. "Last chance," the voice called again. "Come out, or we're coming in." In that moment, I made a decision that would change everything. I yanked open the door and ran. The forest was a blur of green and brown as I crashed through the underbrush. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. A gunshot rang out, the bullet splintering bark inches from my head. This wasn't a game or a misunderstanding. These men wanted me dead. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. The dense forest that had seemed so peaceful just yesterday was now a maze of potential hiding spots and deadly obstacles. Every root threatened to trip me, every branch to betray my position. As I paused behind a large tree, trying to catch my breath and get my bearings, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Dogs. They had dogs. The baying grew louder, and I knew I couldn't outrun them forever. That's when I saw it. A small cave entrance, half hidden by fallen leaves and branches. Without thinking, I dove inside. It was a tight fit, and the darkness was absolute. But at least it was a hiding spot. I don't know how long I lay there, barely daring to breathe. I could hear the men and dogs moving around outside, their voices drifting in and out of earshot. At one point, they came so close I was sure they'd find me. But gradually, the sounds faded. As silence fell, a new fear gripped me. What if they were just waiting me out? I couldn't stay in this cave forever. I needed help, but who could I trust? The strange calls came back to me. Someone had tried to warn me. But who? Gathering my courage, I peeked out of the cave. The forest seemed empty, but I knew appearances could be deceiving. I started making my way back towards the road, moving as quietly as I could, every sense on high alert. It was nearly dark by the time I reached the highway. I stuck to the tree line, not daring to expose myself on the open road. That's when I saw the lights of an approaching car. It was now or never. I stepped out, waving my arms frantically. The car slowed, and I saw it was an old station wagon driven by an elderly woman. She rolled down her window, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right, dear?" she asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I opened my mouth to explain, but where could I even begin? How could I make her understand the terror of the past few hours? Before I could speak, I saw another set of headlights approaching from the direction of the cabin. The pickup truck. They had found me. "Please," I begged the woman. "I need help. Those men are trying to kill me." To her credit, she didn't hesitate. "Get in," she said, reaching over to unlock the passenger door. I scrambled into the car just as the truck roared past. In the rearview mirror, I saw it screech to a halt and start to turn around. "Hold on," the woman said, her foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. The old station wagon surged forward with more power than I would have thought possible. As we sped down the highway, the woman introduced herself as Margaret. "I've been trying to warn people about those men for years," she said. "They prey on outsiders, people who won't be missed, but no one ever believes me." "You," I realized, "you were the one who called me." She nodded grimly. "I try to keep an eye on who rents that cabin. When I saw a young man from the city had taken it for a week, I knew you'd be a target. I'm just glad I got to you in time." We drove through the night, Margaret explaining more as we went. The men were part of a cult that had operated in these woods for generations. They believed that by sacrificing outsiders, they could maintain their power over the area. The local authorities were either in on it or too scared to intervene. As dawn broke, we reached the state line. Margaret insisted on driving me all the way back to the city, not trusting that I'd be safe until I was far from those woods. When we finally pulled up outside my apartment building, I turned to thank her, only to find an empty seat beside me. Margaret, the station wagon, all of it was gone. I was sitting on the curb, my bag next to me, as if I'd been dropped off by a taxi. Had any of it been real? Had I imagined the whole terrifying ordeal? But as I stood up, my muscles aching from the chase through the woods, I felt something in my pocket. It was a small, smooth stone with a strange symbol carved into it. I never should have taken that babysitting job. The moment I stepped into that quiet suburban neighborhood, I felt a chill run down my spine, like icy fingers tracing my vertebrae, but I needed the money. And how bad could one night of watching kids be? The family seemed nice enough when I arrived. 2 sweet children, parents headed out for a much-needed date night. Everything was normal, almost too normal. That should have been my first warning. As I waved goodbye to the parents from the porch, I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. The neighbor next door was standing in his front yard, motionless, staring directly at me. I offered a polite wave, but he didn't respond, just kept staring. I shrugged it off and went inside to get the kids settled. We played board games, had some snacks, and I tucked them into bed without any fuss. It was shaping up to be an easy night. That's when I heard it. A soft tapping sound coming from the living room window. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. Slowly, I crept towards the sound, my fingers trembling as I reached for the curtain. I pulled it back an inch, just enough to peek outside. There he was, the neighbor, standing in the darkness of the yard. His eyes locked onto mine, and a smile spread across his face. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was the kind of smile that made my skin crawl. I quickly closed the curtain, my breath coming in short gasps. What was he doing? Why was he watching the house? I tried to calm myself down, telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe he was just checking on things, making sure everything was okay with the kids. But as the night wore on, the feeling of being watched intensified. Every time I walked past a window, I caught a glimpse of him, sometimes in his yard, sometimes closer to the house, always staring, always with that unsettling smile. I double-checked all the locks, making sure every door and window was secure. The house felt smaller somehow, like the walls were closing in. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house settling. Around midnight, I heard a noise from the backyard. It sounded like someone was out there, moving around. My hand shook as I reached for my phone, ready to call the police. But what would I say? That the neighbor was standing in his own yard, that I had a bad feeling. I peered out the back window, squinting into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then, a shadow moved. He was there, right at the edge of the patio. So close I could see the glint in his eyes, reflecting the faint light from the house. My breath fogged up the glass, and I quickly wiped it away, not wanting to lose sight of him. But in that brief moment, he vanished. I blinked, scanning the yard frantically. Where did he go? A floorboard creaked behind me, and I whirled around, my heart in my throat. The house was silent, but the air felt heavy, charged with an unseen tension. I checked on the kids, finding them peacefully asleep, unaware of the terror gripping me. As I closed their bedroom door, I heard it, a soft scraping sound coming from the front of the house. My legs felt like lead as I forced myself to investigate. The sound was coming from the front door. Someone was trying to get in. I pressed my eye to the peephole, my whole body trembling. There he was, his face distorted by the curved glass, working on the lock with something in his hand. A credit card? A knife? I couldn't tell. I backed away from the door, panic rising in my chest. This was really happening. I ran to the kitchen, grabbing the largest knife I could find. My palms were sweaty, making the handle slippery in my grasp. The scraping stopped. For a moment, all I could hear was the sound of my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Then, a new sound. The slow turning of the doorknob. I raised the knife, my arms shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. The door began to open, a sliver of moonlight cutting through the darkness of the entryway. A hand appeared in the gap, then an arm. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. I was paralyzed with fear, watching helplessly as the intruder pushed his way inside. The neighbor stepped into the house, that same chilling smile plastered on his face. "Hello?" he said, his voice oddly calm and friendly. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." I found my voice then, a strangled cry escaping my lips. "Get out!" I yelled, brandishing the knife. "I've called the police. They're on their way right now." He chuckled, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "No, you haven't," he said, taking a step closer. "I've been watching you all night. I know you haven't called anyone." My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. The kids were upstairs, blissfully unaware of the danger. I had to protect them, but how? "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. His smile widened, revealing too many teeth. "I just want to talk," he said, taking another step forward. "Is that so wrong, to want to get to know my neighbors?" I backed up, keeping the knife between us. "Stay back," I warned. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to." He laughed then, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Oh, sweetheart," he said, shaking his head. "You're not going to hurt me. You're not going to do anything except listen." Before I could react, he lunged forward, knocking the knife from my hand. It clattered to the floor, sliding under the couch and out of reach. I turned to run, but he grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. "Let go of me!" I screamed, hoping against hope that someone, anyone, would hear. "Shh," he hissed, pulling me closer. "You'll wake the children. We wouldn't want that, would we?" Tears streamed down my face as I struggled against his hold. "Please," I begged. "Just leave. I won't tell anyone, I swear." His free hand came up to stroke my cheek, and I flinched away from his touch. "But I'm not done yet," he whispered. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long, watching, planning, and now, finally, we're alone." A car door slammed outside, and we both froze. Headlights swept across the windows as a vehicle pulled into the driveway. "Looks like our time is up," the neighbor said, sounding genuinely disappointed. "But don't worry, we'll have plenty of other opportunities to chat." He released me, backing towards the door. "This is our little secret," he said, putting a finger to his lips. "If you tell anyone, well, let's just say, I know where you live. Sweet dreams." And with that, he was gone, slipping out into the night just as the parents walked up the front path. I collapsed to the floor, my whole body shaking with sobs. When the parents came in, concern etched on their faces, I managed to pull myself together enough to assure them everything was fine. Just a scary movie on TV that got to me. I lied. As I drove home that night, constantly checking my rearview mirror, I knew I could never go back to that house. But a part of me wondered if it would matter. The neighbor knew who I was now, and something told me this was far from over. I parked in my driveway, my hands still trembling on the steering wheel. As I got out of the car, movement caught my eye. There, across the street, a figure stood in the shadows. That same chilling smile gleamed in the darkness. He had followed me home. The flickering fluorescent lights of the gas station buzzed like angry wasps, casting an eerie glow across the empty parking lot. I never thought the graveyard shift would turn into a real nightmare. But as the bell above the door chimed at 2 a.m., I realized how wrong I was. I'd been working at Pete's Gas and Go for about 6 months, and the night shift was usually uneventful. A few truckers stopping for coffee, maybe some rowdy teenagers buying snacks. Nothing I couldn't handle. But this night was different. I felt it the moment he walked in. The man who entered was ordinary enough at first glance. Average height, nondescript clothes, a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. But something about the way he moved set my teeth on edge. It was too deliberate, too controlled, like a predator stalking its prey. I plastered on my best customer service smile. "Evening, sir. Can I help you find anything?" He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes meeting mine. I felt a chill run down my spine. His gaze was intense, almost feverish, and there was something in it that made my instincts scream danger. "Oh, I'm sure you can help me with a lot of things," he finally said, his voice low and raspy. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Those remained cold, calculating. I swallowed hard, trying to maintain my composure. "Well, let me know if you need assistance with anything specific." He nodded, then began to wander the aisles. I kept a close eye on him, unable to shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. He picked up items seemingly at random, a pack of gum, a lighter, a bottle of water, but never took his eyes off me for long. After what felt like an eternity, he approached the counter. As I began to ring up his items, he leaned in close. Too close. I could smell stale cigarette smoke and something else, something metallic that made my stomach turn. "You work here often?" he asked, his eyes boring into mine. I nodded, not trusting my voice. I focused on bagging his items, trying to ignore how my hands were shaking. "All alone, huh? Must get scary sometimes." I cleared my throat. "It's not so bad. We have security cameras and direct line to the police if needed. I hoped the mention of security would deter whatever he might be planning. He chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. Oh, I'm sure you do. But cameras can't stop everything, can they? My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. I finished bagging his items and rattled off the total, praying he'd pay and leave. But he made no move to reach for his wallet. Instead, he placed his hands on the counter, leaning even closer. You know, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I've been watching this place for a while now. Watching you. Ice flooded my veins. I took a step back, bumping into the cigarette display behind me. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to pay for your items and leave. He ignored me, continuing as if I hadn't spoken. I've seen you, night after night, all alone in this little glass box, so vulnerable, so tempting. My eyes darted to the panic button under the counter. If I could just reach it without him noticing. I wouldn't do that if I were you, he said, his tone hardening. My eyes snapped back to his face, and I saw that his hand was now in his pocket. The implication was clear. He had a weapon. Please, I whispered, hating how weak my voice sounded. Just take the money and go. I won't call anyone, I swear. He laughed. Then, a harsh, grating sound that made me flinch. Oh, sweetheart, I'm not here for money. I'm here for something much more valuable. My mind raced, trying to figure out a way out of this situation. The store was empty, the parking lot deserted. It was just me and him, separated by a thin counter that suddenly felt like no protection at all. What do you want? I asked, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. His smile widened, showing too many teeth. I want to play a game, a little test, if you will, to see how well you can follow instructions. Before I could respond, he pulled his hand out of his pocket. I braced myself, expecting to see a gun or a knife. Instead, he was holding a small, innocuous-looking box. Do you know what this is? He asked, turning the box over in his hands. I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. This, he said, his voice taking on an almost reverent tone, is a puzzle box. Very old, very rare, and inside, well, inside is something truly special. He placed the box on the counter between us. I want you to open it. I stared at the box, then back at him. I don't understand. Why me? His eyes gleamed with a manic light. Because, my dear, you've been chosen. And if you refuse, well, let's just say the alternative won't be pleasant for either of us. With shaking hands, I picked up the box. It was heavier than it looked, and covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shift and change as I turned it over. How do I open it? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He leaned in close, his breath hot on my ear. That's for you to figure out, but I'll give you a hint. The price of failure is blood. I felt sick to my stomach, but I knew I had no choice. I began to examine the box more closely, running my fingers over the carvings. As I did, I felt something shift inside. That's it, he urged, his voice filled with an unsettling excitement. Keep going. I continued to manipulate the box, my heart racing with each click and shift. I didn't know what would happen when it opened, but I was certain it wouldn't be good. Suddenly, there was a loud click, and one side of the box sprang open. I yelped in surprise, nearly dropping it. Yes, the man exclaimed, his eyes wide with anticipation. Now reach inside. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the opening. What's in there? His smile turned cruel. Only one way to find out. Taking a deep breath, I plunged my hand into the box. My fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. I grasped it and slowly pulled it out. It was a key, old and ornate. It gleamed dully in the harsh fluorescent light. The man's breath caught in his throat. At last, he whispered, reaching for the key. But as his fingers brushed against it, something extraordinary happened. The key began to glow, growing brighter and brighter until I had to shield my eyes. When the light faded, the man was gone, vanished, as if he'd never been there at all. The only evidence of his presence was the puzzle box and still sitting on the counter. I stood there, frozen in shock, the key clutched tightly in my hand. What had just happened? Was I going crazy? The chime of the door snapped me out of my daze. A truck driver walked in, nodding a greeting as he headed for the coffee pot. I quickly shoved the key into my pocket and hid the puzzle box under the counter. As I rang up the truck driver's coffee, my mind raced. Should I call the police? Would anyone even believe me? The rest of my shift passed in a blur. When my replacement arrived at 6 a.m., I practically ran out of the store, the key a heavy weight in my pocket. As I drove home, the events of the night replayed in my mind. The strange man, the puzzle box, the key that made him vanish. It all seemed like a bizarre dream. But as I pulled into my driveway, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, parked across the street, was a car I'd never seen before. And in the driver's seat, barely visible in the early morning light, was a figure wearing a baseball cap pulled low over their eyes. I realized with a sinking feeling that my nightmare was far from over. In fact, it might have only just begun. The moment I saw her thumb out on that lonely stretch of highway, I knew I was making a mistake. But it was past midnight. The rain was coming down in sheets, and leaving her there seemed cruel. If only I'd listened to that nagging voice in the back of my mind, maybe I wouldn't be fighting for my life right now. It had been a long day. I was driving back from a business trip, eager to get home and crawl into my own bed. The monotony of the highway had lulled me into a sort of trance, the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the steady hum of tires on wet asphalt becoming a hypnotic lullaby. That's when I saw her, a lone figure illuminated by my headlights, arm outstretched, looking absolutely drenched. I slowed down, my conscience battling with my common sense. In the end, conscience won out. I pulled over, leaning across to roll down the passenger window. "Hey, you need a ride?" She nodded vigorously, her wet hair plastered to her face. "Oh, thank you. Yes, please." As she climbed in, I got a better look at her. She was young, probably in her early 20s, with wide, dark eyes that seemed to take up half her face. She was shivering, her thin jacket doing little to protect her from the elements. "Where you headed?" I asked, pulling back onto the highway. "Just up the road a ways," she said vaguely, rubbing her arms to warm up. "There's a town called Millbrook. You know it?" I nodded. I'd passed through Millbrook a few times. It was about an hour up the road. "Yeah, I can take you there. What's your name?" "Sarah," she said, flashing me a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Thanks for stopping. I was starting to think I'd be out there all night." "No problem," I replied, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my stomach. "I'm John, by the way." We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the steady patter of rain on the roof and the swish of the wipers. I kept sneaking glances at Sarah out of the corner of my eye. There was something off about her, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. "So, what brings you out here in the middle of the night?" I asked, trying to break the tension. Sarah stiffened slightly. "Oh, just stuff." "Stuff?" I prodded gently. She sighed, her shoulders slumping. "I was visiting my boyfriend. We had a fight. I stormed out, thinking I'd call a cab or something, but my phone died. And, well, here we are." I nodded sympathetically, but something about her story didn't quite add up. We were miles from anywhere. How had she ended up way out here? As if reading my thoughts, Sarah quickly added, "I started walking, thinking I'd reach a gas station or something. Guess I went further than I thought." I hummed non-committally, focusing on the road ahead. The rain was getting heavier, making it hard to see more than a few feet in front of the car. "Mind if I turn on the radio?" Sarah asked suddenly. "Go ahead," I said, gesturing towards the console. As she fiddled with the dial, I caught a whiff of something strange. It wasn't the musty smell of wet clothes, but something sharper, metallic. It reminded me of... My train of thought was interrupted as Sarah finally settled on a station. The car filled with the sounds of some late-night talk show, the host's voice tinny and distant. "So, John," Sarah said, turning to face me. "What do you do?" I launched into a brief explanation of my job, grateful for the distraction from my unsettling thoughts. But as I talked, I noticed Sarah wasn't really listening. Her eyes were darting around the car, taking in every detail. "That's interesting," she said when I finished, her tone making it clear she found it anything but. "Hey, do you mind if we make a quick stop? I'm dying for a smoke." I hesitated. We were in the middle of nowhere, with no rest stops or gas stations for miles. "I don't think there's anywhere to stop around here," I said carefully. Sarah's demeanor changed in an instant. The friendly facade dropped, replaced by something cold and hard. "Pull over," she said, her voice low and threatening. A chill ran down my spine. Look, Sarah, I don't think..." I said. "Pull over." She was shouting now, her face contorted with rage. Heart pounding, I eased the car onto the shoulder of the road. As soon as we came to a stop, Sarah reached into her jacket and pulled out a knife. "Give me your wallet and your phone," she demanded, brandishing the blade. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. "Sarah, please, you don't have to do this." "Shut up," she snarled. "Just give me what I want and maybe I won't hurt you." With shaking hands, I reached for my wallet. As I did, Sarah's eyes flickered to the movement, and I saw my chance. In one swift motion, I shoved open my door and tumbled out of the car. I hit the wet asphalt hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. But adrenaline took over, and I scrambled to my feet, running blindly into the darkness. I could hear Sarah behind me, her footsteps splashing through puddles as she gave chase. The rain was relentless, soaking me to the bone and making it hard to see where I was going. My foot caught on something, a root or a rock, I couldn't tell, and I went down hard. Pain shot through my ankle, but I forced myself back up, limping as fast as I could. "You can't run forever." Sarah's voice echoed through the night, closer than I'd expected. I veered off the road, plunging into the dense underbrush that lined the highway. Branches whipped at my face as I pushed through, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the dark, rain-soaked forest. Every sound made me jump, certain that Sarah was right behind me, knife in hand. Finally, my legs gave out. I collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of pursuit, but all I could hear was the steady drip of rain from the leaves above. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the reality of my situation sank in. I was lost in the woods, in the middle of the night, in a rainstorm. My car was who knows where, with my phone and wallet still inside. And somewhere out there, a knife-wielding hitchhiker was looking for me. I allowed myself a moment of despair, burying my face in my hands. How had a simple act of kindness turned into this nightmare? But I couldn't stay here. I had to keep moving, had to find help. Gritting my teeth against the pain in my ankle, I pushed myself to my feet and started walking. I chose a direction at random, hoping it would lead me back to the highway. The forest was eerily quiet, the only sounds the patter of rain and the squelch of my waterlogged shoes. After what felt like hours, I saw a glimmer of light through the trees. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I quickened my pace, ignoring the protests of my battered body. As I broke through the tree line, I found myself on the shoulder of the highway. In the distance, I could see the welcoming glow of a gas station. Relief washed over me, so intense it made me dizzy. I was safe. I could call for help, report Sarah to the police. This nightmare was finally over. But as I limped towards the gas station, a car pulled up beside me. The window rolled down, and a familiar voice called out, "Need a ride?" My blood ran cold as I turned to see Sarah behind the wheel, my car keys dangling from her finger. "Come on, John," she said, that same cold smile playing on her lips. "Let's finish our trip." As I stood there, frozen in indecision, I realized with a sinking heart that my nightmare was far from over. In fact, it might have only just begun. The old warehouse loomed before me, a hulking silhouette against the night sky. I'd worked the night shift here for months without incident, but tonight, something felt different. The air was heavy, charged with an electricity that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. As I fumbled with my keys, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. My name's Mike, and I'm the night security guard at Riverside Storage and Shipping. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills. Most nights, I just make my rounds, check the cameras, and try not to fall asleep. But tonight was going to be different. I pushed open the heavy metal door, wincing at the loud creak that echoed through the empty building. The sound seemed to hang in the air, amplified by the vast open space. I flicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. "Get a grip, Mike," I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. "It's just another night." I made my way to the security office, my footsteps echoing off the concrete floors. The warehouse was a maze of towering shelves, stacked high with crates and boxes. During the day, it was a hive of activity. But at night, it was a different world entirely. As I settled into my chair in front of the bank of monitors, I couldn't help but feel like something was off. Maybe it was the way the shadows seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Or maybe it was the faint whisper of sound that I could never quite place. I shook my head, trying to clear it. "You're letting your imagination run wild," I chided myself. But even as I said it, I couldn't quite convince myself it was true. The first few hours of my shift passed uneventfully. I made my rounds, checked the locks, and monitored the cameras. But as the night wore on, that feeling of wrongness grew stronger. It started with a noise, a soft thud, like something heavy being set down. I froze, my hand hovering over the keyboard where I'd been logging my rounds. I held my breath, straining my ears. There it was again. This time I was sure I hadn't imagined it. I turned to the monitors, scanning each one carefully. Nothing seemed out of place. No movement, no shadows where they shouldn't be. But then, on the camera overlooking the loading dock, I saw it. A flicker of movement. There and gone so fast I almost missed it. My heart began to race. We'd had break-ins before, usually kids looking for a thrill or homeless people seeking shelter. But this felt different. There was a deliberateness to that movement that sent a chill down my spine. I reached for my radio, ready to call for backup, but as my fingers closed around it, the lights flickered and died, plunging the office into darkness. The monitors went dark, leaving me blind. "Shit," I muttered, fumbling for my flashlight. As I clicked it on, the beam illuminated a face just inches from mine. I let out a strangled yell, nearly falling out of my chair as I scrambled backward. But when I shone the light back to where I'd seen the face, there was nothing there. My breath came in short, sharp gasps as I tried to calm my racing heart. "Get it together, Mike," I whispered to myself. "There's nothing there. You're seeing things." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Something was in the warehouse with me. Something that shouldn't be there. With shaking hands, I pulled out my cell phone. No signal. Of course. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I had a job to do. I couldn't let my fears get the better of me. Gripping my flashlight tightly, I stepped out of the office and into the cavernous warehouse. The beam of my flashlight seemed pitifully small in the vast darkness. Shadows loomed on all sides, and every creak and groan of the old building made me jump. As I made my way down the main aisle, I heard it again, that soft thud, closer this time. I spun around, my light dancing wildly across the shelves. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure dart between two stacks of crates, but when I looked again, there was nothing there. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and scared in the emptiness. "Is anyone there?" The only response was the echo of my own voice, bouncing back at me from the darkness. I continued my patrol, every sense on high alert. The air felt thick, oppressive, like it was pressing down on me from all sides. And all the while, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As I rounded a corner, my light fell on something that made my blood run cold. There, on the concrete floor, was a footprint, but it wasn't like any footprint I'd ever seen before. It was too large, too misshapen to be human. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. What the hell was going on? What kind of creature could leave a print like that? That's when I heard it. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I spun around, my light darting frantically from shadow to shadow, and then I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing in the darkness. They were too high up to be human, and they shone with an intelligence that was decidedly not animal. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, my feet pounding against the concrete as I desperately tried to remember the way out. Behind me, I could hear something moving, its heavy footsteps echoing off the walls. I burst out of the loading dock doors, gasping for air, my lungs burning. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. There, standing in the doorway of the warehouse, was a figure. It was too dark to make out details, but I could see those eyes, still glowing, watching me as I drove away. I never went back to that warehouse. I quit my job the next day, ignoring the confused and concerned questions from my boss. How could I explain what I'd seen? Who would believe me? But sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat. The memory of those glowing eyes and that inhuman footprint fresh in my mind. And I wonder, what exactly was in that warehouse? And more importantly, is it still there, waiting in the darkness for its next unsuspecting victim? I've tried to convince myself it was all in my head, a trick of the light, an overactive imagination fueled by too many late nights and too much caffeine. But deep down, I know the truth. There are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the shadows, just beyond the reach of our understanding. And sometimes, if we're not careful, we stumble upon them in the most unexpected places. So if you ever find yourself working the night shift in an old warehouse, remember my story. And if you hear a strange noise or see a shadow move where no shadow should be, don't investigate. Don't try to be a hero. Just run, and don't look back, because you never know what might be waiting for you in the darkness. The first time I heard the child's cry, I thought I was imagining things. But as I stood there, ear pressed against the locked door, the muffled sob sent chills down my spine. What kind of secret were my new neighbors hiding? I never wanted to be a house sitter, but when my college roommate, Sarah, begged me to watch her aunt and uncle's place for a week, I couldn't say no. They'd just moved in, she explained, and needed someone to water the plants and feed the cat while they were away on business. Easy money, right? The house was beautiful, I'll give them that. A sprawling Victorian on the outskirts of town, all gabled roofs and intricate woodwork. But from the moment I stepped inside, something felt off. Maybe it was the way the floorboards creaked under my feet, or how the shadows seemed to linger just a little too long in the corners. Or maybe it was the locked door at the end of the upstairs hallway, the one Sarah's aunt had casually mentioned was just storage and strictly off limits. The first few days were uneventful. I went about my duties, watering the countless houseplants and making sure the fat tabby cat Mr. Whiskers had enough food and water. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was on the third night that I heard it. I was just about to head to bed when a sound caught my attention. At first, I thought it was the wind or maybe the house settling, but as I paused at the top of the stairs, I realized it was coming from behind that locked door. A child's cry, faint but unmistakable. My heart began to race. Sarah hadn't mentioned anything about children. As far as I knew, her aunt and uncle didn't have any kids. I approached the door cautiously, my bare feet silent on the plush carpet. Pressing my ear against the cool wood, I held my breath and listened. There it was again, a soft whimper, followed by what sounded like words, too muffled to make out. "Hello?" I called softly, rapping gently on the door. "Is someone in there?" The crying stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavy silence. I tried the handle, knowing it was futile. The door remained firmly locked. "It's okay," I said, trying to keep my voice calm despite the panic rising in my chest. "I'm here to help. Can you tell me your name?" No response. I spent the rest of the night pacing, debating what to do. Should I call the police? But what if I was wrong? What if it was just my imagination running wild, fueled by too many late-night horror movies? By morning, I'd almost convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing. The house was quiet, sunlight streaming through the windows, making the previous night's fears seem silly and overblown. But as I was making my morning coffee, I heard it again. This time, it wasn't just crying. It was a voice, clear as day, coming from upstairs. "Help me," it said. "Please help me." I dropped my mug, barely noticing as hot coffee splashed across my feet. I raced up the stairs, taking them two at a time. The voice was coming from behind the locked door, louder now. "Please," it begged. "I'm scared." "I'm here," I called back, jiggling the handle uselessly. "I'm going to get you out, okay? Just hang on." I ran to the garage, searching frantically for something, anything I could use to break down the door. My hands closed around a heavy wrench, and I raced back upstairs. The wood splintered under my frenzied blows, each impact sending shockwaves up my arms. But I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Not with that voice pleading for help on the other side. Finally, with a resounding crack, the door gave way. I stumbled into the room, the wrench clattering to the floor. What I saw inside made my blood run cold. The room was empty. No furniture, no windows, just bare walls and a hardwood floor. And in the center, a small tape recorder, its reels still spinning. I approached it cautiously, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. As I got closer, I could make out words, repeating on a loop. "Help me. Please, help me. I'm scared." The same voice I'd heard, over and over again. I sank to my knees, my head spinning. My head. What was going on? Why would Sarah's aunt and uncle have this? As I knelt there, trying to make sense of it all, something caught my eye. A small seam in the floorboards, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. With trembling hands, I pried it open. Inside was a stack of papers, news clippings, photographs, and what looked like official documents. As I leafed through them, a horrifying picture began to emerge. Missing children, spanning decades. And in each case, Sarah's aunt and uncle had lived nearby. My stomach lurched as I realized the implications. This wasn't just some sick joke or art project. This was evidence. Evidence of something far more sinister than I could have imagined. I scrambled for my phone, ready to call the police, and when I heard it. The front door opening, followed by footsteps on the stairs. "Hello?" Sarah's aunt's voice called out. "We're home early. Is everything okay? We heard a noise." Panic seized me. They weren't supposed to be back for days. What were they doing here? I shoved the papers back into the hiding spot, my mind racing. I had to get out, had to get help. But how? The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear them in the hallway now. Oh my. Sarah's uncle's voice this time, closer than I'd expected. What happened to the door? I looked around frantically, searching for an escape route, but there was nowhere to go. No windows, no other doors. I was trapped. The footsteps stopped just outside the room. I could see their shadows in the hallway, looming ominously. "Sweetie," Sarah's aunt called, her voice sickly sweet. "Are you in there? Come on out. We just want to talk." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I pressed myself against the wall, praying for a miracle. Now, Sarah's uncle said, his tone menacing despite the light words. "There's no need to be afraid. We can explain everything." I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. I knew that if they found me in here, with the door broken down and their secrets exposed, I wouldn't be leaving this house alive. The floorboards creaked as they entered the room. I could hear them moving around, their breathing heavy in the small space. Come out, wherever you are," Sarah's aunt sing-songed, her voice sending chills down my spine. I held my breath, pressing myself further into the corner. Maybe if I stayed perfectly still, they wouldn't see me. Maybe I could find a way out of this nightmare. But as I felt a hand close around my arm, I knew my luck had run out. "Found you," Sarah's uncle whispered, his breath hot on my ear. I screamed, the sound echoing off the bare walls. But I knew, with a sinking heart, that no one would hear me. No one would come to save me. As they dragged me out of the room, I caught one last glimpse of the tape recorder, still playing its haunting message. "Help me, please, help me. I'm scared." I realized, with a jolt of horror, that soon those words might be my own. The last thing I saw before everything went dark was Sarah's aunt's face, twisted into a grotesque smile. "Welcome to the family, dear," she said. "You're going to be with us for a very long time." And then, mercifully, I knew no more. The flickering firelight cast long, dancing shadows on the cabin walls, and for a moment I thought I was hallucinating. But as the chanting grew louder, I realized with horror that what I was witnessing was all too real. How could a simple hiking trip have led me to this nightmare? It had started as a perfect day for a hike. The air was crisp, the sky a brilliant blue, and the trail promised breathtaking views of the mountains. I'd packed light, just some water, trail mix, and my trusty camera. Photography was my passion, and I was hoping to capture some stunning landscapes. As I ventured deeper into the woods, the trail became less defined. I should have turned back then, but the allure of unexplored territory was too strong. I pushed on, my camera clicking away as I captured the raw beauty of the untamed forest. It was late afternoon when I realized I was lost. The sun was dipping low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. I tried to retrace my steps, but every direction looked the same, an endless sea of green and brown. Panic started to set in as darkness fell. The forest, once beautiful and inviting, now seemed menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, sent my heart racing. I was fumbling with my phone, trying to get a signal, when I saw it, a faint glow in the distance. Relief washed over me. Civilization, maybe a ranger station or a campsite. I stumbled towards the light, my exhaustion forgotten in the rush of hope. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a building, but a clearing. And in that clearing stood a cabin, old and weather-beaten, but undeniably occupied. Warm light spilled from its windows, and I could hear voices inside. I approached cautiously, rehearsing my plea for help in my head. But as I reached the edge of the clearing, something made me stop. The voices I'd heard weren't engaged in normal conversation. They were chanting, a low, rhythmic sound that sent chills down my spine. Curiosity overrode my caution. I crept closer, staying low and hidden in the underbrush. Through a grimy window, I could see inside the cabin. What I saw made my blood run cold. A group of people, maybe a dozen, stood in a circle. They wore dark robes, their faces obscured by deep hoods. In the center of the circle was some kind of altar, and on that altar, I stifled a gasp. There was a person on the altar, bound and struggling weakly. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied, and one of the robed figures raised a knife, its blade glinting in the firelight. I scrambled backwards, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they must be able to hear it. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life, only in movies or nightmares, but the scene before me was undeniably real. I had to get out of there, had to find help. But as I turned to flee, my foot caught on a root. I went down hard, unable to stop the cry of pain that escaped my lips. The chanting stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then, a voice from inside the cabin. "Someone's out there." Panic gave me strength. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not caring about the noise I was making. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. The forest that had seemed so oppressive before now became my only hope for survival. I ran blindly through the darkness, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. The voices behind me grew closer. They knew these woods better than I did, and they were gaining. A beam of light cut through the darkness. They had flashlights. I veered off in a new direction, praying I could lose them. My foot caught on something, a root or a rock. I couldn't tell, and I went down hard. Pain shot through my ankle, and I bit back a scream. I tried to get up, but my leg wouldn't support my weight. I dragged myself behind a large tree, trying to quiet my ragged breathing. The voices were closer now. I could make out words, spread out. The intruder couldn't have gone far. "We can't let them escape. You know what's at stake." I pressed myself against the rough bark of the tree, willing myself to become invisible. The beam of a flashlight swept past, inches from my hiding spot. I held my breath, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. For what felt like hours, I stayed there, frozen in terror. The searchers moved back and forth through the woods, their lights dancing between the trees. Several times, they passed so close I could have reached out and touched them. Gradually, the voices grew more distant. They were moving away, further into the forest. As silence fell once more, I allowed myself to breathe again. I knew I couldn't stay there. Sooner or later, they would double back. My ankle throbbed, but the pain was secondary to the need to escape. Using the tree for support, I pulled myself up. I limped away as quickly and quietly as I could, constantly looking over my shoulder. Every shadow seemed to hide a robed figure, every sound a pursuer closing in. The forest, which hours ago had been a place of beauty and adventure, was now a terrifying maze of potential danger. I don't know how long I walked. Time lost all meaning in the darkness. My world narrowed to the next step, the next tree to hide behind, the next moment of listening for sounds of pursuit. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, I heard something that made my heart leap. The sound of traffic, a road. I quickened my pace, hope giving me renewed energy. I broke through the tree line, and there it was, a highway stretching off into the distance. I wanted to cry with relief. I limped to the roadside and stuck out my thumb, praying someone would stop. After what felt like an eternity, a truck slowed and pulled over. The driver, a middle-aged man with kind eyes, took one look at my battered, wild-eyed appearance and asked, "Are you okay?" The story poured out of me in a rush. The hike, getting lost, the cabin in the woods, the robed figures, the chase. As I spoke, I realized how insane it all sounded. The driver listened with growing concern, and I could see the doubt in his eyes. "Look," he said gently when I finished, "why don't I take you to the hospital? You've had a rough night, and that ankle needs looking at." I nodded, too exhausted to argue. As we drove away, I looked back at the forest. In the morning light, it looked peaceful, even inviting. Had it all been a hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion? But then, just for a moment, I thought I saw a figure at the edge of the trees, a figure in a dark robe, watching the road. I blinked, and it was gone. At the hospital, they treated my ankle and checked me for a concussion. The police came to take my statement, but I could tell they didn't believe me. No cabin was found in the area I described, no evidence of any cult activity. Eventually, they chalked it up to an overactive imagination and the effects of being lost in the woods at night. Even I began to doubt my own memories. But sometimes, late at night, I wake up in a cold sweat, the sound of that eerie chanting echoing in my ears. And I wonder, what if it was real? What if they're still out there, hidden in the dark heart of the forest, waiting for their next victim? One thing's for certain, I'll never go hiking alone again. Some things are better left undiscovered, some mysteries better left unsolved, and some parts of the wilderness should remain forever unexplored. The first flash of headlights in my rearview mirror didn't worry me. The second one made me uneasy, but when the car behind me started honking and flashing its high beams, I knew this wasn't just another impatient driver. This was the beginning of the most terrifying night of my life. It had been a long day, and I was eager to get home. The clock on my dashboard read 11:23 p.m. as I cruised down the empty highway, the rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt lulling me into a sense of calm. The road stretched out before me, a ribbon of black cutting through the darkness, illuminated only by my headlights and the occasional street lamp. I first noticed the car about 10 minutes into my drive, just a pair of headlights in the distance, nothing unusual. But as the minutes ticked by, I realized it was getting closer, much closer, and fast. I glanced at my speedometer. I was already going 5 over the limit. Shrugging, I moved into the right lane to let them pass, but they didn't pass. Instead, the car matched my speed, staying right on my tail. That's when the honking started. Short, aggressive bursts that made me jump in my seat. I checked my mirrors, wondering if maybe I had a tail light out or something hanging off my car. But everything looked normal. The high beams came next, flooding my car with harsh white light. I squinted, my eyes watering from the glare. What was this person's problem? I sped up, hoping to put some distance between us. The car behind me accelerated too, staying close enough that I couldn't even see its headlights anymore. Just that blinding glare. My heart began to race. This wasn't normal behavior. Something was wrong. Very wrong. I fumbled for my phone, thinking to call 911, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't unlock the screen. Plus, out here in the middle of nowhere, who knew how long it would take for help to arrive? The car behind me suddenly swerved into the left lane. For a moment, I felt a wave of relief. They were finally going to pass me. But instead of speeding by, they pulled up alongside me. I kept my eyes focused straight ahead, afraid to look, but curiosity got the better of me, and I snuck a glance. The driver's side window was down, and a man was leaning out. Even in the dim light, I could see the manic grin on his face. He was shouting something, but I couldn't hear over the rush of wind and my own pounding heart. Then I saw what he was holding. A gun. Panic exploded in my chest. This wasn't road rage. This was something much, much worse. I slammed on the gas pedal, my old sedan protesting as I pushed it to speeds it was never designed for. The man's car fell behind for a moment, but quickly caught up. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. I couldn't outrun them, that much was clear. Their car was newer, faster, and I had no idea how much farther it was to the next town. I saw a sign for an upcoming exit. Without thinking, I swerved across 2 lanes, taking the off-ramp at a speed that made my tires squeal. In my rearview mirror, I saw the other car overshoot the exit. A small victory, but I knew it wouldn't last long. The exit led to a maze of back roads. I took random turns, hoping to lose my pursuer. Left, right, another right. I had no idea where I was going, but anywhere was better than that highway. For a few blessed minutes, I thought I'd lost them. The roads were dark and empty, Nothing but fields and the occasional farmhouse in sight. I began to relax, my death grip on the steering wheel loosening slightly. Then I saw them. Headlights in my rearview mirror, closing fast. How had they found me? It was like they could sense where I was going. Like this was all some sick game to them. I took more turns, each one more desperate than the last, but they stayed with me, always right behind. The sound of their engine was a constant roar in my ears, drowning out everything else. I was so focused on what was behind me that I almost missed the barricade ahead. Construction. The road was closed. I slammed on the brakes, my car skidding to a stop just inches from the barrier. I was trapped. The other car pulled up behind me, blocking any chance of backing up. The driver got out, that same maniacal grin on his face. In his hand, the gun glinted in the moonlight. This was it. This was how it ended. On some nameless back road in the middle of nowhere. I closed my eyes, waiting for the sound of gunshots. But instead I heard laughter. My eyes snapped open. The man was doubled over, laughing so hard he was having trouble standing up. As I watched, dumbfounded, he lowered the gun. It was plastic. A toy. Oh man, he wheezed, still chuckling. You should see your face right now. Confusion replaced fear. What was going on? Then another car pulled up, and another. People started getting out, all of them laughing and chatting like this was some kind of party. One of them approached my car. As he got closer, I recognized him. It was my brother. "Happy birthday, sis," he said, grinning from ear to ear. "Gotcha good, didn't we?" It all came crashing down on me at once. The chase, the gun, all of it. It had been a prank. An elaborate, terrifying prank. I got out of the car on shaky legs, torn between relief and fury. "What the hell were you thinking?" I shouted, my voice hoarse from fear. My brother's smile faltered. "We thought it would be fun, you know, an exciting way to kick off your 30th birthday. We didn't mean to scare you so badly." I looked around at the group. There were about a dozen people, all friends and family. They were holding balloons and gifts, looking increasingly uncomfortable as they realized how badly their surprise had gone. "Fun," I said, my voice rising. "You call that fun? I thought I was going to die." The man who had been chasing me, now I recognized him as my brother's best friend, stepped forward. "We're really sorry," he said, looking genuinely remorseful. "We didn't think it through. We just wanted to give you a birthday you'd never forget." "Well, congratulations," I said bitterly. Mission accomplished. There was an awkward silence. Then, slowly, the absurdity of the situation began to sink in. Here we all were, standing on a closed road in the middle of the night, surrounded by balloons and birthday gifts, all because of a prank gone horribly wrong. A laugh bubbled up in my chest. Before I knew it, I was giggling uncontrollably. The tension broke, and soon everyone was laughing. "You idiots," I said, wiping tears from my eyes. "You absolute morons. Who planned something like this?" My brother shrugged, looking sheepish. "We may have gotten a bit carried away," he admitted. "A bit?" I shook my head, but I was smiling now. This is officially the worst and best birthday surprise ever. We ended up having an impromptu party right there on the closed road. Someone had brought cake, and we sat on the hoods of our cars, eating and laughing about the insanity of the night. As I looked around at my friends and family, I felt a surge of affection. Yes, their plan had been monumentally stupid. Yes, they had scared me half to death. But in a weird way, it showed how much they cared, how far they were willing to go to make my birthday special. "Next year," I said, raising my piece of cake in a toast. "Maybe just stick to a surprise party at home, okay?" Everyone laughed and agreed. As we packed up to head home, I couldn't help but smile. It had been a terrifying, exhilarating, unforgettable night. And isn't that what birthdays are supposed to be about? But as we drove home, I made a mental note. Next year, I'm staying in on my birthday, just in case. The day I realized my neighbor was watching me, I laughed it off. A month later, I was boarding up my windows. Now, as I sit here in the dark, jumping at every sound, I wonder how my life became a living nightmare. It all started innocently enough. I had just moved into a quaint little house in what I thought was a peaceful suburb. The kind of place where people leave their doors unlocked and kids play in the streets until dusk. My neighbor, let's call him Tom, seemed friendly at first. He welcomed me to the neighborhood with a homemade pie and offered to mow my lawn until I got settled in. I was grateful for the warm welcome. Being new in town and working from home, I didn't have many opportunities to meet people. So when Tom invited me over for a barbecue that weekend, I happily accepted. The barbecue was odd. Tom lived alone, but his house was immaculate, almost sterile. Family photos lined the walls, but they all seemed to be at least a decade old. As he grilled, he peppered me with questions about my life, my job, my routine. I chalked it up to neighborly curiosity and answered politely. It was when I was leaving that I first felt a twinge of unease. As I thanked him for dinner, his eyes seemed to bore into me. "I'm so glad you moved in," he said, his grip on my hand a little too tight, a little too long. "We're going to be great friends." Over the next few weeks, I started noticing Tom more and more. He was always outside when I left for my morning run. He'd wave from his yard as I drove home from the grocery store. At first, I thought it was just coincidence. But then I realized he was learning my routine. One morning, I decided to skip my run. I peeked out the window at my usual departure time, and there was Tom, pacing in his driveway, checking his watch. My blood ran cold. This wasn't friendliness, this was surveillance. From that day on, I started paying closer attention. I noticed Tom's curtains twitching whenever I was in my front yard. His car would mysteriously appear behind me on my rare trips into town. Once, I could have sworn I saw a flash of light from his upstairs window, like the glint of binoculars or a camera lens. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe Tom was just a lonely old man with nothing better to do. But the feeling of being watched, of being studied, grew stronger every day. Things escalated when I started dating someone. The first night my date dropped me off, I found my flower pots overturned the next morning. When he stayed over, all 4 of my car tires were slashed. There was no proof it was Tom, but I knew. Somehow, I just knew. I installed security cameras, but they mysteriously malfunctioned after just a few days. I called the police, but without concrete evidence, and they couldn't do anything. Just a neighborly dispute, they said. If only they knew. Tom's behavior became more erratic. He'd stand at the property line for hours, just staring at my house. I'd wake up to find bizarre gifts on my porch, dead flowers, rocks arranged in strange patterns, once even a bird's nest with a single blue egg. I stopped leaving my house except for absolute necessities. I worked with the curtains drawn, jumped at every creak and groan of the house. My friends stopped visiting because Tom would interrogate them in the driveway. I was a prisoner in my own home. The final straw came last week. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound in my bedroom. There, silhouetted in the doorway, was a figure, Tom's figure. I screamed, and he vanished, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. The police came, but again, there was no proof, no signs of forced entry, nothing missing. They suggested I was having nightmares due to stress, but I knew the truth. Tom had been in my house, in my bedroom, while I slept. That's when I snapped. I went to the hardware store and bought every lock, every security device they had. I boarded up my windows, installed a steel security door. My house became a fortress. But even now, huddled in my living room with a baseball bat across my knees, I don't feel safe, because I know Tom is out there, watching, waiting. I can hear him sometimes, whispering through the cracks in the boards. "Let me in," he says. "We're friends, remember? Such good friends." I haven't slept in days. I can't eat. I jump at every sound, convinced it's Tom finding a way in. The police won't help. My family thinks I'm having a breakdown. Maybe I am, but if I am, it's because of him, because of Tom. Yesterday, I found a note pushed under my door. "You can't hide forever," it said. "I'll always be watching." I don't know what to do. I can't live like this anymore, but I can't leave either. This is my home, my life. And Tom has taken it all. As I sit here in the dark, I wonder how much longer I can hold out. How long before Tom finds a way in, or before the isolation and fear drive me truly mad. I hear a noise outside, footsteps on the porch, a scratching at the door. Is it Tom? Or am I finally losing my grip on reality? The scratching gets louder, more insistent. I raise my bat, ready to defend myself. But against what? A real intruder? Or the monsters my mind has created? The door handle jiggles. My heart is pounding so hard I can barely breathe. This is it. The moment I've been dreading and anticipating for months. The door begins to open, and I see a figure in the doorway. But it's not Tom. It's me. I blink, and the other me is gone. The door's closed. The house is silent. What's happening to me? Am I going insane? Or is this Tom's final, cruel trick? I don't know how much longer I can last. The lines between reality and paranoia have blurred beyond recognition. Is Tom really watching me? Or have I created this entire nightmare in my own mind? As another night falls, I huddle deeper into my fortress. But I know the truth now. The real prison isn't my boarded-up house. It's my own mind. And I fear that's one lock Tom has already picked. So I wait, bat in hand, for whatever comes next. For Tom, for madness, for an end to this waking nightmare. Because anything, even the monster I've imagined Tom to be, would be better than this limbo of fear and doubt. The scratching starts again. But this time, I don't know if I'll answer. Maybe it's better not to know. Maybe it's better to just sit here in the dark, watching the shadows, until the line between watcher and watched disappears completely. After all, isn't that what Tom would want? The old building creaked and groaned like a living thing, but I told myself it was just the wind. That is, until I saw the shadow figure gliding down the hallway, right through the wall. That's when I realized this night shift was going to be anything but ordinary. My name's Alex, and I've been working as a night security guard at Oakwood Manor for about 3 months now. It's an imposing old building, all Victorian architecture and faded grandeur, that's been converted into office spaces. During the day, it's a bustling hive of activity, but at night, it's a different world entirely. When I first took the job, I was just grateful for the steady paycheck. The night shift suited me fine. I've always been a bit of a night owl anyway. And for the first few weeks, everything was normal, boring even. I'd make my rounds, check the security cameras, and count down the hours until my shift ended. But then the strange thing started happening. It began with small things, items moving on their own. Doors I'd swear I'd locked found wide open, the temperature dropping suddenly in certain rooms, cold spots that would appear and disappear without reason. I tried to rationalize it all. Old buildings settle. The heating system was probably on the fritz. My mind was playing tricks on me in the quiet of the night. But then I saw it. The shadow. I was making my usual rounds, flashlight in hand, when movement caught my eye at the end of the long hallway on the 3rd floor. I froze, my beam of light cutting through the darkness. There, just for a moment, I saw a dark figure. It was humanoid in shape, but somehow wrong. Too tall, too thin, moving with a fluidity that seemed impossible. And then, right before my eyes, it passed through the solid wall at the end of the corridor. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my heart pounding in my chest. What had I just seen? It couldn't be real. It had to be a trick of the light, a shadow cast by a tree outside the window. Anything but what my mind was screaming it was. A ghost. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Ghosts weren't real. I was a rational person. There had to be a logical explanation. But from that night on, the occurrences became more frequent, more difficult to explain away. I'd hear whispers in empty rooms, see figures out of the corner of my eye that would vanish when I turned to look. The security cameras would glitch, showing impossible things, furniture moving on its own, doors opening and closing without anyone there. I thought about quitting, but something kept me coming back night after night. Curiosity, maybe, or perhaps a deeper need to understand what was happening. One night, about a month after I first saw the shadow figure, I decided to do some digging. During a quiet moment in my shift, I pulled up the building's history on my phone. What I found chilled me to the bone. Oakwood Manor hadn't always been an office building. In the late 1800s, and it had been a private psychiatric hospital, the kind of place where the wealthy would send troublesome relatives to be forgotten. The articles I found spoke of experimental treatments, of patients who went in and never came out. And then there was the fire. In 1904, a blaze swept through the east wing of the building. Official reports said it was an accident, but there were whispers of arson, of a patient driven to desperation by the inhumane conditions. Dozens died that night, trapped in their rooms. As I read the grim details, I realized with a start that the east wing, the part that had burned, was the same section where I'd been experiencing the most paranormal activity. I was so engrossed in my research that I almost missed it. A soft sound, like someone crying. I looked up, my blood running cold. The sound was coming from down the hall, from the room that had once been the head doctor's office. Every instinct told me to ignore it, to stay put in the security office where it was safe. But something pulled me to my feet, drew me towards that sound. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, the crying growing louder with each step. My flashlight beam danced erratically as my hand shook. I reached the door, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Slowly, I pushed it open. The room was empty, moonlight spilling in through the large windows. But the air felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. And there, in the center of the room, was a figure. It was a young woman, dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned nightgown. She was translucent, her edges blurring into the moonlight. She turned to face me, and I saw that her eyes were filled with an immeasurable sadness. "Help us," she whispered, her voice echoing as if from a great distance. "We can't rest. The pain, it never stops." I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. I wanted to run, to scream, to wake up from this nightmare. But I was rooted to the spot, unable to look away from her pleading eyes. Suddenly, the room erupted into chaos. More figures appeared, their forms flickering like old film. Men, women, children, all bearing the marks of their final moments. Burns, injuries, faces contorted in fear and pain. They swirled around me, their voices rising in a cacophony of pleas and cries. "Help us. Make it stop. We're trapped." The temperature plummeted, my breath coming out in visible puffs. Objects began to move, books flying off shelves, chairs scraping across the floor. The windows rattled in their frames, and I was sure they would shatter at any moment. In the midst of the chaos, I saw him, the shadow figure from the hallway. He stood apart from the others, tall and imposing. Unlike the other spirits, he seemed solid, more real somehow. He turned his featureless face towards me, and though he had no eyes, I could feel his gaze boring into me. A voice filled my head, deep and resonant, drowning out the cries of the other spirits. "You see us now. You know our pain. Will you help us find peace?" I wanted to say no, to run away and never come back, to pretend none of this was real. But as I looked around at the tortured souls surrounding me, I knew I couldn't. Whatever had happened here, whatever pain these spirits were holding on to, it needed to end. With a voice that sounded braver than I felt, I spoke. "Yes, I'll help you. Tell me what to do. The chaos subsided. The spirits faded, leaving only the young woman and the shadow figure. The woman smiled, a look of relief washing over her face. "Thank you," she whispered, before disappearing like mist in sunlight. The shadow figure remained. He extended a hand towards me, and I felt a jolt of energy course through my body. Suddenly, I knew what I had to do. The next few weeks were a blur. By day, I researched the history of Oakwood Manor, digging deeper than any local historian had before. I uncovered records of mistreatment, of illegal experiments, of lives cut tragically short. By night, I walked the halls of the building, listening to the stories of the spirits, piecing together the truth of what had happened here. It wasn't easy. There were nights when the activity was so intense I thought I'd lose my mind. Nights when the weight of the spirits, pain and anger felt like it would crush me, but I persevered. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I found what I was looking for. Hidden in the basement, behind a false wall, I discovered a cache of documents, patient records, experimental logs, and most importantly, a list of names, the true account of who had died in the fire and why. With trembling hands, I brought my findings to light. I contacted the authorities, the media, anyone who would listen. The truth of Oakwood Manor was finally revealed. The night after the story broke, I entered the building for my shift with a sense of trepidation. But as I walked the halls, I felt a difference. The air was lighter, the oppressive energy gone. In the old doctor's office, I found them waiting for me. The spirits, no longer tortured and angry, but peaceful. One by one, they smiled at me, whispered their thanks, and faded away. The shadow figure was the last to go. He placed a hand on my shoulder, and I felt a warmth spread through me. "You have freed us," his voice echoed in my mind. "Our story is told. We can rest now." And then he was gone. I still work at Oakwood Manor. The building is quiet now, just an ordinary office space. But sometimes, when the night is still and the moonlight spills through the windows, I swear I can hear a whisper of thanks on the wind. And I smile, knowing that I helped bring peace to the restless souls of Oakwood Manor. The moment I pulled over to help, I knew something was off. But by the time I realized it was a trap, it was already too late. The click of the gun behind my head told me this night was about to become a fight for survival. It had been a long day, and I was eager to get home. The clock on my dashboard read 11:37 p.m. as I cruised down the lonely stretch of highway, the rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt lulling me into a sort of trance. The road stretched out before me, a ribbon of black cutting through the darkness, illuminated only by my headlights and the occasional flicker of stars peeking through the clouds. That's when I saw her, a young woman, maybe in her mid-20s, standing next to a car with its hood up. She was waving frantically, her face a mask of desperation in the harsh glare of my headlights. I hesitated for a moment, that little voice in the back of my head warning me about the dangers of stopping for strangers on deserted roads at night. But she looked so helpless, so afraid. I couldn't just drive by. I pulled over, my tires crunching on the gravel shoulder. As I got out of my car, I called out, "Everything okay?" The woman's relief was palpable. "Oh, thank God," she cried, rushing towards me. "My car just died, and I've been stuck out here for hours. There's no cell service, and you're the first person who stopped." I nodded sympathetically, already moving towards her car. "Let's take a look. I'm no mechanic, but maybe we can figure out what's wrong." As I leaned over the engine, trying to spot any obvious issues, I heard a noise behind me. Before I could turn, something hard pressed against the back of my head. "Don't move," a gruff male voice commanded. "Hands where I can see them." My blood ran cold as I slowly raised my hands. The woman who had seemed so distressed moments ago now stood before me, a cruel smile twisting her features. In her hand was my wallet. She must have lifted it from my pocket while I was distracted. "Looks like we caught ourselves a live one, Jake," she said, rifling through my wallet. "And he's got cash, too. Lucky us." The man behind me, Jake, apparently, chuckled. "All right, friend. Here's how this is going to go. You're going to get in your car and drive us wherever we tell you. Try anything stupid and, well," he pressed the gun harder against my skull. "You get the idea." My mind raced, trying to figure a way out of this nightmare. But with a gun to my head and two of them against one of me, my options were limited. Swallowing hard, I nodded. "Smart choice," the woman said. "I'm Lacey, by the way, since we're going to be spending some quality time together." They marched me back to my car, Jake keeping the gun trained on me while Lacey slid into the passenger seat. Jake got in behind me, the barrel of the gun now pressed against my ribs. "Drive," he ordered. "Head north on the highway." As I pulled back onto the road, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, I tried to stay calm, to think rationally. There had to be a way out of this. I just had to bide my time, wait for an opportunity. We drove for what felt like hours, the highway giving way to smaller roads, then to unpaved tracks winding through dense forest. Lacey and Jake kept up a steady stream of conversation, talking about past jobs and what they planned to do with the money from this one. I tried not to listen, to focus on the road and on finding a chance to escape. Finally, Jake directed me to pull over next to an old, dilapidated barn. As I cut the engine, dread settled in my stomach like a lead weight. This was it. This was where they were going to kill me. "Out of the car," Jake barked, nice and slow. I complied, my legs feeling like jelly as I stepped onto the damp grass. The night was eerily quiet, the darkness absolute save for my car's headlights. Lacey produced a length of rope from somewhere and began tying my hands behind my back. "Can't have you getting any ideas about running off," she said, her tone almost cheerful. Once I was secured, Jake lowered the gun. "All right, let's see what goodies our friend here has in his car." As they began ransacking my vehicle, I stood there, heart pounding, desperately trying to think of a way out. The rope around my wrists was tight, but maybe if I could work it loose. Suddenly, a sound cut through the night, distant at first, but growing louder. Headlights appeared on the road we'd just come down. Jake and Lacey froze. "Shit," Jake hissed. "Who the hell is that?" "Doesn't matter," Lacey snapped. "We need to go. Now." In their panic, they seemed to have forgotten about me. As they scrambled to gather what they'd taken from my car, I saw my chance. I ran. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get away. I plunged into the forest, branches whipping at my face as I stumbled through the underbrush. Behind me, I could hear Jake and Lacey shouting, their voices filled with rage. A gunshot rang out, the sound echoing through the trees. I ducked instinctively, nearly losing my footing on the uneven ground. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the darkness of the forest. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. But terror kept me moving. Every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through me. Finally, when I felt like I couldn't take another step, I saw a light ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was a house, small, isolated, but gloriously, wonderfully real. I burst out of the tree line, gasping for breath. An old man stood on the porch, a shotgun in his hands. He must have heard the commotion. "Help," I managed to croak out. "Please, they're after me." The old man's eyes widened as he took in my appearance, disheveled, hands bound, wild-eyed with fear. Without a word, he ushered me inside, locking the door behind us. "Martha," he called out, "call the sheriff. We've got trouble." As his wife hurried to the phone, the old man, Bob, I would later learn, quickly untied my hands. I collapsed into a chair, my whole body shaking as the adrenaline began to wear off. "What happened, son?" Bob asked gently. Through gasping breaths, I told him everything, stopping to help, the trap, the terrifying drive, my escape. By the time I finished, I could hear sirens in the distance. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police swarmed the area, taking my statement and searching for Jake and Lacey. They found my car abandoned by the old barn, but of my attackers, there was no sign. As dawn broke, I sat on Bob and Martha's porch, a blanket around my shoulders and a cup of coffee warming my hands. A police officer approached, a grim look on his face. "We found them," he said. "Crashed their getaway car about 10 miles down the road. Both dead on impact." I nodded, not sure how to feel. Relief, certainly, that they couldn't hurt anyone else. But also a deep, bone-weary sadness at the waste of it all. The officer hesitated, then added, "You should know, we think these two were responsible for a string of similar attacks in the area. 3 people dead, 2 still missing. Your escape, you may have saved more lives than just your own." As he walked away, I stared out at the forest, now bathed in the soft light of dawn. The nightmare was over, but I knew the memory of this night would stay with me forever. I thought about how close I'd come to death, how easily my desire to help had been turned against me. But I also thought about Bob and Martha, how they'd taken in a stranger in need without hesitation. In the end, I realized that's what it comes down to. In a world where darkness can find you on a lonely stretch of highway, it's the light of human kindness that sees us through. And despite everything, I knew that the next time I saw someone in need on the side of the road, I'd still stop to help. But maybe, just maybe, I'd be a little more cautious about it. The first red flag should have been the locked door in the basement. The second was the strange symbols etched into the walls. But it wasn't until I found the hidden room filled with horrifying artifacts that I realized this Airbnb stay was going to be my last. I'd booked the place on a whim, needing a weekend getaway from the stress of city life. The listing promised a quaint cottage in the woods, perfect for unwinding and reconnecting with nature. The price was surprisingly low for such a picturesque spot, but I chalked it up to it being off-season. As I drove up the winding dirt road, the dense forest pressing in on both sides, I felt a mixture of excitement and unease. The cottage, when it finally came into view, was everything the pictures had promised. A charming 2-story structure with a wraparound porch and shuttered windows. The owner, a middle-aged woman named Margaret, met me at the door. She had a warm smile, but something about her eyes seemed off. Too intense, maybe. She gave me a quick tour, rattling off information about the property and the surrounding area. "Oh, and don't worry about the basement door," she said casually as we passed it. "It's just storage, nothing interesting down there." I nodded, not thinking much of it at the time. She handed me the keys, reminded me to call if I needed anything, and left. As her car disappeared down the driveway, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. A whole weekend to myself. No work, no responsibilities, just peace and quiet. For the first few hours, everything was perfect. I unpacked, made a cup of tea, and settled onto the porch with a book. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. It was exactly what I needed. As evening fell, I headed inside to make dinner. That's when I noticed the first truly odd thing. The kitchen drawers were all locked, every single one. I frowned, jiggling the handles. Why would someone lock kitchen drawers? I shot Margaret a quick text, asking about it. Her reply came almost instantly. "Oh, silly me. I must have forgotten to unlock those. The key should be in the junk drawer by the fridge." Sure enough, I found a small key that opened all the drawers. But as I rummaged through them for a can opener, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The contents seemed staged somehow, like a model home kitchen rather than one that was actually used. I pushed the thought aside and focused on making my dinner. But as I ate, my eyes kept drifting to that basement door. What kind of storage needed a padlock that heavy? After dinner, I decided to explore the cottage a bit more. The living room was cozy, with a stone fireplace and shelves lined with books. But as I ran my fingers along the spines, I realized something strange. All the books were backwards, their pages facing out instead of their titles. Curiosity got the better of me. I pulled one out and opened it. The pages were blank, every single one. I checked another book, and another, all blank. A chill ran down my spine. This was beyond weird. It was downright creepy. I headed upstairs, suddenly eager to make sure the bedroom was normal. It looked fine at first glance, a large bed, a dresser, a closet. But when I opened the closet door, my breath caught in my throat. The back wall of the closet was covered in strange symbols, etched deeply into the wood. They looked ancient, like something out of an occult textbook, and in the center of it all was a phrase repeated over and over. The doorway must remain closed. My heart was pounding now. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I needed to leave, to get out of here right now. I turned to grab my bag, and that's when I saw it. A dark stain on the hardwood floor, partially hidden under the rug. With shaking hands, I pulled the rug back. The stain was larger than I thought, and unmistakably blood. Panic surged through me. I ran downstairs, fumbling for my phone. No signal, of course. I was halfway to the front door when a thought stopped me cold. My car keys. Where were my car keys? I searched frantically, emptying my pockets, checking every surface. They were gone. And then I remembered. I'd left them in the dish by the door when I came in. The dish that was now empty. A sound from outside made me freeze. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. The basement. If I could get down there, maybe there was another way out. I ran to the basement door, my fingers clumsy as I worked on the padlock. Just as I heard the front door start to open, the lock clicked open. I yanked the door open and plunged into the darkness, pulling it shut behind me. The basement was pitch black. I fumbled for my phone, using its feeble light to illuminate my surroundings. What I saw made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in the same symbols I'd seen in the closet, but here they were everywhere, floor to ceiling. Strange artifacts cluttered every surface. Bones, feathers, crystals arranged in intricate patterns. And in the center of the room, a large stone altar. Dark stains marred its surface. This wasn't a basement. It was a ritual chamber. The sound of the basement door opening snapped me back to reality. Footsteps on the stairs, slow and steady. "I see you found my little secret." Margaret's voice floated down, eerily calm. "I do wish you hadn't done that. It makes things complicated." I backed away, my eyes darting around for a weapon, an escape route, anything. "You don't understand," she continued, her footsteps drawing closer. "The doorway must remain closed, and for that, sacrifices must be made." My back hit a wall. There was nowhere left to run. Margaret stepped into the light of my phone. In her hand was a long, curved knife. Her eyes, when they met mine, were completely black. "I am sorry about this," she said, not sounding sorry at all. "But you'll be serving a greater purpose. The old ones must be appeased." As she raised the knife, time seemed to slow down. In that moment of clarity, I saw my only chance. Next to me was a shelf laden with candles and incense. With all my strength, I shoved it towards her. Margaret stumbled back, momentarily distracted. I didn't waste a second. I ran past her, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Behind me, I could hear her angry shouts, her footsteps pounding up the stairs. I burst out of the basement, slamming the door shut and jamming a nearby chair under the handle. It wouldn't hold her for long, but it might buy me enough time. I ran for the front door, yanking it open and sprinting into the night. The forest was dark, the trees looming ominously on all sides, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Only then did I dare to look back. The cottage was no longer in sight. swallowed up by the darkness of the forest. But I could hear something, chanting, carried on the wind, and underneath it, a deeper sound, like the rumbling of the earth itself. I kept moving, stumbling through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get away. After what felt like hours, I saw lights in the distance, a highway, civilization. As I broke through the tree line, a car was passing by. I waved my arms frantically, probably looking like a madman, but the driver must have seen the terror in my eyes because they stopped. I babbled out my story as they drove me to the nearest police station. The officers listened skeptically but agreed to check it out. They found nothing. The cottage was gone, the entire clearing empty as if nothing had ever been there. The Airbnb listing had vanished. Even my booking confirmation had disappeared from my email. If it weren't for the scratches on my arms and the leaves in my hair, I might have thought I'd imagined the whole thing. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can still hear that chanting on the wind. And I know that somewhere out there, Margaret is still waiting. The doorway must remain closed, and the old ones must be appeased. I don't use Airbnb anymore. Some risks aren't worth taking, no matter how good the deal seems. Because you never know when your relaxing getaway might turn into a fight for survival against forces beyond your understanding. The moment he slid into the back seat of my car, I knew something was off. His eyes were wild, darting around like a cornered animal. But it wasn't until he pressed the cold metal of a gun against my ribs that I realized this wasn't going to be just another late-night Uber ride. My name's Mike, and I've been driving for Uber for about 6 months now. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills and gives me the flexibility I need while I finish my degree. Most nights are pretty uneventful. Drunk college kids, couples coming home from date night, the occasional businessman working late. But this night was different. It started like any other pickup. My phone pinged with a ride request from a guy named Alex, and I headed to the address. It was a quiet residential street, dimly lit and eerily empty for a Friday night. As I pulled up, I saw him step out from between two parked cars. He was average height, wearing a hoodie pulled low over his face. Nothing too out of the ordinary, I thought. How wrong I was. As soon as he got in, the air in the car changed. It felt charged, dangerous. Before I could even ask his name to confirm the ride, I felt it, the unmistakable pressure of a gun barrel against my side. "Drive," he said, his voice low and tight with tension. "And don't try anything stupid." My mouth went dry, my heart hammering so hard I was sure he could hear it. With shaking hands, I put the car in drive and pulled away from the curb. Where are we going?" I managed to ask, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just drive," he snapped. "I'll tell you when to turn." We drove in tense silence for a while, the only sound the hum of the engine and my own ragged breathing. My mind was racing, trying to figure a way out of this nightmare. Should I try to signal another driver? Make a break for it at a red light? But every time I thought I saw an opportunity, I felt that gun press harder into my side, a silent reminder of the very real danger I was in. After about 20 minutes of aimless driving, he finally spoke again. "Pull over here." We were on a quiet stretch of road, bordered by dense woods on one side and an empty field on the other. As I brought the car to a stop, I braced myself for the worst. This is it, I thought. This is where it ends. But instead of demanding money or worse, he did something unexpected. He started talking. "I didn't want to do this, you know," he said, his voice cracking slightly. "I didn't have a choice." I remained silent, afraid that saying the wrong thing might set him off. "They took her," he continued. "My little girl. Said if I didn't do exactly what they said, I'd never see her again." Despite my fear, I felt a pang of sympathy. If he was telling the truth, this man wasn't just a criminal. He was a desperate father. "Who took her?" I asked cautiously. He laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. Who do you think? The people you don't say no to. The ones who own this city. I had a sinking feeling I knew exactly who he meant. Our city had been in the grip of a powerful crime syndicate for years. Everyone knew about it, but no one talked about it. Not if they wanted to stay safe. What do they want you to do? I asked, dreading the answer. He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. They want me to kill someone important, and you're going to drive me there. My blood ran cold. This was so much worse than I had imagined. I wasn't just a victim of a random crime. I was being dragged into something much bigger, much more dangerous. Please, I said, hating how my voice shook. I can't be involved in this. I have a family, a life. If they find out I helped. You think I don't? He cut me off, anger and desperation bleeding into his voice. You think I want to do this, but if I don't, my daughter dies. And if you don't help me, you die. Right here. Right now. To emphasize his point, he pressed the gun harder into my side. I flinched, my mind reeling. There had to be a way out of this, for both of us. What if we went to the police? I suggested hesitantly. Surely they could help. He laughed again, that same bitter sound. The police, half of them are on the syndicate's payroll. The other half are too scared to do anything. No, there's no help coming. It's just you and me. We sat there in silence for what felt like hours, the weight of our shared predicament hanging heavy in the air. I knew I should be trying to figure a way out, to save myself. But all I could think about was this man's daughter, scared and alone, waiting for her father to save her. Finally, I made a decision. It was probably the stupidest, most reckless decision of my life. But in that moment, it felt like the only choice. Okay, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I'll help you, but we do this my way. He seemed taken aback by my sudden change of heart. What do you mean, your way? I took a deep breath. I mean, we're not going to kill anyone. We're going to save your daughter, and we're going to do it without bloodshed. For a long moment, he was silent. Then, slowly, I felt the pressure of the gun ease away from my side. How? He asked. And for the first time, I heard a glimmer of hope in his voice. I didn't have a plan. Not really. But as I started talking, ideas began to form. First, we need more information. Who's the target? Where is your daughter being held? The more we know, the better chance we have. Over the next few hours, as we drove around the city under the cover of darkness, Alex, I learned that was his real name, filled me in on the details. The target was a district attorney who had been building a case against the syndicate. His daughter was being held in a warehouse on the outskirts of town. We had until dawn to complete the mission. It was a crazy plan we cobbled together. Using my knowledge of the city from my time as an Uber driver and Alex's inside information, we managed to create a diversion at the warehouse. While the guards were distracted, we slipped in and found his daughter, terrified but unharmed. The reunion between father and daughter brought tears to my eyes, but we weren't out of danger yet. We still had to deal with the threat to the DA's life. In the end, it was Alex who came up with the solution. He had recorded every conversation with the syndicate members who had orchestrated this plan. With his daughter safe, he was willing to turn state's evidence. We drove straight to the DA's house, arriving just as the sun was beginning to peek over the horizon. It took some convincing, but when the DA heard our story and saw the evidence Alex had, he immediately called in a team of trusted officers. The next few days were a blur of police interviews, witness protection arrangements, and media frenzy as the story broke. The syndicate's grip on the city was finally broken, all because of one desperate father and an Uber driver who decided to take a chance. As for me, I've hung up my Uber keys for good. Alex and his daughter are safe in witness protection, and I've been hailed as a hero, though I don't feel like one. The DA even offered me a job on his security team, which I'm considering. Sometimes at night, I still feel the phantom pressure of that gun against my ribs. But then I remember the look on Alex's face when he held his daughter again, and I know I made the right choice. Life is full of unexpected turns. Sometimes, a late-night Uber ride can turn into a life-or-death situation, and sometimes, in the face of impossible choices, ordinary people can do extraordinary things. I never set out to be a hero. I was just a guy trying to make some extra money driving an Uber. But that night taught me that courage isn't about being fearless. It's about being scared to death and doing the right thing anyway. So the next time you get into an Uber, remember, every driver has a story, and you never know when you might become part of it. The first thing I noticed about Hollow Creek was the silence. No birds singing, no insects buzzing, not even the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was as if nature itself was holding its breath, afraid to disturb the eerie calm. I should have turned back right then, but curiosity got the better of me, and I pressed on, unaware that I was walking into a nightmare from which I might never escape. My name's Sarah, and I'm an avid hiker. I've trekked through some of the most remote wilderness areas in the country, always seeking that next great adventure. When I heard whispers about a hidden community deep in the Appalachian Mountains, I couldn't resist the allure of exploring somewhere truly off the grid. The trail to Hollow Creek wasn't on any map. I'd pieced together directions from vague forum posts and cryptic warnings from locals who seemed reluctant to talk about the place. Those folks keep to themselves, they'd say, averting their eyes. Best leave them be. But their reticence only fueled my curiosity. What were they hiding? What secrets lay hidden in those misty mountains? The hike was grueling, the path barely visible at times as it wound through dense forest and steep ravines. By the time I caught my first glimpse of Hollow Creek, the sun was already dipping low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. The village, if you could call it that, was a collection of ramshackle cabins clustered around a central clearing. Smoke rose from a few chimneys, but I saw no other signs of life. No cars, no power lines, nothing to suggest this place belonged to the 21st century. As I approached, the silence grew even more pronounced. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud on the packed dirt path. I felt eyes on me, watching from behind curtained windows. But every time I looked, I saw nothing but shadows. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vast stillness. "Is anyone there?" For a long moment, there was no response. Then, slowly, a door creaked open. An old woman emerged, her face a maze of wrinkles, her eyes sharp and wary. "You shouldn't be here, outsider," she said, her voice raspy with disuse. "This ain't a place for your kind." Before I could respond, more people began to appear. They emerged from houses, from behind trees, materializing like ghosts in the fading light. Men, women, children, all with the same guarded expression, all watching me with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "I'm sorry," I said, trying to keep my voice steady despite the growing unease in my gut. "I didn't mean to intrude. I'm just a hiker, and I heard about this place. I was curious." A man stepped forward, tall and lean, with a beard that reached his chest. When he spoke, the others fell silent, deferring to him. "Curiosity's a dangerous thing in these parts," he said. "Brings nothing but trouble." I nodded, suddenly eager to leave. The atmosphere had shifted from merely odd to downright menacing. "I understand. I'll just be on my way then." But as I turned to go, I felt a hand on my arm. It was the old woman, her grip surprisingly strong for someone who looked so frail. "Can't leave now," she said. "Night's falling. Woods ain't safe after dark." The bearded man nodded. "Mabel's right. You'll stay the night. We'll see about getting you on your way in the morning." It wasn't a request. I looked around at the circle of faces. all watching me intently, and knew I had no choice. I was outnumbered, lost in unfamiliar territory. Fighting or running would be suicide. "Thank you," I managed to say, forcing a smile. "That's very kind of you." Mabel led me to her cabin, a tiny one-room affair that smelled of herbs and wood smoke. As she busied herself preparing a simple meal, I tried to engage her in conversation, to learn more about this strange, isolated community. But Mabel was tight-lipped, answering my questions with grunts or single-word responses. It was clear she had no interest in satisfying my curiosity. As night fell, the silence outside grew even more oppressive. No crickets chirped, no owls hooted. It was as if the darkness had swallowed all sound. I lay on a pallet on the floor, staring up at the rough-hewn beams of the ceiling, sleep eluding me. Something about this place felt wrong, deeply and fundamentally wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. It was well past midnight when I heard it, a low rhythmic chanting coming from somewhere outside. I crept to the window, peering out into the darkness. What I saw made my blood run cold. The entire community was gathered in the clearing, forming a circle around a large bonfire. They were swaying in unison, their voices rising and falling in a language I didn't recognize. And in the center of the circle, tied to a post, was a person. I squinted, trying to make out details in the flickering firelight. It was a man, I thought, though it was hard to be sure. He was struggling against his bonds, his mouth open in what I assumed was a scream, though I could hear nothing over the chanting. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would burst out of my chest. I had to get out of here, had to run, had to find help. But as I turned from the window, I found Mabel standing there, watching me with those sharp, knowing eyes. "Told you curiosity was dangerous," she said, her voice eerily calm. "Now you've gone and seen what you shouldn't have seen." I backed away, my mind racing. "What are you doing to that person? Who are you people?" Mabel smiled, and in that moment she didn't look frail at all. She looked ancient and terrible, a being from some primordial nightmare. "We're the keepers," she said, "have been for generations, keeping the old ways, keeping the balance." "What balance?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "Between this world and the other," Mabel replied. "The hungry world that lies just beyond the veil. It needs to be fed, you see, and we feed it." The implications of her words hit me like a physical blow. The missing hikers, the whispered warnings, the unnatural silence. It all made a horrible kind of sense. I lunged for the door, but Mabel was faster than she looked. Her hand shot out, fingers curling around my wrist with surprising strength. "Can't let you leave now," she said. "You're part of it, part of the feeding." I fought, struggled, but it was useless. More hands grabbed me, strong hands belonging to the men I'd seen earlier. They dragged me out of the cabin, towards the bonfire and its terrible circle. The chanting grew louder as we approached, rising to a fever pitch. I saw the man tied to the post more clearly now. His eyes were wide with terror, pleading silently for help I couldn't give. They tied me to a second post, the rough rope biting into my skin. The bearded man approached, a cruel-looking knife in his hand. "Nothing personal," he said, almost gently. "It's just the way things have to be." As he raised the knife, the chanting reached a crescendo. And then, to my horror, the fire began to change. It grew, twisted, took on shapes that shouldn't be possible. I saw faces in the flames, hungry, inhuman faces. The veil, I realized with a jolt of terror, the veil between worlds was thinning, just as I thought all hope was lost. A sound cut through the night, a sound that didn't belong in this primal, ancient ritual. The whoop of a police siren. Chaos erupted. The chanters scattered, their circle broken. The fire collapsed in on itself, the otherworldly faces disappearing in a rush of sparks. In the confusion, I managed to work one hand free. I untied myself and the other captive, and we ran, stumbling through the dark woods, guided by the flashing lights of approaching vehicles. We emerged onto a road where several police cars and ambulances were parked. Apparently, my disappearance had been noticed, and a search party had been organized. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, wrapped in a shock blanket, I tried to explain what I'd seen. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew how insane it all sounded. The police exchanged skeptical glances, clearly not believing a word. They searched Hollow Creek, of course, but they found nothing. No evidence of a ritual, no bonfire, no captives. The cabins were empty, abandoned, as if they hadn't been lived in for years. To this day, I don't know if what I experienced was real, or some sort of shared hallucination brought on by fear and isolation. But sometimes, when I'm hiking and the woods grow quiet, I remember Hollow Creek. I remember the chanting, the fire, the hungry faces in the flames. And I run, leaving curiosity behind, knowing that some secrets are better left undiscovered. The day I found the blood-stained journal in Mark's desk drawer, I knew my coworker was hiding something sinister, but I never imagined it would lead me down a rabbit hole of obsession, stalking, and a fight for my own survival. I'd been working at Pinnacle Marketing for about 6 months when Mark joined our team. At first, he seemed like any other new hire, a bit quiet, maybe, but friendly enough. We'd chat by the coffee machine, exchange small talk about weekend plans, normal stuff. But there was always something off about Mark. The way his eyes would linger a bit too long when he looked at you. How he'd appear out of nowhere in the break room, as if he'd been waiting. I brushed it off as social awkwardness. Nothing more. Then came the day I needed to borrow a stapler. Mark was out to lunch, so I figured I'd just grab it from his desk and leave a note. That's when I saw it. A corner of leather-bound book peeking out from a half-open drawer. I don't know what made me pull it out. Curiosity, intuition, whatever it was. That moment changed everything. The journal was old, the pages yellowed and dog-eared. And on those pages, in meticulously neat handwriting, were details of people's lives, their routines, their habits, their vulnerabilities, all recorded with an obsessive attention to detail that made my skin crawl. But it was the last few pages that truly horrified me. They were spattered with what looked disturbingly like dried blood. I shoved the journal back in the drawer, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of joke, right? A prop for a novel Mark was writing, maybe. But deep down, I knew this was real. And Mark was dangerous. For the next week, I watched him like a hawk. I noticed things I'd overlooked before. How he always seemed to know where everyone was in the office. The way he'd casually ask about people's families, their schedules, their fears. He was gathering information. But for what? I debated going to HR, or even the police. But what could I say? I snooped in my coworker's desk and found a creepy journal. I had no proof, no concrete evidence of any crime, so I did the only thing I could think of. I started investigating on my own. I wish I hadn't. Late one night, I stayed at the office after everyone had left. With shaking hands, I picked the lock on Mark's desk. "Thank you, misspent youth," and retrieved the journal. This time, I read it cover to cover. What I found chilled me to my core. The journal wasn't just about our coworkers. It contained entries dating back years, detailing the lives of dozens of people. Some entries ended abruptly, with a single red line drawn through the name, and then I saw my name. The last entry, my routines, my habits, even conversations I'd had in private, all recorded in that neat, emotionless handwriting. I was so engrossed in reading, I didn't hear the footsteps behind me until it was too late. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. I spun around, the journal falling from my hands. Mark stood in the doorway, his usually placid face twisted into something unrecognizable, something monstrous. Mark," I stammered, backing away. "I can't explain." No, need," he said, his voice eerily calm. "I think we both know what's happening here." He took a step forward. I took a step back. "You know," he continued, "I had such plans for you. You were going to be my masterpiece. But now," he sighed, as if genuinely disappointed, "now I'm afraid we'll have to speed things up a bit." I saw the glint of metal in his hand. A knife. My blood turned to ice. What happened next was a blur. I remember throwing the journal at his face, using his moment of distraction to bolt past him. I remember running through the dark office, knocking over chairs, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. I remember the elevator doors closing just as Mark rounded the corner, his face a mask of fury. I ran out of the building, into the street, not stopping until I reached a busy intersection. Only then, surrounded by the comforting noise and light of the city, did I allow myself to breathe. I went straight to the police, babbling about journals and stalking and narrowly escaped murder. They were skeptical, of course, but something in my terrified demeanor must have convinced them to at least check it out. They found nothing. Mark's desk was clean, no sign of any journal. He expressed shock and concern when questioned, even suggesting that maybe I was working too hard and imagining things. I quit my job the next day, moved to a new apartment, changed my phone number, did everything I could to disappear, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over, that Mark was still out there, watching, waiting. Weeks passed, then months. Slowly, I started to relax, to think that maybe, just maybe, I had overreacted, that the whole thing had been some stress-induced hallucination. Then came the note. I found it slipped under my door one morning. A single sheet of paper with that same neat handwriting. "Did you really think you could hide from me?" The terror came flooding back, worse than before, because now I knew the truth. Mark wasn't just some creepy coworker with boundary issues. He was a predator, and I was his prey. I went back to the police, a note in hand. This time, they took me more seriously. They assigned a detective to the case, set up patrols in my neighborhood. But Mark was always one step ahead. More notes appeared, always in places they shouldn't have been able to reach. Inside my locked car, tucked into the book I was reading, pinned to my pillow while I slept. Each one more taunting than the last. Each one a reminder that nowhere was safe. I became a shell of myself, jumping at shadows, flinching at every sound. I lost weight, couldn't sleep. My friends worried, but I pushed them away. I couldn't risk Mark targeting them too. The detective did his best, but without hard evidence, his hands were tied. "We'll catch him," he'd assure me. Just a matter of time. But time was the one thing I was running out of. I could feel the noose tightening, Mark's game reaching its end game. The final note was the simplest. Just 2 words: checkmate. I found it on my nightstand, along with a single red rose. The implications were clear. He had been in my bedroom while I slept. The last illusion of safety shattered. That night, I made a decision. I was done being the victim, done jumping at shadows. If this was a game to Mark, fine, I'd play, but I'd play to win. I set a trap, leaked information about a weekend trip through the grapevine at my old office, made a show of packing my car, even driving out of town. Then I doubled back, slipping into my apartment through a back entrance, and I waited. Hours passed. The sun set. The apartment grew dark. Still, I waited, every nerve on high alert. Just after midnight, I heard it. The soft scrape of a lock being picked. The creak of my front door opening. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving through my living room, coming closer. My bedroom door opened. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway. "Surprise," I said, flicking on the lights. Mark blinked, momentarily stunned, but only for a moment. Then that familiar, terrifying smile spread across his face. "Well played," he said, sounding almost proud. "I didn't think you had it in you." "It's over, Mark," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The police are on their way. He laughed, a chilling sound. Oh, I don't think so. You see, I've been playing this game a lot longer than you have. I always have a backup plan. He reached into his jacket. I tensed, expecting a weapon. Instead, he pulled out a small remote. One push, he said, and this entire building goes up in flames. So many lives lost, such a tragedy, and poor, unstable you at the center of it all. My mind raced. Was he bluffing? Could I risk calling him on it? In that moment of indecision, Mark lunged. We grappled, fighting for control of the remote. I felt his fingers on my throat, squeezing. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. With the last of my strength, I brought my knee up hard. Mark gasped, his grip loosening. I twisted, breaking free, and ran. I made it to the living room before he caught me. We crashed to the floor, the remote skittering away under the couch. What happened next was a blur of fists and desperation. I fought with everything I had, knowing my life depended on it. Somehow, I ended up on top, my hands around Mark's throat. His eyes bulged, his face turning purple. Still, that manic grin never left his face. I don't know how long I held on. It felt like hours. But finally, mercifully, he went still. I collapsed beside him, gasping for air, my whole body shaking. It was over. Really, truly over. The police arrived minutes later, responding to reports of a disturbance. They found me still on the floor, unable to move, unable to speak. The investigation that followed uncovered the full extent of Mark's crimes. The journal was real, hidden in a secret compartment in his home. It led to the solving of 3 cold case murders and the prevention of who knows how many more. They called me a hero, said I'd stopped a serial killer, but I didn't feel like a hero. I felt broken, violated in a way I wasn't sure I'd ever recover from. It's been a year since that night. I'd like to say I'm fully healed, that the nightmares have stopped, but that would be a lie. The truth is, I still check under my bed every night, still flinch at unexpected noises, still wonder, in my darkest moments, if there are other Marks out there, watching, waiting. But I'm alive. I survived. And every day, I get a little stronger, a little braver. Mark took so much from me. My sense of safety, my trust, my peace of mind. But he didn't take my life. And in the end, that's the only victory that matters. The first time I heard the footsteps echoing through the empty office building, I told myself it was just my imagination. By the third time, I knew I wasn't alone. What I didn't know was that my night shift was about to become a terrifying game of cat and mouse, where I was the mouse. My name's Alex, and I've been working as a night janitor at Horizon Tower for about 6 months now. It's not the most glamorous job, but it pays the bills and gives me time to work on my writing during the quiet hours. At least, that's what I told myself when I took the job. Horizon Tower is one of those gleaming skyscrapers that dominate the city skyline. During the day, it's a hive of activity, suits rushing to and fro, the constant hum of computers and phones. But at night, it's a different world entirely. My shift starts at 10 p.m., just as the last of the workaholics are trudging out, bleary-eyed and caffeine-deprived. I always give them a nod as I wheel in my cleaning cart, but most of them look right through me. I'm part of the invisible workforce that keeps their world running smoothly. That night started like any other. I made my rounds, floor by floor, emptying trash cans, wiping down surfaces, vacuuming carpets. The monotony of the work usually lets my mind wander, plotting out stories or daydreaming about the day I'll quit this job and become a full-time writer. But something felt off from the moment I stepped into the building. The air felt heavy, charged somehow, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to the changing weather outside. It was around 1 a.m. when I heard it for the first time. I was on the 37th floor, head down as I mopped the hallway outside the executive offices. The sound echoed through the empty space. Footsteps, clear as day, coming from somewhere above me. I froze, mop suspended mid-swipe. It wasn't unusual for there to be a few people working late, but this late, and I hadn't seen anyone when I did my first sweep of the upper floors. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast emptiness of the building. No response. I shook my head, forcing a chuckle. "Get it together, Alex," I muttered to myself. "You're letting your writer's imagination run wild." But as I resumed mopping, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. My eyes kept darting to the shadows at the edges of my vision, half expecting to see someone, or something, lurking there. An hour later, I heard it again. This time, I was in the stairwell, lugging my cart up to the next floor. The footsteps were louder this time, echoing in the confined space. They were coming from above, getting closer. My heart began to race. I pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath as I listened. The steps grew louder, closer, until they sounded like they were on the landing just above me. And then, suddenly, they stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I stood there, frozen, for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Nothing. No more footsteps. No voices. Nothing. Slowly, cautiously, I peered around the corner, looking up the stairs. Empty. Just the endless spiral of steps disappearing into the gloom above. My hands were shaking as I gripped the handle of my cart. This wasn't my imagination. Someone was in the building with me. Someone who didn't want to be seen. I thought about calling security, but what would I say? That I heard footsteps? They'd think I was crazy. No. I needed proof before I started raising alarms. I continued my rounds, but now every shadow seemed menacing. Every unexpected noise made me jump. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure looming behind me. It was nearing 3 a.m. when it happened again. I was in one of the corner offices, emptying the trash guy when I heard a door slam somewhere down the hall. It was loud, deliberate, like someone wanting to announce their presence. My breath caught in my throat. This was my chance to catch whoever was playing these games with me. I set down my trash bag and crept towards the door, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. The hallway was dark, lit only by the dim glow of emergency lights. I could see that one of the office doors further down was ajar, swaying slightly as if someone had just passed through. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the building and never come back. But a strange sort of determination had taken hold. I was tired of being scared, tired of jumping at shadows. I wanted answers. I moved down the hall, my footsteps muffled by the plush carpet. As I neared the open door, I could hear something, a soft, rhythmic sound. Was that breathing? My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle. In one quick motion, I pushed it open, flicking on the light switch as I did. The office was empty. I let out a shaky breath, relief and confusion warring within me. Had I imagined it all? Was I going crazy? That's when I saw it. On the desk, placed with deliberate care, was a single sheet of paper. My blood ran cold as I read the words written on it. "I see you, Alex. Do you see me?" The handwriting was messy, almost childlike, but the message was clear. This wasn't my imagination. Someone was here, watching me, playing with me. I backed out of the office, my eyes darting wildly around. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions, filled with shadows that could be hiding anything, or anyone. I ran. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. I ran for the elevators, jabbing the call button repeatedly, desperately. But the numbers above the doors didn't move. The elevator wasn't coming. The stairwell. It was my only option. I burst through the door, taking the steps 2 at a time in my haste to get down, to get out. I was halfway between floors when the lights went out. The darkness was absolute, suffocating. I froze, gripping the railing so hard my knuckles turned white. And in that darkness, I heard it again. Footsteps, coming up the stairs towards me. Panic gave me strength I didn't know I had. I fumbled for my phone, using its feeble light to guide me as I continued my descent. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I could hear ragged breathing now, not just my own. I burst out of the stairwell on the ground floor, running full tilt towards the main doors. They were locked. Of course they were locked. I was the night janitor. I had locked them myself at the start of my shift. My trembling hands fought with my keyring, trying to find the right key. The footsteps were in the lobby now, slow and deliberate. They knew I had nowhere to go. Finally, mercifully, the key turned. I yanked the door open and ran out into the night, not stopping until I reached my car. As I sped away from Horizon Tower, my mind raced. Who was in there with me? What did they want? And most terrifyingly, how did they know my name? I didn't go back the next night, or the night after. I called in sick, my voice shaking as I left a message for my supervisor. When I finally worked up the courage to return a week later, everything seemed normal. No one mentioned anything unusual. The security logs showed no unauthorized entries. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the building, I still hear those footsteps, still feel those eyes watching me from the shadows. And I wonder, was it all in my head? Or is the game not over, just paused, waiting to begin again? I've started looking for a new job, day shift only, because now I know the night holds secrets, and some of them are better left uncovered. The GPS said to turn right, but as my car rounded the bend, I knew something was terribly wrong. The quaint town that appeared before me wasn't on any map, and the vacant stares of its residents sent chills down my spine. Little did I know, I had just driven into a nightmare from which there might be no escape. My name's Jamie, and I'm a traveling salesperson for a pharmaceutical company. I've been on the road for years, crisscrossing the country, visiting small towns and big cities alike. I thought I'd seen it all, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered in the town of Millhaven. It was supposed to be a routine trip. I was cutting through the back roads of rural Pennsylvania, trying to shave some time off my journey to my next sales pitch. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink, when my GPS chirped, instructing me to take the next right. The road it led me down was narrow and winding, barely wide enough for my sedan. Thick forests pressed in on both sides, their shadows growing longer and more ominous as daylight faded. I was just starting to wonder if I should turn back when the trees suddenly gave way to open space. And there it was, Millhaven. At first glance, it looked like a picture-perfect small town, the kind you see on postcards or in old movies. White picket fences, neatly trimmed lawns, a quaint main street lined with mom-and-pop shops. But something felt off. Maybe it was the way the streetlights flickered to life all at once as I drove in, as if the town had been waiting for me. Or maybe it was the people. They were out and about, but their movement seemed stiff, almost mechanical. And their eyes? God, their eyes. They all turned to stare at me as I passed, vacant and glassy, like dolls' eyes. I suppressed a shudder, telling myself I was just tired from the long drive. I'd find a motel, get some rest, and be on my way in the morning. I pulled up to the only motel in town, a shabby two-story affair with a flickering neon sign. The clerk at the front desk smiled at me as I walked in, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. Those remained flat, lifeless. "Welcome to Millhaven," he said, his voice as empty as his gaze. "How long will you be staying with us?" "Just for the night," I replied, unable to shake the growing sense of unease. "I'll be heading out first thing in the morning." The clerk's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Oh, I wouldn't be too sure about that. Folks tend to linger in Millhaven." I laughed nervously, chalking his odd behavior up to small-town eccentricity. I took my key and headed to my room, trying to ignore the way every person I passed on the way stared at me with those unsettling, vacant eyes. The room was basic but clean. I set my alarm for early and tried to sleep, but rest wouldn't come. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Each time, they would pause outside my room for a long moment before moving on. When my alarm finally went off, I was already awake, having given up on sleep hours ago. I packed quickly, eager to put this strange town in my rearview mirror. But as I stepped outside, my heart sank. A thick, impenetrable fog had rolled in overnight. I could barely see the hood of my car, let alone the road out of town. "Nasty weather we're having," came a voice from behind me, making me jump. It was the clerk from last night, still wearing that too wide smile. "Looks like you might be staying another night after all." I mumbled something non-committal and got in my car. Fog or no fog, I was getting out of here. I turned the key in the ignition, but nothing happened. The engine was dead. Panic started to set in as I popped the hood, though I knew next to nothing about cars. As I stared helplessly at the engine, I felt a presence behind me. Turning, I saw a group of townspeople had gathered, all wearing the same blank expression, all staring at me with those lifeless eyes. "Car trouble," one of them asked, his tone making it clear he already knew the answer. "Don't worry, we'll take good care of you here in Millhaven." I backed away, my heart racing. "Thanks, but I'll just call a tow truck. I really need to get going." I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. The crowd started to move closer, their movements oddly synchronized. Now, another voice said, soothing but with an undercurrent of menace. "There's no need to leave. We have everything you need right here in Millhaven." I ran. I didn't know where I was going in this fog-shrouded town, but I knew I had to get away from these people. Their footsteps echoed behind me, never seeming to get closer, but never falling behind either. I found myself on Main Street. The shops all open despite the early hour and the thick fog. In each window, I could see people inside, all turning to stare at me as I passed, all wearing that same vacant expression. I ducked into an alley, trying to catch my breath and figure out what to do. That's when I heard it, a voice, different from the others. It was coming from a partially open basement window. "Hey, you, new guy," the voice hissed. "In here, quick." Desperation overrode caution. I squeezed through the window, finding myself in a dimly lit basement. A man stood there, wild-eyed and disheveled, but blessedly normal-looking compared to the rest of the town. "Thank God," he said. "I thought I was the only one left." Over the next hour, huddled in that musty basement, he told me everything. His name was Mike, and he'd been trapped in Millhaven for months. He'd stopped for gas one night and never left. "This town," he explained, his voice shaking, "it's not natural. The people here, they're not people anymore. They're empty, and they want to make us like them." He showed me marks on his arms, like injection sites. "They've been experimenting on me," he said, trying to turn me into one of them, "but it hasn't worked. Not yet." My blood ran cold as I remembered the contents of my sample case. Experimental drugs, not yet on the market. Was that why they were so interested in me? Mike's theory was that the town itself was some kind of trap, luring in unsuspecting travelers and changing them. But he'd found a way out. A tunnel, leading beyond the town limits. "We have to go now," he urged, "before they find us, before they make us like them." We crept through the fog-filled streets, every shadow seeming to hide one of the vacant-eyed townspeople. Finally, we reached the entrance to the tunnel, a rusty door set into the side of a hill at the edge of town. As Mike pulled the door open, we heard shouts behind us. They'd found us. "Go," Mike yelled, pushing me towards the tunnel. "I'll hold them off." I hesitated, not wanting to leave him behind, but the look in his eyes was clear. This was his chance to finally do something, to save someone else from the fate he'd been fighting against for so long. With a heavy heart, I plunged into the darkness of the tunnel. Behind me, I could hear sounds of a struggle, then silence. I ran until my lungs burned, the beam of my phone's flashlight barely penetrating the gloom ahead. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw light. Real, natural light. I emerged from the tunnel into a sunlit forest, miles from where I'd entered Millhaven. My car was there, keys in the ignition, running smoothly as if nothing had ever been wrong with it. As I sped away, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the mouth of the tunnel. A figure with vacant, glassy eyes. I never reported what happened in Millhaven. Who would believe me? Sometimes I wonder if it was all a stress-induced hallucination. But then I'll catch a glimpse of a vacant-eyed stranger in a crowd. Or I'll wake up in the middle of the night, certain I can hear distant footsteps approaching my door. And I know, deep down, that Millhaven is still out there, waiting, watching, ready to welcome its next visitor with open arms and empty eyes. I don't take shortcuts anymore. I stick to the main roads, the well-traveled paths, because now I know, sometimes, the road less traveled leads to places you can never truly leave. The moment I spotted the tiny camera hidden in the air vent, I knew this wasn't just a routine house-sitting gig. My friend's home had become a surveillance nightmare, and I was trapped in the middle of it. I never should have agreed to house-sit for Jake. We'd been friends since college, but we drifted apart over the years. When he called out of the blue, asking if I could watch his place for a week while he was on a business trip, I hesitated. But the promise of a quiet week in a luxurious house, away from my cramped apartment, was too tempting to resist. The house was everything Jake had described, a sprawling, modern mansion on the outskirts of the city. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered breathtaking views of the surrounding forest. The kitchen was a chef's dream, and the entertainment system in the living room was state-of-the-art. For the first day, I was in heaven. I cooked elaborate meals in the gourmet kitchen, lounged by the infinity pool, and binge-watched shows on the massive TV. It was the perfect vacation. But on the second day, things started to feel off. It began with small things. I could have sworn I left a book on the coffee table, but when I came back from a swim, it was neatly placed back on the shelf. The thermostat kept changing, even though I never touched it. At first, I brushed it off as my imagination or forgetfulness. Then I noticed the sounds, tiny, almost imperceptible clicks and whirs that seemed to follow me from room to room. I told myself it was just the house settling, or the high-tech appliances doing their thing. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger with each passing hour. I'd catch movements in my peripheral vision, only to turn and find nothing there. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up every time I entered a new room. On the third night, unable to shake my unease, I decided to do a thorough inspection of the house. That's when I found the first camera, tucked away in the vent above the guest room bed. My blood ran cold as I realized it had a perfect view of where I'd been sleeping. Heart pounding, I began searching in earnest. They were everywhere. Tiny, sophisticated cameras hidden in light fixtures, behind picture frames, even in the shower head. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Every move I'd made since arriving had been recorded. But why? Was Jake some kind of perverted voyeur? Or was something even more sinister going on? I tried to call Jake, but it went straight to voicemail. Same with texts and emails. It was like he'd vanished off the face of the earth. Panic set in as I considered my options. I could leave, but what if Jake was in trouble? What if he wasn't the one behind this? And to be honest, a part of me was terrified of what might happen if whoever was watching realized I'd discovered their surveillance. So I made a decision. I would pretend I hadn't found anything, act normal, but try to find out what was really going on. The next day was a masterclass in forced normalcy. I smiled and waved at cameras I knew were hidden, keeping up a constant stream of banal chatter as if talking to myself. All the while, my mind was racing, trying to piece together this bizarre puzzle. I started looking for clues, anything that might explain the cameras. Jake's office seemed like the logical place to start. It was locked, but a bit of amateur lockpicking, thanks, misspent youth, got me in. The office looked normal at first glance. Desk, computer, filing cabinets. But as I dug deeper, I found oddities. A false bottom in a drawer revealed a stack of passports, all with Jake's photo but different names. A hidden safe behind a painting contained stacks of cash in various currencies. Who the hell was Jake really? As I was processing this discovery, I heard it. A car pulling up outside. Footsteps on the front porch. The sound of a key in the lock. Panic surged through me. I quickly put everything back as I'd found it and slipped out of the office. I had just made it to the living room, trying to look casual, when the front door opened. It wasn't Jake. Two men in dark suits entered, their faces impassive. They didn't seem surprised to see me. "Mr. Wheeler," one of them said, his tone flat. "We need you to come with us." My mind raced. How did they know my name? Were they with Jake? Some government agency or something worse? "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my mouth dry. "Where's Jake?" The man's expression didn't change. "Mr. Holloway is safe, but we have some questions for you." Holloway. Jake's last name was Peterson. Or at least, I thought it was. "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. The second man stepped forward. "I'm afraid you don't have a choice." I saw his hand move towards his jacket, and instinct took over. I bolted. I heard shouts behind me as I ran for the back door. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I sprinted across the backyard towards the forest. I could hear them pursuing, their footsteps heavy on the grass. The trees loomed before me, offering cover. I plunged into the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face as I ran blindly forward. My lungs burned, but fear kept me moving. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the dense forest. Eventually, when my legs felt like they were about to give out, I allowed myself to slow down and listen. Silence. No sounds of pursuit. Had I lost them? Has my breathing steadied? My mind whirled with questions. Who were those men? What did they want with me? And most importantly, who the hell was Jake really? I knew I couldn't go back to the house. Whatever was going on, I was in way over my head. I needed help. Using the sun to orient myself, I started making my way towards the nearest town. It was a long, grueling hike, but finally, I saw lights in the distance. Civilization. The first thing I did was buy a burner phone. I needed to contact someone, but I was afraid to use my own phone in case it was being tracked. I called the only person I thought might be able to help, my cousin Sarah, a journalist known for her investigative reporting. "Alex?" she answered, sounding confused. "Why are you calling from a strange number?" In hushed tones, I gave her a quick rundown of what had happened. To her credit, she didn't think I was crazy. "Okay," she said when I finished. "Here's what you need to do. Don't use your credit cards. Don't go home. Don't contact anyone else. I'm going to make some calls and see what I can find out. I'll call you back on this number in 2 hours. Stay safe." Those 2 hours were some of the longest of my life. I found a 24-hour diner and nursed a cup of coffee, jumping at every sound, convinced that any moment those men in suits would walk through the door. When Sarah finally called back, her voice was grim. "Alex, listen carefully," she said. "Jake isn't who you think he is. He's been on our radar for months. We suspect he's involved in some seriously shady stuff. Industrial espionage, money laundering, maybe worse. Those cameras in his house, they're not there to spy on you. They're there to protect him." My head spun. Jake, my old college buddy, a criminal mastermind. It seemed impossible. "But why involve me?" I asked. Sarah sighed. "Best guess? You were a patsy. An innocent friend whose presence would make the house look lived in while Jake was doing God knows what. But something must have gone wrong. Maybe they thought you'd discovered something. What do I do now? I have a friend in the FBI, Sarah said. He wants to talk to you. This could be big, Alex. You might have stumbled onto something huge. The next few days were a blur of debriefings and interviews. I told my story over and over to stern-faced agents. They were particularly interested in the contents of Jake's office. Apparently, I'd found evidence they'd been searching for months. Jake Odd, or whatever his real name was, had vanished. The official story was that he'd fled the country, but I had my doubts. Something told me this was far from over. Weeks passed. Gradually, I was allowed to return to my normal life, albeit with some new security measures in place. The FBI assured me I was no longer in danger, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear phantom clicks and whirs. I find myself checking for hidden cameras in my own apartment. Paranoia, the agents tell me. A normal response to trauma, they say. But I know the truth now. I know that there are secrets hidden behind the most ordinary facades, that people aren't always who they seem to be, and that sometimes the most dangerous thing you can do is trust a friend. I don't house sit anymore, and I always check the vents. The first time a patient told me they saw a shadow figure in their room, I dismissed it as a hallucination. By the third time, I knew something was terribly wrong. What I didn't realize was that I was about to uncover a dark secret that would turn my night shift at Mercy Hospital into a waking nightmare. My name is Dr. Elena Reeves, and I've been working the night shift in the ER at Mercy for the past 5 years. I thought I'd seen it all. Gruesome accidents, bizarre injuries, the whole gamut of human suffering. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that week. It started on a Tuesday night, or rather, Wednesday morning around 3 a.m., the witching hour, as we often jokingly called it. That's when things tend to get weird in the ER. I was doing my rounds, checking on patients, when I heard a blood-curdling scream from room 105. I rushed in to find Mrs. Henderson, a sweet elderly lady admitted for pneumonia, cowering in the corner of her room. Her eyes were wide with terror, fixed on a point near the ceiling. "It's there!" she shrieked, pointing a trembling finger. "Can't you see it? The shadow man!" I looked where she was pointing but saw nothing, just the usual medical equipment and bare walls of a hospital room. I chalked it up to confusion from her meds and gently coaxed her back to bed, assuring her there was nothing there. But as I left her room, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in my stomach. The fear in Mrs. Henderson's eyes had been so real, so visceral. 2 nights later, it happened again. This time it was Mr. Reeves, no relation, a middle-aged man recovering from a minor surgery. I heard the commotion from down the hall, the sound of breaking glass and panicked yelling. When I got to his room, I found him huddled under his blankets, eyes squeezed shut, muttering something under his breath. The water pitcher lay shattered on the floor where he'd apparently thrown it. "Mr. Reeves," I said softly, approaching his bed. "What happened? Are you all right?" He peeked out from under the covers, his face pale and drawn. "The shadow," he whispered. "It was watching me, from the corner, just standing there." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered Mrs. Henderson's similar words. But again, looking around the room, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. I tried to reassure Mr. Reeves, but he remained agitated. I ended up having to give him a mild sedative to help him calm down. As I updated his chart, my mind was racing. 2 patients, 2 similar stories. It could be a coincidence, I told myself. Maybe there was a logical explanation, a trick of the light, perhaps, or some shared hospital folklore spreading among the patients. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The third incident was what finally convinced me that this was more than just confused patients or overactive imaginations. It happened in the pediatric ward, which always made things worse. Little Sammy, only 8 years old, had been admitted with a nasty case of appendicitis. He was recovering well, but that night, his terrified screams echoed through the ward. By the time I reached his room, 2 nurses were already there, trying to calm him down. Sammy was pressed against the headboard of his bed, pointing at the far wall with a shaking hand. "The shadow man," he sobbed. "He tried to touch me." As the nurses attempted to soothe Sammy, I found myself staring at the spot he had pointed to. For just a moment, I thought I saw something, a flicker of movement, a deeper patch of darkness. But when I blinked, it was gone. That was the turning point. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something was happening in Mercy Hospital, something that defied rational explanation. I started digging. At first, I kept it quiet, not wanting to alarm my colleagues or, God forbid, the hospital administration. I pored over patient records, looking for similar incidents. To my shock, I found dozens of cases over the past few years, all dismissed as hallucinations or night terrors. But as I dug deeper, a pattern emerged. The sightings were more frequent in certain parts of the hospital, the oldest wings, specifically, and they seemed to cluster around certain dates. It was during this research that I stumbled upon the history of Mercy Hospital. It hadn't always been a place of healing. Back in the early 1900s, the building had housed a mental asylum. The records from that time were spotty, but what I found chilled me to the bone. Reports of unethical experiments, patients dying under mysterious circumstances, and whispers of a doctor who had taken his treatments too far, delving into the occult in his quest to cure mental illness. The doctor's name had been struck from most records, but I managed to find it in an old newspaper clipping. Dr. Elias Blackwood. The article detailed his suicide following a scandal at the asylum. He had hanged himself in his office, which, I realized with growing horror, was now room 105, Mrs. Henderson's room. As I connected the dots, the shadows in the corners of my office seemed to deepen. Was it possible? Could the malevolent spirit of Dr. Blackwood still be haunting the hospital, terrorizing patients? I knew how it sounded. If someone had suggested this to me a week ago, I would have laughed it off. But after what I'd seen, what I'd heard from the patients, I couldn't dismiss it so easily. I decided to do something that went against every scientific principle I held dear. I was going to spend the night in room 105. I told the charge nurse I was doing a sleep study, not wanting to reveal my true intentions. As night fell and the hospital quieted, I settled into the chair in the corner of the room, determined to stay awake and alert. Hours passed. The steady beep of monitors and the distant squeak of nurses on shoes on linoleum were the only sounds. My eyelids grew heavy, but I forced myself to stay awake. It was nearing 3 a.m. when it happened. The temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged in front of me, and I could see goosebumps rising on my arms. And then, in the corner opposite me, the shadows began to move. They coalesced, taking shape. A tall, gaunt figure emerged from the darkness. It wore an old-fashioned doctor's coat, stained and tattered. But where its face should have been, there was only a swirling void of deeper blackness. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. The figure turned towards me, and though it had no eyes, I could feel its gaze boring into me. It spoke, its voice a rasping whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Another doctor," it said. "Come to judge my work." I found my voice, though it came out as barely more than a squeak. "Who? What are you?" The shadow figure laughed, a sound like dry leaves scraping against concrete. "I am the cure," it said. "The final treatment for all of humanity's ills." It began to move towards me, tendrils of darkness reaching out. "Perhaps you'd like to volunteer for my latest experiment, Doctor?" In that moment, survival instinct overcame fear. I leapt from the chair, fumbling for the light switch. As fluorescent light flooded the room, the shadow figure dissipated with an unearthly shriek. I didn't stop running until I reached the ER, gasping for breath. The startled looks from my colleagues barely registered. I knew what I had to do. The next few weeks were a whirlwind. I brought in paranormal investigators, much to the chagrin of the hospital administration. But when they captured actual evidence, EVPs of that terrible rasping voice, objects moving on their own, even the most skeptical had to take notice. We learned that Dr. Blackwood's spirit was tied to the hospital, to the site of his heinous experiments and ultimate disgrace. With the help of a local medium, we performed a cleansing ritual, focusing on room 105 and the other hotspots of activity. I'll never forget the sound that echoed through the hospital that night. A howl of rage and despair as Dr. Blackwood's spirit was finally forced to move on. In the aftermath, the hospital underwent major renovations, particularly in the older wings. The administration spun it as modernization, but those of us who knew the truth understood its real purpose. The shadow sightings stopped. Patients reported feeling more at peace, recovering faster. It was as if a dark cloud had been lifted from Mercy Hospital. As for me, I still work the night shift. But now, when a patient tells me they've seen something strange, I listen, really listen, because I know that sometimes the things we dismiss as impossible are all too real. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the shadows grow long, I still sometimes feel a chill down my spine, a reminder that the barrier between our world and what lies beyond is thinner than we'd like to believe. The moment I stepped into that farmhouse, I knew something was terribly wrong. The family's smiles were too wide, their hospitality too eager. But by the time I realized the true horror of my situation, it was already too late to run. It all started with a blown tire on a lonely stretch of country road. I was on my way to a business conference, taking the scenic route to clear my head before 2 days of presentations and networking. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. When I heard the telltale flap, flap, flap of a flat, I pulled over, cursing my luck. My phone showed no signal, of course, and I realized with a sinking feeling that I hadn't seen another car for miles. As I stood there wondering what to do, I saw a light in the distance. A farmhouse, set back from the road. Relief washed over me. Surely they'd have a phone I could use, or at least point me in the direction of the nearest town. I started walking, the gravel crunching under my feet, the cooling air raising goosebumps on my arms. As I got closer, I could make out more details. The house was old, paint peeling in places, but well maintained. Flower boxes hung from the windows, bursting with colorful blooms. It looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. I knocked on the door, rehearsing my plea for help in my head. After a moment, it swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman with a kind face and flower-dusted hands. "Well, hello there," she said, her voice warm and welcoming. "What brings you out this way?" I explained my situation, and her face lit up with sympathy. "Oh, you poor thing. Come in, come in. We can't have you standing out in the cold." Before I knew it, I was ushered into a cozy kitchen that smelled of freshly baked bread and cinnamon. The woman, Martha, she introduced herself, sat me down at the table and bustled about, fixing me a cup of tea. "Frank," she called out, "we have a visitor." A tall, broad-shouldered man appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag. His smile matched Martha's in its warmth. "Well, ain't that something? Welcome, stranger. What seems to be the trouble?" I explained again about my car, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Frank nodded sagely. "That's a real shame, but don't you worry, we'll get you sorted out. Can't do much tonight, but first thing in the morning, I'll drive you into town. The boys at the garage there will fix you right up." "Oh, but you must stay for dinner," Martha chimed in. "I've made more than enough, and it's nearly ready." I tried to demur, not wanting to impose, but they were insistent, and if I'm being honest, the thought of a home-cooked meal was far more appealing than the protein bars I had stashed in my car. As Martha set the table, more family members appeared. 2 teenage boys, lanky and shy, a girl around 10, with pigtails and a gap-toothed smile, and an older man, Frank's father, I assumed, who walked with a cane and had eyes that seemed to look right through me. We sat down to eat, and I have to admit, the food was delicious. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans fresh from the garden. Martha's homemade rolls were heavenly. The conversation flowed easily, the family asking me about my life, my work, my family back home. But as the meal went on, I started to notice oddities. The way they all seemed to pause before answering questions, as if waiting for a cue. How their eyes would sometimes flick to the old man at the head of the table, seeking approval. And their smiles, those wide, eager smiles that never quite reached their eyes. I brushed it off, telling myself I was just tired and stressed from my car trouble. These were kind people who had opened their home to a stranger. I was being paranoid. After dinner, Frank showed me to the guest room. "You get some rest now," he said, that same fixed smile on his face. "We'll head into town first thing in the morning." I thanked him and settled in for the night. The room was quaint with floral wallpaper and a patchwork quilt on the bed. But as I lay there trying to sleep, that feeling of wrongness crept back in. The house was too quiet. No creaks of settling wood, no distant sounds of traffic, just utter, complete silence. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to a sound. A soft shuffling outside my door. I glanced at the clock. 3:17 a.m. The shuffling stopped right outside my room. I held my breath, straining to hear. Was it just one of the family members getting a glass of water? But no one moved away. They just stood there, silent, for what felt like hours. Finally, I heard retreating footsteps. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I was imagining things, but sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. Morning came, gray and overcast. I made my way downstairs, expecting to find the family bustling about. Instead, the house was empty. A note on the kitchen table caught my eye. "Gone to tend the fields. Help yourself to breakfast. Frank." Something about the handwriting struck me as odd. It was too perfect, too uniform, like it had been printed rather than written. I was pouring myself a cup of coffee when I saw it. A flash of movement outside the window. I looked up, and my blood ran cold. The old man was standing in the yard, staring directly at me, but it wasn't his presence that terrified me. It was his eyes. In the harsh morning light, I could see that they were completely black. No whites, no iris, just endless, fathomless darkness. I stumbled back, my mug slipping from my fingers and shattering on the floor. When I looked again, he was gone. Heart pounding, I knew I had to get out of there. I ran for the front door, only to find it locked. Not just locked, sealed, as if it had never been meant to open at all. Panic rising, I tried the windows. All of them, sealed shut. I was trapped. I ran from room to room, searching for a way out, for some explanation. That's when I started noticing other things. Photos on the walls that looked wrong. The same smiling faces, but with subtle differences. A scar that appeared and disappeared. Eyes that changed color. In what I assumed was the boy's room, I found stacks of newspapers, but every date was wrong. Some from 50 years in the future, others from a century ago. The girl's room was filled with dolls. Hundreds of them, all with the same blank stare and too wide smile I'd seen on the family's faces. In the basement, I found something that made my blood run cold. A wall covered in photos, missing person posters, hundreds of them, going back decades. And in the center, a map with red pins stuck all over it. One of those pins, I realized with growing horror, marked the exact spot where my car had broken down. This wasn't a chance encounter. They had been waiting for me, luring people in for God knows what purpose. As that realization hit me, I heard the front door open. Footsteps moving through the house. That same shuffling sound I'd heard in the night. "Oh, visitor," Martha's voice called out. Sickly, sweet. "Where are you? It's time for your next meal." I pressed myself into a corner of the basement, desperately looking for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But I knew, deep down, that it was too late. I was part of their collection now. Another face to add to their wall of the missing. The basement door creaked open. Footsteps on the stairs. And as the family appeared, their faces now twisted into grotesque parodies of human smiles, I realized the true horror of my situation. This wasn't just about being trapped in a house with some backwoods killers. This was something older, something darker, something that wore the skin of a normal family, like an ill-fitting suit, luring in unsuspecting travelers for purposes I couldn't even begin to fathom. As they closed in around me, their eyes now all showing that same endless blackness, I had one last coherent thought. I should have just waited with my car. The first time I heard the strange noises coming from Unit 217, I dismissed it as the usual creaks and groans of an old storage facility. But when I saw the pale, emaciated hand reaching out from under the door, I realized I had stumbled upon something far more terrifying than forgotten junk. My name's Mike, and I've been working the night shift at Secure Store Self-Storage for about 6 months now. It's not the most exciting job in the world, but it pays the bills and gives me plenty of quiet time to work on my novel. At least, that's what I told myself when I took the job. Secure Store is one of those massive warehouse-style buildings on the outskirts of town, row after row of identical metal doors stretching as far as the eye can see. During the day, it's a hive of activity, people coming and going, loading and unloading their life's possessions. But at night, it's a different world entirely. My shift starts at 10 p.m., just as the last of the day's customers are leaving. I do my rounds, check the security cameras, and then settle in for a long night of writing and occasional patrols. Most nights, the only sounds are the hum of fluorescent lights and the tap-tap-tap of my laptop keys. But about a month ago, things started to change. It was around 2 a.m. when I first heard it. A soft, rhythmic thumping coming from somewhere deep in the facility. At first, I thought it might be a faulty air conditioning unit or maybe a customer had left something precariously balanced. But as I followed the sound, I realized it was coming from a specific unit. 217. I pressed my ear against the cold metal door, listening intently. The thumping had stopped, replaced by what sounded like scratching, as if something inside was trying to claw its way out. A chill ran down my spine. I knew I should open the unit and check it out. It was part of my job, after all. But something held me back. An instinct, maybe, or just plain old fear. I convinced myself it was probably just a rat that had somehow gotten trapped inside. I made a mental note to call pest control in the morning and went back to my desk, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. But the sounds continued, night after night. Sometimes it was that rhythmic thumping, other times, scratching. And once I swear I heard what sounded like muffled sobbing. I started avoiding that section of the facility during my rounds. I told myself it was because I didn't want to disturb whatever animal had made its home in there. But deep down, I knew the truth. I was scared. About a week after the noises started, I noticed something else. The keypad for Unit 217 was blinking red. That usually meant someone had tried to access it with the wrong code too many times. But when I checked the logs, there were no failed attempts recorded. It was as if the unit itself was trying to tell me something was wrong. I should have reported it then. Should have called my manager or the police or someone. But I didn't. Because by that point, I was too curious, too invested in solving this mystery on my own. So I started digging. I looked up the records for Unit 217, expecting to find it registered to some local business or maybe a family that had moved away. What I found instead made my blood run cold. The unit had been rented 6 months ago by a man named John Doe, an obvious fake name. The phone number provided was disconnected. The address? A vacant lot on the other side of town. Whoever had rented this unit had gone to great lengths to remain anonymous. And that's when I started to really worry about what might be inside. My imagination ran wild. Was it stolen goods, drugs, or something even worse? Each possibility seemed more horrifying than the last. I knew I should leave it alone, call the cops and let them deal with it. But something kept pulling me back to that unit. A morbid fascination, maybe. Or maybe just the writer in me, hungry for a good story. It all came to a head last night. I was doing my final rounds before the end of my shift when I heard it. A voice, weak and muffled, coming from Unit 217. "Help, please, help me." I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. This was no animal. This was a person. Someone was trapped inside that unit. I ran to the office, fumbling with the master key with shaking hands. As I raced back to the unit, 1,000 scenarios played out in my mind. Had someone been kidnapped? Locked in there as some sick joke? Or was this all an elaborate trap? As I reached the unit, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A pale, skeletal hand was reaching out from under the door, fingers scrabbling weakly at the concrete floor. I hesitated for just a moment, fear and duty warring within me. Then I took a deep breath and slid the key into the lock. The door creaked open, and the smell hit me like a physical force. The stench of decay, of unwashed bodies, of human waste. I gagged, fighting the urge to vomit. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw them. People, at least a dozen, maybe more. Emaciated, pale as ghosts, their eyes wide and unblinking in the sudden light. They were chained to the walls, to each other, a tangle of human misery. I stumbled backward, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of nightmare. But the hand that grabbed my ankle was all too real. I looked down to see one of the captives, a young woman with matted hair and hollow cheeks, staring up at me with desperate eyes. Please," she whispered, her voice hoarse from disuse. "Help us." I don't really remember what happened next. I know I called 911, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what I'd found. I know the police arrived, then ambulances, the night exploding into a chaos of flashing lights and shouted orders. I sat on the curb, wrapped in a shock blanket, watching as the victims were brought out one by one. Some could walk, leaning heavily on the paramedics. Others had to be carried, their bodies too weak from months of captivity. The detectives questioned me for hours. How long had I known? Why didn't I report the noises earlier? I told them everything, feeling a mixture of guilt and relief with each word. It's been 3 days since that night. The story is all over the news now. Storage unit horror, they're calling it. Apparently, it was a human trafficking ring. The unit was a temporary holding area before the victims were to be moved out of the country. They caught the guy who rented the unit. John Doe turned out to be a local businessman, someone you'd pass on the street without a second glance. The kind of monster that hides in plain sight. I've been hailed as a hero in some of the reports, the night watchman who uncovered the horrific crime. But I don't feel like a hero. All I can think about are those people, trapped in darkness and despair for months while I sat just a few hundred feet away, too scared to investigate a strange noise. I quit my job at Secure Store. I couldn't bear to walk those halls again, knowing what had happened there. The novel I was working on sits unfinished on my laptop. Somehow, crafting fictional horrors seems pointless now that I've seen the real thing up close. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I still hear those sounds. The thumping, the scratching, the muffled cries for help. I don't think I'll ever stop hearing them. I've learned something from all this. Something I think everyone needs to know. When you hear something strange, something that doesn't quite fit, don't ignore it. Don't explain it away, because sometimes Behind those strange noises, there's real horror, and real people who need help. F. The storage unit door is closed now. The victim's freed. But I can't help but wonder, how many other units are out there? How many other dark secrets are hiding behind those anonymous metal doors? And who will be brave enough to open them? The moment I opened that dusty old diary hidden in the attic, I knew I had unleashed something that could never be contained again. The yellowed pages held dark secrets that should have remained buried, and now I was trapped in a nightmare of my own making. My name is Sarah, and I'm a writer. I've always dreamed of owning an old country house to inspire my novels. When I saw the ad for a Victorian mansion on sale for a surprisingly low price, I didn't hesitate. I should have known better. The house was beautiful, with its dark wood panels and stained glass windows. But from day one, something felt off. The rooms were too cold, the shadows too deep, and at night, I could swear I heard footsteps upstairs, even though I was alone. It was during an exploration of the dusty attic that I found the diary. It was hidden behind a loose board, as if someone had tried to conceal it in a hurry. The leather cover was worn, the pages yellowed with age. I started reading, fascinated. It was the diary of a young woman named Elizabeth, who had lived in the house in the late 19th century. At first, the entries were typical teenage stuff, gossip about friends, complaints about parents. But as I read on, the tone changed. Elizabeth began writing about strange visions, figures in the shadows. She spoke of an evil presence in the house, something that watched her, that whispered in her ear when she was alone. Her accounts became increasingly frantic, paranoid. The last entry chilled my blood. In shaky handwriting, Elizabeth wrote, "He's here. I can't run anymore. God have mercy on my soul." I closed the diary, my heart racing. It was just the delusion of a troubled teenager, I told myself. Nothing more. But that night, the noises started. Not just footsteps now, but scratches on the walls, unintelligible whispers. Shadows moved in the corners of my eyes, disappearing when I looked directly at them. I began researching the history of the house, desperate for answers. What I discovered horrified me. Elizabeth wasn't the only one who had suffered here. Over the years, the house had been the scene of mysterious deaths, unexplained disappearances, always young women, always alone. I tried to leave, to run, but the house wouldn't let me. Doors locked themselves, windows wouldn't break. I was trapped, just as Elizabeth had been over a century ago. Now I'm writing this in my own diary, hoping someone will find it one day and understand. The presence is getting stronger, bolder. I can feel it approaching as I write these words. If you're reading this, run, flee this house and never look back, because some stories shouldn't be told, some secrets should remain buried, and some houses never let us go. Days have passed since I wrote those first frantic words, or maybe it's been weeks. Time seems to blur here, the hours stretching endlessly in this prison of wood and stone. I've tried everything to escape. I've thrown chairs at windows only to watch them bounce off unscathed. I've screamed for help until my voice gave out, but no one ever comes. It's as if the house exists in its own pocket of reality, cut off from the outside world. The diary has become my lifeline, my only connection to sanity in this madness. I read Elizabeth's entries over and over, looking for clues, for some way to end this. But all I find is a reflection of my own growing terror. The presence in the house grows stronger every day. It's no longer content with whispers and shadows. Now it takes form, a dark figure that stands at the foot of my bed at night, watching me with eyes that burn like embers. Sometimes, in my more lucid moments, I wonder if I'm going mad. If this is all just some vivid hallucination brought on by stress or isolation. But then I feel its cold touch on my skin, hear its raspy breath in my ear, and I know this is all too real. I've started to see flashes of the past, visions of Elizabeth, of other women who lived and died here. Their terror, their despair. It all bleeds into my own until I can't tell where their experiences end and mine begin. There are moments when the house seems almost alive. The walls pulse like a heartbeat. The floorboards creak in patterns that almost sound like words. It's trying to communicate, I think. But what is it trying to say? I've taken to carrying the diary with me everywhere I go. It's the only thing that feels real anymore. The only proof that I'm not alone in this nightmare. Elizabeth's words have become a mantra, a lifeline to cling to in my darkest moments. Last night, I woke to find myself in the attic, though I have no memory of climbing the stairs. The diary lay open in front of me, but the pages were blank. As I watched, words began to appear, written by an invisible hand. Join us, Sarah. Become part of the house. It's the only way to end the pain. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding, but the words had burned themselves into my mind. Was this the answer? The way to finally escape this torment? No, I can't think like that. I have to hold on to hope, onto my sense of self. If I give in, if I let the house take me, I'll be lost forever. But oh, how tempting it is to let go, to surrender to the darkness, to become one with the shadows that haunt these halls. Would it really be so bad to never feel fear or pain again? I can feel the house's influence growing stronger, its will seeping into my thoughts. It whispers promises of peace, of an end to loneliness. All I have to do is say yes. All I have to do is let go. My hand shakes as I write these words. I don't know how much longer I can resist. The house is patient, but its hunger is endless. It has waited for centuries. It can wait a little longer. To whoever finds this diary, please, don't make the same mistake I did. Don't let curiosity override your common sense. Some doors should remain closed. Some secrets should stay buried. The house is calling me now. I can hear it in the creaking of the floorboards, in the whistling of the wind through cracks in the walls. It's time, it says, time to become one with us. I don't want to go. I want to live, to see the sun again, to feel the grass under my feet. But I'm so tired, so very tired. If there's any mercy in this world, let this diary be found. Let my story be told. Let someone know what happened to Sarah Collins, the writer who bought a house and found a hell. And if you're reading this, if you've somehow found your way into this cursed place, heed my final warning. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Don't look back.